Yo, what is going on, guys? Welcome back to the channel. It's your boy Sonny, and we are diving straight into the Reddit 2.0 clone. Check it out. Have a look at this, guys. Oh, my button just doesn't want to work these days. Crazy. All right, here we go, guys. Quick demo straight into the app. Let me know where you're watching from right now as I give you a tour of what we're going to be building. On the left-hand side, we have the Reddit 2.0 clone. Notice the classy little reddish name over here. And we have an entire backend admin panel. So we're talking the entire Sanity studio. Everything is going to be dialed in and built out today. Let's dive through some of the features that we got here today. So firstly, authentication. Your boy doesn't do half measures. We're going to do the whole build from front to back. We've got authentication in the house. We've got posts. This is where it gets really cool. We even have nested comments, upvotes, downvotes, everything in the mix. Search as well as complete mobile responsive navigation. Check it out, guys. Absolutely awesome stuff. Now let's go ahead and sign in and we'll give it a full demo right now. So without further ado, let's do it. Let's just jump straight into it. So sunny.sangha@gmail.com. Let's dive straight into my account and let's see what's going on. Now I'm keeping it open side by side so you can see exactly what the backend is, how we pull in all of the data. Someone goes, this pre-recorded. Now we are live as hell right now. So you guys can see it right here. We've got the ability to create communities, create posts, everything inside of it. So firstly, welcome to the stream. If you're watching, let me know where you're watching in from right now, because yeah, make some noise in the chat. And let's go ahead and dive straight into it. So we've got the search communities function. So imagine we're going to go ahead and run through Reddit. If you don't know what Reddit is, essentially a thread posting kind of billboard style app. So if we go ahead and type in, for example, Next.js, you can see we actually have a community called Next.js. But let's go ahead and see here. We've got some search results popping up. We can click into the Next.js community, and the Next.js community will load up all of the posts inside of it. Now, these are all of the posts which belong to the subreddit or community Next.js. Okay, so in this case, you can see right here, fully mobile responsive, works amazingly. We've got this nice responsive mobile sidebar as well. Look at this, guys. We've got RT in the house. He goes, can you make a video on Vue Nux? No, we're sticking on Next.js, guys. Edgar goes, 5 a.m. where I'm at. Good morning. Welcome to the stream, brother. That is sick. We've got South Africa in the house. Florida, what is good? Rasomi. That's what I'm talking about. Everyone's waking up. Let's go. Sierra Leone in the house as well. UK, Canada, what's up? Okay, so let's go ahead and show you a bit of a demo of the app. So right now we can do upvotes, downvotes. We're doing so many things behind the scenes here. I really want to kind of dial it in so you understand how much quality is in this build. Like I kid you not, there is so much under the hood that we're going to do today. So firstly, optimistic updates. You can see right now, we click it, the UI updates immediately. So I've given you an example of how to do UI optimistic updates in this build. And as you can see, that's done an upvote. Now, what that's really done behind the scenes, if we look at the votes, I'm sure we should be able to see them all. So there's quite a lot of votes now. So if I was to flick this one, you can see my user account here. If I was to toggle that off, it should maybe trigger that one to flip. I think it's that one. If it's that one, we'll see it flip. Yeah, there you go. So you see real-time Sanity's content live lake. We've got everything working pretty awesome here. Let's go ahead and comment. So if I was to go ahead and say, wow, this is awesome. Let's go ahead and do that right now. This will go ahead and comment. And now what this is doing is it's creating a comment in the database. It's going ahead and adding it. It's appended to a post. So everything is referenced inside the database. So if we want to go ahead and do this, you can see like the author, we can see the post. And then because Sanity's live content lake is all, live by default, everything gets synchronized on the front end for all of your users. Whether you have 1 million users on the platform, you can see it goes ahead and adds in. We have some lovely, client-side elements going in. We have the ability to delete our own post. Notice how I can't delete someone else's post. If I was to go ahead and delete that, you see it will pop up, making sure it doesn't, accidentally delete it. We also have the ability to reply. Now, this is the cool part and where it gets really, really interesting. We have nested replies, nested comments, right? So in this case, I can go ahead and comment at this level. So we can say test 1, 2, 3, go ahead and comment there. And while that's happening, I'm going to go ahead and reply here to Jay and say, sup Jay, over here, right? Now, of course, when you have any kind of, billboard or, kind of social media platform, there's going to be people who are going to misuse it, which means that what I've done is I've actually gone ahead and created an entire content moderation style setup. So in this case, we even have the ability to report. So firstly, you can see that lovely. Everything works. The voting mechanisms work. You can go ahead and spam across each one as you wish, and you go ahead and use it as you wish. And everything's going to get updated, synchronized in the way that we expect it, which is absolutely awesome. But now let's go ahead and say, Jay went ahead and said something bad. Look, that's some dedication, bro. Okay, I mean, I like that one, but let's go ahead and report him for being an awesome guy, right? So I'm going to go ahead and report Jay right now. And if we go to the reported section, you can see, look, report as an admin now on the back end. And by the way, this is at the URL/studio. So we have all of this on the same domain. Now, if we went to reported comments, we should see Jay's comment. See, look, that's some dedication, bro. And now you can go ahead, come in, check if the content is okay or not, maybe change it, see what's going on. And then if you really want to, you can go ahead and actually delete the comment. You can go ahead and remove it. Now, this is actually a false alarm. We can delete the comment entirely from the database. But in this case, this was a harmless comment. So as an admin, I'm just going to go ahead and say, nope, that's not a reported post. And what will happen is you see it goes ahead. So now the admins can come in and moderate the entire content base, right? And in this case, we can also see that users will get users can get reported on as well. Now, how does that work? Because clearly Jay's not in this list, and clearly a post hasn't been reported. So what we've even done is we've included AI moderation. Now, I skipped over one step, which was very essential to what I'm about to say. When we logged in, we used Clerk authentication. Easy, seamless authentication, which I recommend everyone puts in your apps, because why not? It's the simplest solution to get authentication working in the nicest way. But the golden part is they just released the agent toolkit. And then what we've done is we've taken the Vercel AI SDK, combined it with Vercel, combined it with the agent toolkit from Clerk, which allows our AI agent to have context of the user and basically do some more cooler stuff. So we've given it a bunch of tools, hence why it's an AI agent. And what I've essentially done is I've created an AI moderation bot. So let's go ahead and do something here. Now, I've set it up so this will go ahead and moderate things like swear words, addresses, all of that kind of stuff. So I'm gonna go ahead and create a post right now. And as you can see, because we're in the Next.js community, if I go ahead and create a post, it actually already knows to create a post in the Next.js community. So that's pretty cool as well. Let's go ahead and type in, for example, I'm gonna go ahead and say something like, this is a very bad post, right? And I'm gonna go ahead and tag something. Now I'm gonna put I'm gonna fill this with a swear word, right? And then I'm gonna hide the screen when I submit this. And then the goal is to get it censored, right? So I'm gonna go ahead and say, I don't know, this is oh, do you know what? Let's do a different one, right? This is a very bad post. I'm just gonna say something like, it also blocks, swear words, addresses, identifiable information, email addresses. So we could say Jay lives at 123, sorry, Jay, developer lane. His email is j123@gmail.com. Okay, so this should be censored, right? We also have the ability to upload an image. So in this case, I'm going to go ahead and click an image. I'm just going to go ahead and find some kind of, I've got the Reddit logo here that I've done on my Reddish logo. Let's go ahead and post. Now, what we can see is, firstly, I'm flexing a couple of things here. We've got, Jay's getting dark, so I see in the chat. Right now, this is uploading the image to the Sanity backend. So we've got assets being uploaded. You see, this is a very bad post. And now what we will see is, look at that, guys. The AI moderator literally went in and it covered and removed Jay's address and his email. And it also does that for swear words and everything. So that way no one else will see it. And that happens seamlessly. Now, what happened behind the scenes, right? Firstly, that's pretty cool. Jay's already commented saying, no, we're going to downvote Jay and report him. But as you can see, now we've got full interaction here. But the cool thing is as an admin now, I should have, the post should have been reported, number one. Number two, Sonny's account, me, the person who posted it, should have been reported. So we, as a moderator, can go in and check on the user and everything like that. So now if I go into our users, you can see reported users is now flagged up. And then I can see reported posts by this user. And I can also see the user's details. Now, why would I want to see the user's details? Because if they were falsely reported, I can go ahead and unreport them here. And also this sets you up perfectly to add on additional features. For example, if you want to ban them, remove them, whatever you want to do in your app, you can do it. But if we go to reported posts by users, now it's all linked, by the way. This is a custom Sanity backend dashboard, which I'll show you how to create. But now you guys can see for yourselves, oh, look, we can see this was actually a really bad post. And if this person has like 5 different posts along, you know that you can go ahead and probably safely remove or block or ban that user based on what you want to do. So I'm giving you the entire architecture to do everything possible. Now I'm teaching you how to do the moderation with the text, the body, all of that stuff. But Sapien Wins just asked a question. He goes, does censoring work for images? That's a very good question. And the thing is, you could easily extend this for image recognition. So you could And that's probably a very good extension that someone can go ahead and do. But yes, you could do it given the way that I've built on the entire app. So I'm going to let you guys do that if you want to do that. We've also got the users over here as well. So we've got user management. Every time you post something, it will go ahead and make sure that you're synchronized to the backend, and your user ID is going to be your Clerk user ID as well. And of course, we have subreddits in the house as well. Now, I've even covered every kind of corner edge case. So let's say I'm on the home screen right now and I want to go ahead and create a new community, right? Or before I even do that, so if I create a community, we've got nice dialogue pop-ups. You see all of these kind of cool UI elements. You're going to get to learn everything, as well as learn how to build beautiful apps like this. But I wanted to show you something pretty cool. So if I was typing like hello world, firstly, really nice kind of, you know, auto pre-fill in, things like that. You can do your community image, create a community. But if I went to go ahead and create a post, but I'm on the home screen, now look at this. We've even got a mid-step screen, which will go ahead and say select a community to post in, or create your community. And again, reusable components for the win. So I'm trying to teach you so many good patterns here. Let's go ahead and create a hello world community. Okay, so I'm just going to call it the hello world community, and let's go ahead and say this is a YouTube community. Okay, chat's actually popping off right now. I see you guys. And then we go ahead and do a community image. So I'm just going to go ahead and hide the screen because I don't know what images I have here. Let's go ahead and do the reddish logo with the little robot. And what the cool thing is, by the way, AI actually built that logo, which is pretty damn cool, right? If I click on create community, this will go ahead and create a community and then redirect me over there. So really, really awesome stuff. Let's give a couple of comments, replies as we're listening in. Oh, this is crazy. Now we've got Nigeria in the house, Tunisia, Denmark, South Korea, Kampala, Uganda. What is up? Johannesburg, South Africa. I see you guys worldwide. Jamie goes, Jay's getting doxxed. So yeah, honestly, sorry guys. Let's click on hello world. It would have redirected, but it takes a bit of a second sometimes. Now, once we're in hello world, this dynamic button knows based on the URL that we are now in the, you see, we're in community hello world. So because of that, when we create a post, we can go ahead and create a post inside the hello world community. So tons and tons of stuff here. There are recognition for other communities with the same name. Yes, everything is getting recognized and handled the correct ways. We've even got this beautiful Clerk pop-up button where if you go ahead and click your manage account, you can go ahead and add in your security, your details, everything all out of the box. And of course, all of this works just as the way we expect it to. It's all mobile responsive, beautiful UI. Look at this, guys, absolutely stunning. You're gonna learn to do the entire thing. Even dialogues work really well on the phones and stuff as well. Now, even this on this side, this is all going to be authenticated. So this is actually a log. You have to log into the Sanity backend. I'm going to show you how to do the entire flow and everything in between. Ant says, hi, Sonny from New Zealand. What's up, guys? Welcome to the stream. We've got Bulgaria in the house as well. Moses goes, I've rebuilt most of your SaaS, but I'm having problems with the HelpBot project. Make sure you go ahead and join Zero to Full Stack Hero. The community will be sure to help you out with things over on that side. But you guys can see this as well. Look at this. I love this new community. Jay, oh, sick. Jay's posting in there. Nice. Very, very nice. He goes, don't report me. We're going to report him again and downvote him. There you go. All right. So there we have it, guys. The Reddit 2.0 Reddish clone. So you guys can see for yourself tons and tons of stuff to learn inside of this build. And there is just so much to unravel here. And it's going to be a big build. So I'm going to go ahead and break it all down. And then we're going to start. And I'm telling you right now, this is going to be a long one. So what I've done for you guys is I've made the code entirely free. All you have to do to get the entire code base is go to a link in the description and fill out a little form where basically it asks for your email and we'll send it to you. So basically go to the email, go ahead and pop in your full name and your email address and bam, send you the entire code. There you go. You're welcome. But doesn't mean you just go and copy it. Follow me along with the build, but at least you have the code to reference from, because there are going to be moments where you can get easily stuck in the midst of things, right? So let's go ahead and dive straight into it. Well, let's go ahead and whip out the pen. All right, where's my pen at? You can see I was on coaching calls before. So let's find my trusted Yofla, which is a black screen tool. Okay, so let's go ahead and dissect this app. Okay. Whoa, that was a super loud noise. What the hell was that? Okay. So let's dive straight into it. So at this point, and by the way, guys, if you're watching this video right now, all I ask is I will run this entire build for the next 6 hours. Just do me a solid, like the video and subscribe to the channel. We hit over 300K, by the way, 300,000 subscribers. Thank you, everyone. I love and appreciate all of you. Let's dive into it. Okay. So a couple of things now. We've got loads of features to cover. Okay, so there's going to be a lot here, right? The main app contents. This is going to be Next.js. So we've got Next.js, of course, in the mix, right? Then we've got Sanity. Sanity is going to be powering the entire backend. It's going to be serving as a database. It's going to be serving as our querying place. It's going to be serving as our live content lake. Loads of stuff is happening in Sanity. I'm going to show you even how to customize the Sanity dashboard. So you saw everything that you see over here. By the way, this is all going to be deployed and live, and you can literally use this like in real environments afterwards, right? So all of this, by the way, is all on the same domain. So I'll teach you how to do all of that. All of this is also including custom elements. So these, yes, are the default kind of views. However, the reported view is a custom view. So all of this is custom. So it's showing the only the reported posts, only the reported comments, users, and then we got embedded custom screens. So inside of here, like user details, reported post by users. So I'll show you how to create entirely custom flows like this. So do not worry, there's so much to unravel here. Okay. We even have the dynamic sidebar, because I always get that question of, some of you asking me, Sonny, how do you create mobile responsive sidebars? So I answered you today and I built an app for it. We got the sidebar happening as well. We got loads of tech, right, in the flow here. So obviously we're going to have a flow of information between these two. So we got Next.js and Sanity. And this is going to be whether or not we're, sending data across, whether or not it's images, whether or not it's our objects, text, right? There's loads of things in the mix, right? So we're going to be transferring information between our front and back end. So I'm going to teach you the entire flow. With that, you're going to have to dive into a lot of, Next.js fundamental techniques, such as server actions, server components, all of that good stuff, right? And also not just that, when to use server and client components. Okay, so all of these things are going to get answered, right? These are all like Next.js fundamentals. I'm going to cover loads of them today. Ilias goes, is this a live stream or pre-recorded videos? Somebody goes, it looks like it's pre-recorded. There you go. I just like doing that because this is not pre-recorded. This is live, right? I don't know how much more live I can get. So in this case, we got all of this going on. And we have Clerk for the authentication. So to secure the entire app, that little user profile that we saw in the top corner, this is going to be using Clerk authentication, right? Now, of course, an app needs to look beautiful. So I'm going to teach you how to use Tailwind, CSS, as well as Shadcn. Shadcn is an amazing, let's call it a component-ish library. It's not a component library as such, but it's a similar thing. Then we have the entire Reddit flow, which I showed you previously. The content creation side of things. I've got a list here that I'm just trying to cover as well. Voting. Okay, we have voting as well. So voting is a huge thing. I want to highlight it here today because voting is a lot more thought than we might expect. So we've got voting as well as optimistic UI updates. So the voting meaning this stuff right here. How do you have votes and how do you have nested votes and nested comments and all of these things in the mix? Like, how do we cover all of that, right? So we're going to do all of that in today's video. And most importantly, of course, we're going to hide these for a sec. We're going to do our AI agents because AI agents are taking over right now. And there's so much power behind them if you know what you're doing. Agents consist of three important things, right? Three important things. They consist of the LLM itself. So we're going to be using OpenAI. Okay, this is number one. They consist of the tools. In this case, ours are going to be manipulating the database via Sanity, as well as Clerk's agent toolkit. Okay, so we're going to have these two tools as well in the mix as well. So our agent will be able to manipulate the Sanity database. We'll have access to our, our Clerk context. So the user's logged in state, their session, all of that kind of stuff as well. And an AI agent has to have, some kind of memory. And for this, I'm going to answer this at a high level, but essentially we're using the Vercel AI SDK. And that's going to handle all of the kind of memory, the chat, the kind of that side of it, right? The context window. So you need three things to create an AI agent. That is the mix. We're going to go ahead and build all of that. If you find all of this stuff cool and you're thinking, I want to know more about this, I don't want to wait between the builds when Sonny launches this stuff. I do weekly coaching calls. So before we dive into the build, it's worth mentioning that if you ever do want to kind of just, jump on more of these style, more of this level of content, head over to 0 to Full Stack Hero at papareact.com/course. And you can go ahead and join us at 0 to Full Stack Hero 2.0, where we go ahead and we've covered all of this stuff already. Like I cover all of this in the coaching course before I bring it to YouTube. So you guys can go ahead and join it over there and you can see for yourself. Weekly live coaching course, over 1,000 students. Everything is inside of the course, of course. And then I basically will go ahead and expand on YouTube. It's a very healthy relationship between YouTube and the course. All right, and it's an ever-growing community, an ever-growing course, and the mentorship is going to be there for as long as I can keep it up for. Okay, so that's going to be something which I'm very passionate about. So go and join the course right now if you ever want to kind of push the boundaries on what you're doing. But without further ado, we're going to go ahead and start the build. So if you go into the description, you will see two links. You'll see one for Sanity and one for Clerk. The first Sanity link, I want you to go over to it. It's going to be sanity.io/Sonny. All right, and the link will take you to this screen. Firstly, props to Sanity. That's a beautiful screen. Thank you guys. I love that. Look at this. Welcome Pop Fam subscriber Sonny and Sanity. A little collab going on, right? Not little, it's a big collab. And as you can see here, we've got this get started with coupon. So I want you to first click on this link. Okay, I'm already logged in, so hopefully it doesn't like kick me around too much. But in this case, I've got a couple of projects. Let's go ahead and do this right now. I'm actually going to go ahead and just do something for a sec. I hope I'm not getting ill because this is the wrong day to get ill. All right, we're going to do Reddit, YouTube, build. Okay. And then I'm going to do organization, just saying Sangha's fine. Then we're going to click on create project. And it says coupon applied. Okay, so this is step one, setting up Sanity. And please, 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 guys, go through the link. Right, a lot of you, especially when you're setting up Clerk, aren't going through the link. It helps me do this for free. It helps you guys get free stuff. It helps me do this for free. Everyone wins. It's how we essentially get to work with really cool companies like Sanity, Clerk, and bring you this kind of content at this level. Right, because trust me when I say it takes a long time to build these apps. Right, so in this case, we've got the Reddit, YouTube build, and what you should see if you applied everything correctly is the boosted growth trial. That means you get double the quota. So instead of the 30-day free trial, you get 60-day free trial, and after that, you can still use it because the free trial is super generous. All right, so after all of that, you should be good to go on this front. So we're going to pause here for the Sanity side of things. Next up, I want you to go to Clerk. Okay, so Clerk, there will be a link in the description for Clerk, and what it will look like is something like this. So I'm going to go ahead and pull it open right now. So we got this go.clerk/some stuff, and you'll land on a screen similar to this. Make sure you hit the Clerk description link. Okay. And then you're going to click on start building. Now, once you're inside of here, you can go ahead and start with this. So you can do it all of this flow. So you can npm create a next app, all that kind of stuff. Now you can do it this way. I'm going to show you the way that I prefer to do it instead. So I like to go to the dashboard straight from this. And just, you know, I've got a couple of things here. So let's go ahead and when you log in, you'll have the first kind of create app screen. I'm going to create a new app and we're going to call this one Reddit, YouTube build. And what I am actually going to do is use my other side of things. We'll handle that second, create application. I'm actually going to shift this over to my developer tab because I keep getting annoying pop-ups and it's very, very disorienting. All right. So in this case, we've got this now. And there you go. So this is your first step. You've set up Clerk successfully. You go through the link, you click on the dashboard, and then you get here. Now that's our setup done. Okay. Somebody goes, "Hey Sonny, your English is quite natural. You're native." Yeah, I was born and raised in UK, London. Now you know. Okay. So in this case, what I want you to do next is we have to set up our Next.js app. Okay. So for those of you asking what I use to draw on the screen, this is actually called Screen Brush. Okay. So I'm going to go ahead and pull open another desktop over here. And I like to use Warp lately. So I'm going to pop open Warp, which is just a terminal. So you can do the same thing. And we're going to get things set up nice and easy. So what you can do is you can do it two ways, to be honest. You can either do the setup process that was explained to us over on this or over on this side. You can do it here as well. Well, screw that. I'm going to show you my way. Okay. So I like to go into CD, documents, /builds. You don't need to do that. I just do it so everything is neat and not everywhere. And once we've done that, we're going to do, I'm using PMPM, but if you're not using PMPM, you can use MPX. Okay. So in this case, MPX, create next app at latest, and then give it a name. So in this case, I'm going to say Reddit, YouTube, clone. Okay. I'm going to hit enter. Now Gervais goes, I thought it was pre-recorded video and Jay would answer, but it's live and smooth. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. Go ahead and hit enter. Now you're going to get a couple of default questions here. So would you like to use TypeScript? Yes, 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 yes. I mean, just do the defaults. I mean, one of them was no, just do all of the defaults. They're fine. Okay. So that's getting things set up with the default. And obviously at the time of this recording, this is how it is. Things change. Naturally, they get evolved, they update. All of my videos will eventually be outdated in like 5 years. So the point is, always do your own research. Go to the Vercel website, see if things changed or whatever changes you need to do. And if you get stuck, again, join a community like Zero to Full Stack Hero. Literally www.paparazzo.com/course. Just go and join it. You will never get stuck again, period. Like, we handle this stuff day in, day out. I've been doing it for years. I've been coding for 15 years. You will never get stuck again. Join the community. That's it. That's why we built a community of 1,000+ students. All right. Let's dive in. So in this case, we've done this. Created YouTube Reddit clones. We're going to do CD YouTube Reddit clone. And now we're inside the app. And then I'm using Cursor right now. Some of you are like, oh no, don't use Cursor. Shut up. Cursor, nothing is wrong with Cursor. Don't vibe code. That's the difference. Okay, so the whole vibe coding haze that everyone's on, chill with that. Nothing wrong with Cursor. Cursor is a pretty good place to start with, right? So in this case, Cursor dot, or you can use VS Code. I don't care. Just start the app. And if you don't know how to start the app this way, or you haven't installed the correct commands, then what I recommend you do is open up VS Code and then or Cursor and go to open folder and then navigate to the folder that we just created. Okay. So with that done, we now have this open. Obviously, they typically open the chat on the right-hand side. We don't really want that for now, okay? So with this in mind, we've got package lock. Now, I'm going to teach you how to switch to PNPM here. I've already installed PNPM, and it just saves room on your computer. If you're in this situation where you got a package lock file and you want to switch to PNPM, I simply delete the package lock file, and I just do PNPM install. And now it will go ahead and it will just install everything from my local repo and all that good stuff. So you see reusing instead. Now, if you wanted to do, instead of the npx command, you do pnpm, pnpm dlx, and then you use it instead, right? For those of you who knew what I was talking about, well done. Okay, for the others, don't worry about it. It's fine. You can ignore what I just said. But in this build today, we're using 15.3.1 for Next, React 19.1, in case you're wondering, okay? So once that's done, what I'm going to do is I'm going to cut the previous app that was running on my local, and I'm going to start this one. So pnpm dev is how we start it up. Notice how all of my commands are just pnpm. That means I'm using pnpm. If you haven't got pnpm, you just get rid of the p. That's fine. Okay. If you're wondering why I've got icons, it's just extensions. It's fine. There's nothing that you're doing wrong, right? And now what we do is on this side, I'm going to go ahead and get our setup nice and clean. So let's go over here and let's pop open this right now. Okay. And open up localhost 3000, and we should get to this screen. If you got to this screen, amazing stuff. Now, if you're watching the replay of this, remember, everything will be timestamped in the description. Everything will be there. So you can go ahead and jump to the bit that you want if you can go ahead, if you want to skip ahead. Gavit goes, I came after a long time of streams. I wasn't programmed for years, so I'm not sure if this will be in parts or a single stream. I'm doing the entire stream. Whether it takes me 6-7 hours, I am sitting here for the next 6 hours straight building the entire app. So buckle up, have your coffees. That's it. And I'm not getting up from this chair. So you can be sure I'm going to build the entire thing in front of you right now. All right. Like I said, all of the code is available in the GitHub repo. So feel free, if you get lost at any point or you're going to take a break, you can go ahead and take a break and come back. But this is essentially the starting point. Page.tsx is where everything kicks off from. So what we want to do is where we have the div at the top, we want to get everything inside the div over here, cut it out, and just put in a H1 and say hello world. All right, and then hit save. And as you can see, hello world pops up. Okay, so we can go ahead and start cleaning out the code. And even here, this is Tailwind, right? So Tailwind CSS is what is by default used in Next.js now. And all these are our utility classes. Learn how to use them, okay? That's all I would recommend. Don't say they're messy, CSS is cleaner. They're here for a reason. I go through it with a lot of my one-on-one students. They're amazing for many reasons. If you want to get ahead of it, what I recommend you do is you simply go to the extensions tab, you type in Tailwind CSS, and you install the extension, this one, right? This will give you the autocomplete. So when you're typing in things like here, you see, you have all of these kind of autocomplete options. You want to go ahead and do that. Get rid of all of these for now because we want an empty app to start with. And you should be stuck with that in the top corner, okay? So this is our starting point. Everything's looking pretty good at the moment. And then, yeah, so let's dive into it. So the next step is we want to actually install Shadcn. So before we get anything else done, we're going to install Shadcn because there's a lot of dependencies in today's build. So we kind of need to get those installed and out of the way. So we're going to move over to shadcn.com. right? So is it .com? No, it's not. Oh, okay. I mean, that's someone else's website. Do Shadcn and go to ui.shadcn.com. And then we have the docs. Okay, now obviously the first thing is you see Next.js, and then we've got this. So create a project. We've already done this step, so we can skip that. PNPM DLX, that's what I was talking about before. There you go. Yeah. So here, oh no, we haven't done that bit. Okay, so we need to copy this command, go back, Command J to open up the terminal. And as you can see, it's running on this terminal. So you can either split the terminal, which is what I do, split, and I just chuck that one on the left. So I can see if there's anything red over there, my app is failing. Typically when I have several screens, I have several screens when I code. In this case, you can go ahead and do this. So PNPM DLX Shadcn at latest. Yeah, Tish goes, we're here with you, Sonny, through the whole thing. That's why we're called the Papa Fam. That's why it's a family of developers, guys. Okay, now for the questions here, you can play around with different colors and stuff. I'm going to stick with the neutral. And then we're going to install the dependencies. And there we have it, right? So in this case, Shadcn has now been installed. So the way Shadcn works is you basically add in these components, right? And what it will do is essentially, it's a CLI command that we run, and it will literally take the code and it will copy it from their repo to our repo, basically, right? So we basically take the button on the website and we steal it. So we have the code in ours, right? So in this case, let's say if I go to the button component, I get a demo of the button. I want to add this to my app. I go ahead and run this command, PNPM DLX Shadcn at latest button, and then you want to go ahead and just pop it in, hit the enter key. And what will happen now is inside of my folder structure, you'll see components, and inside another folder UI, you'll see button. And as you can see, it adds a pre-written button for us. Now, why I like this is because it's fully transparent. I can see what the hell's going on. And then what I can do here in my page is if I want to add the button, I can go ahead and do, for example, button. I can import it like so, and I can go ahead and hit enter. Enter, now I can hit refresh. Now, I always run into this error. I don't know. I think it's a bug on Shadcn's installation or setup process. But if we go to globals.css, you'll see Tailwind Animate CSS is never found, right? So in this case, what I recommend you do to fix this is you copy Tailwind CSS, Tailwind Animate CSS, head over here and just do PNPM I and add it in yourself. So install Tailwind Animate CSS and then hit a refresh. Or what I would recommend is, I don't even know, it could even be in there already. Yeah, it's already in there actually. So what actually that means is you just have to cut your terminal that's running. So Control C and then do PNPM dev again, and then it'll be gone. I promise you. There you go, it's gone. Okay. So sometimes I guess the quick hot reloading doesn't work for some certain things. So there you go. That's how you get rid of it. And now look, we got the button. Nice. And these buttons, you can have different variants, such as outline and so forth, right? And then you can go ahead and do your thing. Right, so in that case, let outline, boom, we get rid of this, or if we do destructive, becomes a red button and so forth. So this helps us speed up the entire development process really nicely, really quickly. Okay. Also, smashed over 100 likes. Destroy the like button if you're enjoying the content. Make sure you just keep on hitting the like button, get it up. Right, make sure you subscribe if you haven't already. There's so many of you that are watching that haven't subscribed already, and it just drives me crazy because we have literally we have millions and millions of watch minutes and hours. It's actually crazy at this point. But there's like a very small percent subscribed, and that's 300,000, which imagine if everyone subscribed, we'll be at millions. So just subscribe, and then it will help the channel grow. That's as simple as. I don't understand. It's not very difficult. Okay. So we have the hello world in the front end now. So the next step is I want to introduce Clerk. Okay. So Clerk, love them to pieces. And what is Clerk for those of you that don't realize, right, or what gift you haven't discovered yet? If you head over to clerk.com, and again, the link in the description is the one you want to hit, because it gives you the affiliate link, it helps us out. You'll find the most comprehensive user management platform. Now, in short, that just means that they're basically the best authentication platform on the planet. And I swear by Clerk, I use them in my own SaaS apps. I use them in my software agency. I use them everywhere because for good reason, they just save all of the headache. I don't have to deal with no riff-raff mess. It's awesome. Their pixel perfect UI is embedded in minutes, and they mean what they say, right? All of these things that we typically see in apps, the multi-factor authentication, the email and one-time passcodes, the session management, even things like fraud. So that little email that you sometimes get where it's like something suspicious happened. Someone logged in your account from a new IP address. All of that out of the box is there. You've got magic links. You've got, pass keys. You've got social logins. All of it just out of the box, simple, because you should be focusing on your app, not on how to build, rebuild, or things like authentication. And if anyone does tell you that, then I would tell them just shut up and just focus on stay in your lane and just carry on doing what you're doing, right? Jay also dropped it in the chat as well, so make sure you go and check that one out, right? So after we've set that up, click on dashboard. They've got some really nice starter documentation, which will run us, literally hold our hand through the entire process. So step one, you want to do pm add clerk / Next.js. Command J, pull that open. Now go over here and you want to paste it in. So you can see pm add @clerk / Next.js. That will install it as we need to. And then you've got your environment variables. Now this is the delicate part. You want to copy your environment variables. I'm not going to lie, over the past couple of builds, some of the OGs in the chat right now will know these slip sometimes on my live streams, and it is what it is. I will literally revalidate them and invalidate everything. So if in case you're wondering, never share your environment variables ever, just period. Unless it says next public, it's safe to share, it's public key, but just never share it. But in this instance, if you see me leak a key or two, one, know that I'm gonna invalidate the key as soon as the live finishes, and two, just know that it's a live stream, it happens. Okay, but in the real world, you do not share that. Okay, Dev Tips goes, thanks for outstanding content. I watched your revenue cat for ride sharing or subscription. Do you think I need to use in-app purchase or normal payments using Stripe? Thanks again. I recommend you check out Schematic. You will love Schematic. So I've got a build on them coming up. I've also done the build with them in the challenge. I think I did a build with them about 2 weeks ago or a month ago. So go check that out. Peter goes, what's up everyone? Yo, Sonny, what's good, dude? Okay, so now that that's done, next step is our environment key. So what I want you to do is the top level. So click into your package.json, new file. So you're at the top level and do .env.local. This is a local environment file. Okay. And I want you to paste in that key. So in this case, I'm going to try my best to hide it as long as I can. But in this case, I'm going to paste in the key. So you can see I'm pasted in a couple of things here. And as you can see, it's basically just pop those in, right? So I'm going to hit save and then close that file. Okay. So that was my attempt of not showing that file too much. Okay. So now we've done the environment setup, and then next up we have to add middleware to the app. Middleware essentially just means this will run every time a request is passed through the app. So things like authentication, this is ideal, and it's part of Next.js's architecture. So at the package.json level, we're going to create a middleware.ts file, and in here you literally are just going to grab this and copy and paste it in. There you go. That is it. It's just a setup that will basically match certain requests from going through. At this point, we don't need to do anything custom here, but you can add in. So in case anyone's wondering, everything by default is public, and then you protect the routes that you want to protect. It used to be the other way around. They realized that was a bit annoying. So now they flipped it around. So everything is public until you protect the routes you want to protect. So you can go ahead and make certain matches in this file if you want to apply it at a global scale. Okay. Okay, so next up, we're going to go ahead and add in the Clerk provider. So what I want you to do next is we have a file called a layout file. Okay, now the layout file is essentially the top level file. So the way it works in Next.js is Next.js will find our layout.tsx file. This is a top level over here. And then we have, the children, and inside the children, essentially the page renders out. Now, what we're going to do, I'm not going to dive into too much of how this intricacies work, but we're going to split the app up technically into an app and an admin, right? So we're going to have two sections to it. Think of it as that way. Remember I showed you the Sanity side where we can go in, we can inspect the posts and everything like that. And we got the moderation side. That is going to be the admin side. And on the other side, we're going to have the app side. So what I'm going to do is on the app, and the apps inside the app folder, I'm going to create a new folder, and we're going to use parentheses. And this is kind of like an invisible folder, but we can do some very clever things regarding layouts, right? So in this case, I'm going to have app inside of here. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to take the global layout, and I'm going to simply just drag and drop it into the app folder, okay? And there's a reason why I'm doing this, because when we have the admin folder, we don't want our Clerk authentication to override inside of the admin stuff. We want to keep certain things separate from one another, and it will make sense the longer we get into it, okay? So once that's done, what we want to do is we want to keep our page.tsx. We can keep this the same. That's our home page for now. That's absolutely fine. Well, in fact, we don't even need this here. We can keep this inside the app as well. So we can keep it very, very straightforward, okay? And this does not stand for /app/page. This will literally be the home page because, as I mentioned, this is an invisible folder in terms of routing. So this will be our / page when we're searching through our website. So it'll be like, you know, www. Sonny.com /. That's what that will stand for. Okay. So at this point now, inside the layout, we're going to add in the Clerk provider. So they will show you all of this. I will show you how to do it in our way. What we're going to do is at the above all of this, we're going to do Clerk provider, and then we're going to simply pop that in underneath. And this Clerk provider, we are importing it from here. Okay. Now, if you go ahead and see this, what I want you to do is just refresh your app and just make sure it loads still. If it loads still, you've done it all right. Okay, all your steps are good so far. Now, what you can do is you can change your metadata here to make it, you know, be like the Reddish clone. Let's call it the Reddish. I have no affiliation with Reddit. I do not intend to copy Reddit. This is literally using their app as somewhat inspiration for a educational bit of content. Disclaimer, right? So in this case, let's carry on. By the way, guys, full-blown chats in the comments right now. I can't join in with those chats, so just be aware of that, right? I'm live coding. Okay, so at this point, we've got that running. So the Clerk provider is there, and then yeah, cool. So it's all good. So what we want to do now is get essentially our authentication working now. What's the easiest way to get to that point? Well, I would argue inside of our layout over here, we're going to create a header. Okay, so I'm going to have a header. So let's create a header component. And this header component, and what I want to try and do actually is run my app, the production app, on a different screen so we can use it as inspiration. So what I'm going to do is, anyone who knows, by the way, this is an OG track, right? So I'm going to go into my thing, into 3001. So I'm running my production app on a separate view. This will probably fail though, because the API may not have access to 3000. If it does work, cool. If it doesn't, that's fine as well. But this is the production app. So right now we're going to build essentially this top header. So the header component that I'm referring to is this. Okay. That's what we're essentially referring to. Yeah, this is going to fail because it's got a cause origin policy, which I will fix after. Right now, I don't care about it, right? So we're going to create a header component. So inside of our components folder at the top level, not inside the UI folder, that's going to be for Shadcn components. At this level, create a header.tsx file. Okay. So inside, you see next to it, inside the components folder. Now inside of here, I want you to install a new extension called ES7 React Redux React Native Snippets, 14 million. I'm pretty sure I'm certain for a couple million of these because I remember downloading this when it was 1 million, right? So you want to go ahead and install that. And now if you do RFCE, you get these nice React functional components. All right, snippets, right? So this will give us a nice little insight into, or a little quick start into getting that set up. We are going to change this to a header, and this is going to be a client component. So everything in Next.js 15 and above, or I think it's 14 and above, is server components by default until we put use client. The goal is you want to keep it a server component for as long as you can until you go ahead and do it that way, right? So Jimmy Newman goes, I'm at work, so dipping in that. Absolutely all good, dude. Joining late, but loving it. I built a couple of the other clone projects in my spare time, but it's the first one watching live. Welcome to the stream live, dude. Awesome to have you here. Okay. So now with that in mind, let's go ahead and import it. And if you're wondering how to get in that little pop-up, control space bar, and then you can click, and then you have this. Okay. Or you can tab. So if I do this another way, if I tab, it will actually go ahead and do it as well. Okay. So these little shortcuts help you out a lot. We're almost at 200 likes as well. Destroy that like button if you're enjoying the content. The energy is kind of coming through now. I can feel it. All right, so now we've got the header. All right, so what I want to do is boom, boom, refresh this page, and we should see a header above this. Okay. Okay, so that one is working. So this app's freezing a bit. Why is this app freezing a bit? Oh yeah. So because we changed up the entire directory, we're nesting this and this and this. What I might recommend you do is you restart your dev server, because it can have a tendency to mess things up, especially when you change your root page. Okay, so can't resolve. Oh yes, that makes sense now. So if we go to our layout, this will break because now we are nested inside of a folder. Oh no, I'm filling a code. All right, so we got upper folder, global CSS. And now you can see that we got the header rendering. Awesome stuff. Now we are going to move at speed because when I tell you there is a lot to build, there is a lot to build, like a lot. So we're going to run at pretty good speed now. And then we're going to basically just keep on going. And as I mentioned before, at any moment, if you get stuck, the code is all available in the GitHub repo. Okay. And apologies for any sniffing in advance, because there is a code that just decided to attack me on the day of a live stream. So we love the demo gods. Okay. So we have the header coming in. And now what we're going to do is to get access to the user's authenticator state, the Clerk provider that we wrap the entire app in. Remember this one? Means everything inside of it, including children and all the pages that we work within, for example, the header component, are powered up with these really helpful hooks, especially the client component. So in this case, we're going to get the use user from Clerk. And this gives us a couple of things. It gives us is loaded, is signed in, and user. Now you can use, for example, the is signed in if you really want to, or you can use the user. User gives you access to loads of information as well in case you want to use it. So what we're going to do is we're going to have a couple of elements to this. So on the left, we're going to have a left side. We're going to have a right side. So a very simple layout inside of our header. On the right side, I'm going to have a div. And here you probably are wondering, well, we need to use the user and do a ternary. Well, no, Next.js gives us a very nice kind of helper component called signed in. And these are parent components, which we can wrap elements inside of it. So if we are signed in, I'm going to render something called a user button, which is all again part of Clerk Next.js. Now, as you can see, if I save this, we don't see anything. That's for good reason, because we're not signed in. But if I do the signed out parent components, now if I put something inside of here, for example, the sign in button from Clerk, now we can see a sign in button. So that's better. Okay. I want to style that button. So I'm going to show you a better way of doing this. We're going to use our button that we pulled in from Shadcn. Immediately, our sign in button looks a bit better. These are just, cannot be a descendant of a button. So what we're going to do is we're going to say as child, and that'll get rid of that error. And then I'm also going to say variant is outline. And now that looks a bit cleaner, the sign in button at the top. In case you're wondering, that is what I'm messing with right now. Okay. Now, the next step is if I click sign in, firstly, some magic's going to happen and we're going to start signing in. That easy with Clerk, right? So truly, this will now give me my login screen, continue with Google. And obviously, you can just toggle on your different authentication providers inside the Clerk dashboard. It's as easy as that to get your sign in set up. However, I don't want to redirect the user. So on the sign in button, I'm going to say mode equals modal. And you see the default is actually redirect, right? But I'm going to change it to modal. Now, if we do that, I didn't do anything extra, but now I have a pop-up with a modal, which is on the same page, which is beautiful. So really, really clean, simple, slick. Okay. So that's how we do it. Now, if I sign in, let's go ahead and continue with Google and do a quick sign in. So I'm going to sign into my personal account. And just like that, in a moment, we're going to do a continue. Sometimes when you're doing a local development, it takes you to a manage page screen, but you'll never see that in your live. But in this case, there you go. Right? We didn't get there. So in this case, bam, now I'm signed in. It shows the user button. The user button is so sick because if we click it, one, I've got the ability to sign out, and we have got the ability to manage the account and everything in between relating to our user profile. So everything out of the box is there. So clean. And that was barely any lines of code. We're going to keep this here because I'm going to use that later on. And that's why we are converting it to a client component. So yes, we are going to have that later on. Okay. Now, next up, let's go ahead. We're going to firstly build out this sidebar, the entire kind of logo and all this kind of stuff, right? So inside of the GitHub repo, what I've actually done is I've included 3 images which will be accessible to you guys. So you guys can feel free to grab them yourself as well. But you want to do at the top level, there's going to be a folder for images. I've just pasted this in from the GitHub repo. We got the Reddish full, Reddish logo only, and the Reddish text only. So we're going to use these now to go ahead and render things out. But you can honestly do whatever you want to do with whatever images you want. These are just some quick ones that AI pulled together for the logos. I just used it as a quick inspiration. Yeah, you can use them as you wish, right? Use them at your own risk, basically. So at this point now we have the header. So I'm going to go ahead and firstly import all or both of those images. So we go ahead and pull them in like so. Import Reddish logo from the following and this one as well. And then on the left side, we're going to render it out. Okay, so now I'm going to go ahead and have both images be pulled out onto the screen. So we're going to have a div, and inside the div, I'm going to have both images. Now you're probably wondering, why has he got both images? Well, one I want to show on small screens and one I want to show on big screens. So if I go ahead and pull the next image component, so I've got a whole video on my channel about that if you're wondering what the hell that is. As you can see now, one of them is hidden by default and shows on medium screens and above as a block component. The other one is shown as a block component on mobile devices, but on medium screens and above it's hidden. Now, if you're wondering how this works, everything that we write in our class names is mobile first, which means that mobile, that the first rule I'm writing is what is going to get applied to mobile. And then as we hit these breakpoints, whether it's medium, small, large, extra large, and so forth, it could be 2XL and so forth, it will unlock the next bit of styling. So this will get unlocked at a medium screen and above. Now, what that means is we can do some pretty clever things. So you see on a large screen, it shows the entire logo. Small screens, it shows the smaller logo. So that way we can have some nice little bit of control over it, right? Now, what's this issue? Match pattern. Okay, we just hit a refresh. We're good now. Okay, so next up, we have a menu bar icon. So let's go ahead and slap that in the next side of it. So in this case, we've got a menu icon, which is pulling from Lucid React. So we're gonna have two icons. Now, when you installed Shadcn, without realizing you installed Lucid React, which is basically a menu icon library. So we're gonna handle the on-click later on. That's for the sidebar. But for now, you can see we've got this nice little kind of, you know, menu icon. So that's gonna eventually correlate to this. Okay, so let's head back over and let's just style it up, because right now this is not looking how I want it to look. So here we're going to do a couple of things. We're going to say flex items should be centrally aligned, justify the space between, and a bit of padding. And we're just going to give a padding of 4. I'm going to give a border bottom, let's make this a bit bigger, a border bottom, and I'm going to say the border should be gray with a value of 200. And these are just different shades, right? So as you can see, that's already a cleaner header. Right, justify between spaces the children, the left and the right side components. And and then for this one, I'm gonna do flex item center with a gap of 2. That just spaces it apart. So already some very nice header styling going on. Next up, we basically pause there and we need to add in a sidebar. The sidebar is going to be this element over here. Okay, so let's build out the sidebar. So that is actually part of Shadcn. So if we go back over to Shadcn and go all the way down to the sidebar. Now this is the sidebar that we pretty much see, right? Now what we can do is we can go to the blocks, right? And then the blocks, you can see sidebar. And you've got loads of examples here for different sidebars. The one that I believe I did is sidebar 03. I'm just going to double check something. Sidebar 05. I did sidebar 05. Okay, so it was actually this one, sidebar 05, because it had the search and it had a bunch of these kind of collapsible elements. And as you can see in our final build, we actually have collapsible elements, these ones, right? So what I'm going to do is, you see this one, scroll down, you can see MPX Shadcn add sidebar 05. So that's MPX. I'll show you a little trick we can do there. So I'm going to pull this open and this will install this component. So I can do PMPX Shadcn latest add sidebar 05. And what this does, guys, is it will go ahead and actually add in the entire sidebar logic into our application. So you see, it's adding a bunch of different components: the UI, input, tooltip, skeleton, breadcrumbs, labels, collapsibles, loads of stuff is getting added, right? And you can see I added this app sidebar. So this is quite a big component, right? Now, where the hell do we put that sidebar? Like, where does that go, right? So if we go into our layout now, we have to install our sidebar. Now, if you're wondering, how did he figure this out from blah, 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 you can simply click on the code and you can just do a little bit of reverse logic here. See how they've implemented it, see it, reverse engineer it for yourself. But of course, I make life easier for you guys. I'm gonna go ahead and do it for you and showcase it off. Daniel Vaz Montero goes, morning guys, Brazil here. What's up? Good to see you here, dude. Let's go and see this. Hudson Sales. Okay, I appreciate you. I'll keep that in mind. The chat is intense there. Yeah, it's popping off. And somebody goes, I'm still in the middle of the ticket and receipt tracking app. Nice. That's awesome, dude. Right. So underneath the body, we're going to have the sidebar provider. Okay. Now wrap everything in, pull that component in. Then we have the app sidebar. So we're going to pull that in. Now this app sidebar comes from our component, the one that we just installed. And then we have the sidebar inset. Now, what is that? That's essentially the bit that sits next to the sidebar. So this area, the rest of the app is this inset, right? Because it shifts based on if it's open or closed. So they handle all that logic. So in this case, we can say sidebar inset. Oops, nope. Sidebar inset, like so. Pull it inside. And now, let's see already, nothing's happening. But if we go on the large screen, ooh, that's cool. You see, I even get that. Look, already that's working, which is kind of nice. Okay, so we're almost getting there somewhere nicely, right? And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to have inside of here now a div where the class name is flex column by default. And then I'm going to put the children inside of there. So now you can see we have the header, the inset, and then everything else accordingly. And everything is responding exactly as we expected to. Now, with that in mind, we've actually set things up pretty much for the sidebar, except if we go to the header, we need to make our button correctly hooked up now. So when I click this, it should open the sidebar up for us, okay? But it's way easier than you think. We can actually use a very handy use sidebar function from our UI sidebar that was just installed. We have a couple of things inside. Toggle sidebar open is mobile, as well as open mobile, set open mobile, and state as well. So there's a bunch of stuff, right? You can go ahead and mess with yourself. In this case, our menu icon is going to toggle the sidebar. So on click is going to toggle sidebar. So now if I was to click that menu bar icon, pow. Oh, nice. Look at that. That's very clean. All right. Now, obviously that's not so clean, that one. I want to show that a bit cleaner, right? But you can see already that's nice. And we even got the outside click logic, all that good stuff that we're naturally used to in design sense, right? So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to say, if it's open, I'm going to have a ternary operator. So if it's open, I want to show a chevron, all right? Which is basically going to indicate a close, right? And this is going to have a toggle. So on click, and because we've got click handlers, that's why it's a client component here. So this one will be toggle sidebar. Else, we're going to have the rest of this kind of inside the mix. So else there'll be a div with all of this stuff inside of it. So there you go. And as you can see, now we have to do flex item center again. So that way it's kind of shown. But if it's open now, this should reflect. So if we click that now, you see on a mobile, it doesn't really matter. But here, look at that, guys. Now, boom, that's clean, right? Very nice. And of course, you can add hover styles in, do whatever the hell you want, right? In this case, for the chevron, I'm going to do a width and height of 6. So we just kind of make sure it stays the same as the menu icon component in case we don't want to mix things up. But as you can see now, that is awesome, right? So there we have it. The header is working. The app sidebar is implemented as well. The only thing I notice is the icon disappeared. That's not so nice, right? Why was that actually? That's interesting. Let's figure out why that disappeared. So that is because we have the left side needs to be wrapped in a let's see. That's interesting. What is that? So I don't want a gap of 2 there. I want a height of 10, a flex item center, and I want to say open and is not mobile. There you go. And is not mobile. Okay, there you go. That's why. So no, so we got that looking right. Now open and is not mobile, class width, chevron left. Otherwise, flex item space, x of 2. Yep, we've got the menu. Actually, you know, it's saying that over here. Oh, okay. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yes. I forgot. So what I did is when it's open, I want the icon over there instead. That's why I didn't do that. Yeah, I was wondering, what am I talking about? Yeah. So when we open it, I want the icon to be in here instead, okay? So that's exactly what we wanted. Okay, cool. So that's awesome. That's done. We'll come back to this later. Now, okay, yeah, I'll show you kind of an example of what you could do later on, yeah? Is you can access the user's metadata. So you've got public metadata, you've got unsafe, you've got private metadata, and a bunch of other stuff. And you can access properties such as isBand, right? Which could be based on the AI moderation that we do later on. You can, you know, upgrade it as you want. And then you can basically ternary conditionally render out UI elements based on that. So you can say you are banned, for example, at the top on the header, if the user's metadata was banned, for example. Okay, so that's kind of an example there of doing that. But for now, we'll just comment these out. That's absolutely fine. Get rid of them. Okay. So you know what? Until we use it, I'll keep our code clean. Right, there you go. All right, now let's toggle this, the app sidebar. So we go over to app sidebar, and we need to do a couple of things here. So firstly, we've got loads of things here in this element side of things, but we don't necessarily want all of them. So this one, I'm gonna recommend you stick very closely to me on what I'm doing so you can see for yourself as well how we get to this point, okay? So a couple of things. Number one, we wanna have, we're gonna have our example subreddits, and then we're also gonna have a couple of things that we're gonna render out. So let's look down here. We got sidebar, header elements. Sidebar menu button is our first thing, okay? So this one, I want it to be a Reddit logo instead of this search the docs. You see here we have a documentation v1 and then some kind of gallery, which is this thing, right? I don't want any of this. So we're gonna go ahead and take this, change it to a link element, right? And then we're gonna have a image, which is gonna be the Reddish logo. So I'm gonna go ahead and make this a Next.js image. This Reddish logo, I'm gonna go ahead and pull in at the top. The Reddish logo will be from here. And then we're gonna hit save. And now what we should see is a broken link. So let's refresh. What's going on here? Hydration failed because, okay. Let's see what's going on. So I messed something up. So 150. Object contain. No, I don't want to do that. I want to do this. Yeah. So class name, object contain. Now, two things are going to happen here. This will fail because it's not. Oh no, it's not going to fail because it's a local image. All right. So what I recommend here is whenever that happens, you cut your terminal, run it again to your local dev server. That tends to fix that annoying issue. Let's try again. Hit a refresh. Okay, I always wondered. No, so the link here, I've messed something up. So I believe it needs to be as child. So one thing I found very weird about Next.js is that if I was to get rid of that now and I did this, you see that it works, right? Now if I add back in the link, right? So href, and then I pop that underneath it. Okay, it's doing it again, which is very weird. I'm doing something silly right now, which I don't know. Anyway, we'll come to that and figure it out. 150 logo, Reddish logo, object contain. Anyway, I'll fix it. Oh no, there we go. Oh, that makes crazy sense. I was spent way too long on that. The link, I was literally importing a link picture. You're on the Next.js link component. There you go. Wow, you don't understand how much that drove me crazy before. Scroll a little bit down and we should see search the docs somewhere. Oh, it's actually up here, I believe. Search the docs. Well, all of this, to be honest, we don't need. So getting started, we'll keep this one, but the rest of it, so this from down, I'm going to go ahead and get rid of these. So get rid of that. And then even this one, get rid of it. Go down, get rid of that, boom, save. Oops, okay. Now we've got getting started, installation project structures. This is going to be our communities, essentially. Well, it turns out to be communities. And we're going to have a couple of other bits before that as well. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to have a const sidebar data. So let's just say const sidebar data. And I'm going to give this a type, right? So I'm going to have a type sidebar data. And this one I want it to look like the following. I'm going to say this is going to have a nav main with the following inside of it. Okay, so it's going to be a nav main with a title URL items array inside of it with title URL and is active. Okay, so we can go ahead and say that's a sidebar component. And now you can see it will freak out if we don't have those things. Okay, so right now is active, just set false on each. Okay, now we don't care about these right now. All I care about is having that's the actual items, but in this case we want to have title is not getting started. I want to have communities, and then yeah, so data is not defined. Oh yeah, so oops, grab that, go down here where we render through, and this will be now be sidebar data don't have main. And now you can see we should have communities, installation project structure. Cool. So these are the default ones, which we're going to eventually replace this with a call to our Sanity backend. So eventually this is going to look something like this. Okay. So comment this out for now, but this is eventually going to be a to-do that we have to essentially hold up. Okay. I'm going to say to-do, boom. All right. So we're going to go ahead and do that. And then eventually that will swap out the those components. Cool. So next we have 3 fixed buttons that are going to show. I want these to be inside of sidebar menu, sidebar group. So inside the menu, so here. So this is obviously the communities. Right, well actually this is going to be a separate group. So what I actually want to do is I'm going to have another sidebar group here. So let's do sidebar group. Oops, sidebar group. Okay. And then in here, I'm going to have a sidebar menu with menu items. Okay. We're going to have sidebar menu and menu items. So there you go. And we're going to have sidebar. So we have this now nested. And then we have each button. So what is each button? We're going to have the create community button. So we're going to have a create a community button. Now, of course, this button is not created yet. So we're going to just leave that empty. We're going to have another button, which is going to have a link to home. Okay. And it's going to have a home icon from Lucid React. So if we click this now, you can see we have a home and a bit of styling. Right. And then we have 2 more buttons, popular and hot and controversial. Now, those are just placeholders with links, right? We're not actually implementing those pages. You can feel free to implement those. Oh, wow. Okay. Now you can see hot, popular, controversial. And then the create community button we have to build. That's a to-do. There's going to be a lot of to-dos in this build. Okay. We need to go ahead and build that one out as well. Now, the communities again is a to-do. But as you can see, this is already looking better. Now search the docs. Where is that? Okay. So what I recommend you can do, if you, say for example, you're in a production code base and you want to go ahead and, find out where the hell that is. What I recommend is Control-Shift-F. Just type in, for example, search the docs, and then you can see that it's in the search form. So the search form is being pulled in somewhere here. So search form, click into it, and now you can see that that is essentially where this will be found. So in this case, we're going to say search communities, and the search form is an interesting. Yo, look at that! Hey, he goes, yo, Sonny, what's up? Junaid here. Say yalla habibi. Oh wow, that was wait. Where's mine? Oh my god. Can anyone hear that? That is my my speakers went crazy right now. I need to make sure that that doesn't happen again. I've got Sonos in my apartment and the whole apartment just went crazy. Yeah, I'll do a little shout out for that. He gave me a £10 donation. Thank you, dude. In Dubai, we say yalla habibi. There you go. Done. Greatest of all time. We actually say habibi come to Dubai, but that's some other guys like trademark saying. All right, so in this case, boom, search communities. You just enjoying yourself is cool. That's it, right? Kanal goes, how do you reach your level of expertise? Guys, as in the community, that's why we built Zero to Full Stack Hero. It's the place to be. So I'm going to shout it out one more time, or a few times in this build, because you need to join it. But if you never want to get stuck, again, you want to get to this level of being comfortable coding, literally chatting to people, never feel like you're afraid of code, this is the place to be. papareact.com/course. Best community, best course on the planet. This is where everything is possible. Nothing is off limits. You will never get stuck again, period. Trust me. This is where we go and build everything. My entire heart and soul is in this course. Okay, so let's carry on. Right, so we have this looking pretty good now. Now for the, thank you so much for the donation as well, dude. All right, so in this case, we've got the search form here. Now for the search form, I'm just gonna go ahead and rebuild this bit right now. So this is actually gonna use a new form component from Next.js, the form, and we're gonna simply just swap out the form from like so, right? Now over here, I'm just gonna change this to get rid of the props. I'm gonna say action is going to be equal to /search. Okay. And then what we can do here is we can get rid of the props. We don't care about this. And then where we have our input, right? Here we just give it a name, and we're just going to say the name is query. And just like that, we've done it. So what do I mean by we've done it? Okay. You see here localhost 3000. So if I type in hello world, if I hit enter now, you see it says /search / I'm going to put it on the screen. So it says /search, and then it appends a query with hello world. Eventually, we're going to create that search field. Okay, so all of that will be done. And then we can go ahead and get that set up. Now, pause here for a minute. Now is the chance to set up Sanity. So before we can continue on further, we have to go ahead and set up Sanity so we can get to set up the studio. So that way we can have data to actually pull from. So we're going to set up our schemas. We're going to set up automatic TypeGen, which allows us to have strongly typed definitions based on the schema that we write for our backend. Yeah, lots of stuff happening right now. Okay, so let's go ahead and do that. So without further ado, go to Sanity. Here we are. All right, so Sanity, what I love about Sanity is they did an amazing job. Simeon, especially, shout out to you. You've done a very good job on your walkthrough guide over here. So you guys can feel free to watch the videos. But in the getting started, there's a very good, definite, like, you know, run through of how to get set up and everything like that. So what we're going to do is this npm create Sanity latest project. Now, this out of the box, if you were to copy this, we can try it. I don't always have success running that, but we can try it. Right. So let's go over here. Come on, Jay. And what I'm going to do here is paste it in, right? So you can see what it's done there is it's just appending a bunch of things like npm. We can change that to pnpm, create pnpm dlx. I can say create Sanity latest project, dataset production template, clean TypeScript, output path studio Reddit. So you can do that, or in fact, what I recommend you do is you just do that npm dlx create Sanity latest, and you just fill it out as you need to. So here, what we can do is you just run npm create, which can, okay, so you know what, just do npm create Sanity latest. So I don't know if it's on pnpm or it's not working like that, but we're okay to proceed. Yes. Now, what we're gonna do is this will run us through a quick configuration, and it will essentially ask us a couple of questions as to how we want to set up our Sanity studio. And you'll be surprised, it's very, very intuitive. So I'll make it a little bit bigger for you guys to see. We are currently, how far are we in? We're an hour and 13. We're doing good for time, to be honest. Yeah. So yeah, an hour went really quick. Jay goes, that was loud. Yeah, it was so loud. Wow. The entire apartment, my neighbor's probably thinking, what the hell is going on in there? Right. So demo gods obviously slowing us down right now with that. Let's see what it goes. Sonny goes, yes, guys, you haven't joined, you're missing 100%, guys. By the way, so you see here, it says npm version is currently out of check. So it's basically too low. What you can do there is, if that's the case, I'll actually cancel it and I'll show you what to do. So nbm is a very handy tool. I recommend you check it out. Basically node version management. If you type in nbm ls, it will show you all the versions on your system. If I do nbm use 22, I already have this. If I didn't have it, you just do install 22, but in this case I have it, so I'm gonna say use 22. Now I'm on node version 22. If I do nbm ls again, boom, I'm on nbm 22. Okay, so now if I go back to npm create Sanity latest, we will have that whole run through again. So let's give that a little second. And it goes like, you are logged in. as Sonny in Google. If I'm not logged in, then you can go ahead and if I'm not logged in, then you can go ahead and log in. It will just ask you. And here you can see a couple of things. Look, so we've got loads of apps that I'm working on. Reddit YouTube build is the one that we created. Okay, that I asked you to do in the beginning. Data set. We're going to use the production data set to start with, but you can actually have your development and production separate. Would you like to add configuration files for a Sanity project in this Next.js folder? Yes. Do you want to use TypeScript? Oh wait, in this Next.js folder. That's a new one. I don't know if, I think I added it in the Sanity folder. Okay, I'm gonna try it, and then we're gonna go back on ourselves if it's the case. Okay, so we're gonna say yes. Would you like an embedded Sanity Studio? Yes. Oh yeah, that's fine actually. What route do you want to use for the studio? Yes, /studio is fine. Now, do you want to start with a clean blog schema or a clean project? Now, you can go with the blog if you want to, reverse engineer, figure out how Sanity works, but I would recommend you go with the clean project while you follow this tutorial. Can we add the project ID and dataset to your environment? Yes, you can. And there you go, start installing it. Pixel goes, good job, lad. Thank you, appreciate you. Kunal goes, you're using Turbo Repo. Yes, by default in Next.js now, it's using Turbo Repo, so pretty cool. It's a lot faster. Now, we see, we're almost at 200 likes, by the way. Destroy that like button if you want this content to keep on coming out faster and faster. I took like 2 weeks off, which was kind of well needed, but now I feel good to be back. So I'm going to keep these builds coming out over and over again. Someone goes, why clone, bro? It's because we're trying to get educational content out. That's not boring part 1, part 2, part 3. I want to do it in a cool kind of, you get to build something that you know about beforehand. Okay. Moses just smash like button, guys. I say 800 likes, tell YouTubers and recommend this video to others. Thank you, Moses. We need more Moseses in this community. That's what I'm talking about. Because your Sanity configuration files have been added to this project, right? Let's go over to the docs. Now you can see, not docs, files. Now you can see studio. Aha. So notice how it's already done a /studio/page, right? So this actually links to a perfect page for us. So, and that's also, you can see we have a Sanity lib. Inside the lib, we have a client, image, live, all of the stuff that we need to basically get up and running. So it's very, very awesome how this works. And we've got environment, structure, and we have our schema types, which is empty to begin with. Now, how do we access the Sanity Studio that we just went ahead and set up? Okay. So what we do is I'm going to actually open another one. We do localhost localhost 3000 /studio. And this is going to be, oops. Okay, so my app crashed. So, which is understandable. We changed loads of stuff. Do pm dev again. And remember, it's actually running on our Next.js app as an embedded studio. So let's do localhost 3000 /studio. How long did it take you to become a good web developer when you started? Honestly, you can watch my videos back on my channel. I go all the way back. It's crazy. Oh yeah, missing HTML and body tags in the root layout. This makes sense because remember what we did previously, guys, where we had the app layout and page, and then we have studio, right? I'm going to put the music down for a second because you need to go ahead and dial in on this one. Pierre goes, in every build, there's always something new to learn. Hats off, bro. Honestly, that's my goal, and I'm so happy you say that because I'm trying to put little gems in every single app that I build. So I'm glad you saw that. Right. So right now it's correct because there's no layout at the root level. So the root level is this, and only if we go inside the app is there a root layout. But inside this level where we got the dashboard we don't need. Yes, we can get rid of the dashboard. That was what created for us. Get rid of that. Studio. Okay. So at this level, we need a layout here. Okay. So inside, what I'm going to do now is I'm going to create that admin separation. So I'm going to create a new folder called admin. And what I'm going to do is this studio folder, I'm going to take it and put it inside there and update imports for studio. Yes. And now inside of here, guys, I want you to go ahead and add in a layout.tsx. Now notice how admin has its own layout.tsx. App has its own layout.tsx. The one in the admin, what we can actually do, we can actually go ahead and keep it relatively simple. We can go ahead and copy this, go into our layout, paste it. Copy that, paste it. But we don't need a couple of things. So what don't we want in this one? Well, we don't want a couple of things. We don't care about the fonts. We don't care about the Clerk provider in this one because this is our Sanity backend. All we want is essentially the children. We don't even care about this. We don't want that. We just want a very, very simple layout. We don't care about any of this. Get rid of it all. Get rid of this. We don't even want the globals. Right? We want a very, very simple, and we can call it the reddish sanity backend. Oh, let's call it admin panel. And then here we can say the same thing. Okay. Now that is going to be our layout for the admin. Now, what we'll see is it says can't resolve sanity config. That makes sense because we changed loads of stuff around. So if we go to studio page, you can see that this is now broken. So it's because we went down a level. So what you can do here is you can either do that, or I think what we can do is do @sanity config. Yep. Is like a nicer way of doing it. Now, what I recommend you do again is you do a cut the server, run it again, and let's try one more time now. We should be good now. So we should get past this error. Yep, there you go. So now we have this, the login provider. So I'm already logged in, I think. So, oh no, we can choose login provider Google. Now, it's provided you log in with the account that we logged in with in the beginning, which is sunny.sangha@gmail.com. This is separate to the Clerk login. This is our Sanity account login. Okay. And obviously you can add members and stuff, and you can add any, I can add Jay into this as well. Now here's our backend, guys. Now this is very cool because now we have two elements to our app. We have the app, the admin panel. Right, as correlated by this, you see here, we have the app and the admin panel. So this is how I'm essentially showing you guys the app, the admin panel. So now we're going to build out the admin panel, which is essentially our backend that we got a free upgrade. Thank you, Sanity, for hooking us up. All right, this is all if you go ahead and use this as well. So now Jimmy goes, absolutely criminal. There are 100 people watching this right now. Fan doesn't know what they're missing. That's it. Honestly, that's why you guys are a hidden space right now, right? BW Dev goes, just a quick one. No, she didn't cover testing. Is that due to most of your clients only require the product or other reasons? We cover testing inside the Zero to Full Stack Hero. So those kind of topics I cover more in the community and course. On YouTube, when I'm doing builds, tend to not do it because we only have so much time. Most goes, that's why it's to go. You actually don't waste time. You learn in every video. I appreciate you guys. All right, so let's build this out right now. So Sanity is a powerhouse, and I'll show you how to leverage it to the max. So, okay, now that we've cleared up that separation, let's go ahead and show you what the next thing is to do. So, what with admin panel, you mean like the user profile dashboard? No, this is literally like, I might think of it like our database where everything's living, okay? So this is essentially, this is our front end, but this is going to be where we can manage. We see all of the posts getting added in. We can manage stuff. We can, as an admin user, we can do anything to the data and the content, but it will make sense as we do it. Okay. So admin, let's go to our Sanity folder. So top level Sanity here, schema types. Okay. So this is where we start building out all of our schema types. Now there are a couple, so bear with me. Okay. Let's start off with the most simple. A user. Okay, so a user is the core of many applications. So what we're going to do is before we do this, there is a very handy Sanity MDC file. So for those of you who love using cursor, so if you do Command I, you'll have the agent chat. Now, the agent chat doesn't know about Sanity, right? So what we can do here, guys, is if we type in Sanity cursor rules, what you'll do is you'll find Sanity has a very nice kind of AI rules chat. Now, why is this handy? Because in many ways, there are really, really cool, so you see like Sanity opinionated, you can add that to your code base. So in this case, if I was to download this, for example, and you see like we have this, so you can go ahead and like copy this file. So in this case, this is just going to teach Sanity how to write schemas and everything like that. So if I was to just, for example, copy that, go back now, we can add this to our our cursor. So I'll show you how we can do this. So prime example here is at the top level, package.json level. Inside of cursor, if you're using cursor, you can create a new folder called .cursor. And inside of there, what we can do is we can simply create a rules folder. So we can do rules, folder, sorry, rules. And inside of here, we can have a sanity.mdc, or you could copy the other one, MDC, guys, sorry, MDC. And now you can see that, see, we have all this happening now. pop that in, then we can do always. This rule attached to every chat and command K request. Now you can see that it knows, it's more informed on how to use Sanity now. So every time we use cursor, it will go ahead and use it. It will go ahead and pull this in. Opinionate guidance for configuring Sanity and altering content. Now, what's handy about this is, say for example, I do tedious tasks. So don't do the vibe coding approach of seeing all over social media. I ain't gonna push it at you because it's just not the way to do it. What I do recommend, however, is using it to help alleviate these tedious tasks. For example, what we're about to do right now. So this is, AI has a place in coding. Okay, it has a very good place as well. So let's look at schema types, for example, right? Let's create a user type, user type.ts. Okay, so user type, I'll show you how we do it. So in this case, I'm gonna have a couple of things I need to import. So I'm gonna use all of these in a moment. Let's do export const user type equals define type. And as you can see, it already starts knowing how to build this out. Now, if I do, for example, command I, and I was to get rid of these, and I just type in @user type, right? Now, if I said create a user type, right, with the following, and I want a username, I want an email, I want an image URL, I want a join that time, I want an is reported Boolean, and yeah, I want that, right? So if I do this and I hit enter now, right? So using cursor, and I do pay for cursor, just letting you know, right? In this case, you can see it'll start thinking. It will actually use the MDC file that we've already given it because we set that up earlier. And now it will know how to correctly write this. So this is why I recommend this. Very good. So if we look at that, right? In a split second, I have an entire thing up and running, right? So this is very handy, right? Now, of course, I can just go ahead and I would review this properly, check it out. But in this case, it could like near enough after a little sweep, right? Firstly, I don't want that at the bottom, top one at the bottom, right? So we have our first thing, so our username, right? So I've got a very strict way of that I've done it. So I'm going to basically make sure I've copied it. But in this case, username string, yeah, pretty much close enough. But I've got it like this. Email, pretty much close enough again. That's going to be the user's email, and you can do validation. But you see, I don't have to now go ahead and check every single detail of the coding base. So I recommend you try and find these MDC files that companies are creating, you put them inside and so forth, right? Now in this case, look, again, it's got access to the hotspots and everything. I'm not doing that for now because we're not using a image component. We're using an image URL for user profile images. We will be using the image asset class later for when we upload images. Then we have the join that and then the is reported, right? So join that and is reported, kind of correct, you know, even here, look, we've got the options from a list, a radio list, right? You could use that, very good. But in this case, I'm going to do a Boolean is reported or is not reported. But that was actually a very cool, I didn't know that you could even do that. So there you go. And then from the preview, what I'm going to do is I'm going to have two things to select the title and the media. So in this case, we're going to have the title and the media. And then I'm going to do a special prepare, which basically is how it will get presented in the window. And then as you can see, what I can do here is I change this to a TSX because we've got some JavaScript. Then here, pull in next image, pull in the user icon. And now this will go ahead and prepare the little thumbnail inside of the backend. So in this case, you see no document types. The reason why we created a user type, but we haven't actually put it inside the index. So inside of Sanity's schema here, we just simply pop in user type like so. And now if we hit a refresh on the studio, we should see our first type, which is a user. So in this case, you can see, look, users, we can add a user, and you see all this entire flow out of the box is there. So we've got the username, the email address, the image URL, join that, and is reported. So this will go ahead and get built out. So let's go ahead and continue on with that speed and build out the rest of the remaining data types. So in this case, the next one we're going to do is, for example, a post type. So I'm going to go ahead and pop in a post type.ts, and this is the same thing. Well, then the same thing is just a title, post, document, file text is the icon, user submitted post in the subreddit. And then in this case, we've got the title, the original title, the author, which is a reference to the user type, which we just created. So user, you see that matches with this reference. So we can actually have reference fields with relations. This one is a subreddit reference or a community. We're going to call it. The subreddit was there, obviously, as we're doing a similar clone. right? So in this case, we've got the body, which is, this is of type block. So this is how we do some essentially similar to rich text, but we haven't fully configured it. Yeah. We've got the original body as well. This one, we're not actually using the original body. We can get rid of that. The image, this is definitely the image that I was referring to, the proper images that we store. The original images we're not using because we're just doing deletion. Reporting, publish that is deleted if it ever got deleted as well, right? And then we have how we go ahead and prepare to show a thumbnail of it. Okay, so these are in place. Now we need to obviously do a subreddit, and then obviously we'll link it all up to the main. So subreddit is the next one. All of this is inside of the GitHub repo code. So in this case, we've got the tag icon, same thing here, title, description, slug. Slug is going to be the slug for the URL. So you know when you go to like sannysangha.com/community/Next.js, that'll be the slug. Then you got the image for the community moderator who created it, right? So we'll have a user who is going to be the moderator, create that time as well. Let's also have a vote. Oh, okay. So we have a comment. Let's do a comment first. Comments better. Comment type.ts. In this case, we've got a comment. Author who posted the comment, what post it belonged to, and then we have parent comment. This is really important now. Parent comment is going to be when we nest comments, right? So you're going to have always going to have a parent post, but you're going to have a parent comment if it was a nested comment. And then from that, we're going to deduce logic to render it out the way we want to. Then we have a vote type. Votes, these are going to be for tracking the votes. So user, vote type, whether or not this is an upvote or downvote, it's going to be an option from either or, upvote or downvote. Defining a field, comment, create that. And then based on how it goes ahead and shows. So in this case, we also got validation. We've got custom rules, which says you can't vote on both a post and comment simultaneously, and must vote on either a post or a comment, right? This is handy, by the way. I didn't know how to do this. I asked Cursor to do it, and it did a perfect validation rule for me. So that was pretty awesome. So prime example of how the MDC files help us use Cursor in a more effective way, right? And then we've got the prepare, which is basically if it's an upvote, it will show an arrow up icon or arrow down, and that's a TSX file, okay? So in this case, we've got our types. So the next natural step is to go ahead and import them. So we go ahead and pop them in like so. We go ahead and import all of our types. And now, if we go over here, we should have, there we go. User post, comment, vote, subreddit. Nice. Notice how we don't have reported. Reported is a custom type, okay? So we will have the reported stuff later. For now, let's continue on strong. And we can go ahead and let's do our first kind of post. So in this case, let's create a post and let's go ahead and say something like hello world, okay? An author, we need an author. So let's create an author. And you see, this is what I love about Sanity. It's got some really nice thing here. So just create a dummy author for now. The email address is just do sonny@gmail.com. Image URL. For now, I don't have an image URL, okay? So it's reported no. So can we publish that, or is it required image URL? Let's see. Okay, so it's optional, we set out. Okay. Next up, the subreddit. So let's create a subreddit. All of this will be programmatically done afterwards. Title of the subreddit, let's do Next.js. The first community. Slug, let's do Next.js. Image. So I'm going to go ahead and just pop in a picture here. So if I click on this, it will pop open with some stuff. So I'm going to go ahead and show you. So if we do, like, for example, Reddish logo, I will actually upload the image. You can have alternate. So we can just say logo, I don't know. Moderator, we can do a drop down. We can pick a user. Okay, Sonny is the user. Create that now, publish. There you go. Body of the text. This is my first post. Image of the post. Right, let's go ahead and do a Reddish logo. Okay, and then you can give it alternate text if you want as well. Just say test logo. Is reported no, is deleted no. Okay, and you see that that's the preview I was talking about. Hit publish, and now if I publish both of these, that was also in draft state. So I need to publish that one as well. And as we can see, that'll be gone in a second as well once that's done. Now these are all live. So you see publish, publish, and so forth. So I can go ahead and close that. Now I have a published post. And if you see, if I go into comments, I can create a comment off of that as well. So we can go ahead and say this is the first comment Author of the comment, let's just go ahead and say it was Sonny. Post, let's go ahead and say it was on that post. Parent comment right now, no, because I mean we're not going to do this one, but you'll see that it will come up with the comments. There you go. And yeah, there we go. So now you can see we've already got things up and running in that sense. We can even vote on that as well. So if I was to vote on that post or comment, you can do that. So in this case, if I was to do, for example, Sonny voted, so upvote or downvote, upvoted on this post, you guys can see, look, the whole backend is done. Right now, again, if I do this and I try and save, this should actually say, whoa, 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 that's wrong. I believe it should have some, we've got custom validation here. So, you know, see, it's actually not letting me do it. See, there's a validation error. Ah, you see that custom validation? Very nice. Right? Cannot vote on both a post and comment simultaneously. Remember, I set that up. Very nice. Now, if I was to go ahead and clear that, now we can publish it. So you see how you can add in these validation layers, right? If I publish that now, we've got this. Guys, we're almost about to break 200 likes as well. Destroy that like button for the algorithm. All right, so now we've got an upvote on that post, okay? So we've got a user, a post, a comment, and a subreddit. Awesome stuff. So now we've got our test data essentially set up. How the hell do we pull from it, all right? How do we actually access it? Well, this is where it gets cool. So if we look at the lib folder, we've got the client. This client essentially is how we go ahead and grab everything from it. Now they pull from EMB. This has actually already been added to our variables. So if I was to go to our .emb.local file, you'll see they went ahead and added the public dataset and project ID. What I like to do is go ahead and add some little annotations here. So we've got Clerk and we've got Sanity. Very simple. Okay. And then next up, the only other ones that we're going to eventually have, guys, is a Sanity API admin token. So this one will be some kind of test key. And we will need a open API key. Okay, so these are the only other ones that we're going to need essentially. So right now, these are dummy keys, obviously. But so that's the last time we're essentially going to need those, right? And then you can see here where we have the client. Now, a couple of things. So number one, the client here. So we can use that one. That's fine. But we're going to need a client with admin privileges. Now, what does that mean? Right. So what I like to do here is I'm going to create an admin client.ts. Now, this is essentially the same thing. So essentially the same kind of layout, right? So base URL, we're going to go ahead and create a helper function to give you what that is. We're also going to have the environment variable, which is above. There you go. And then we've got use CDN true. That's fine. Stega, this is more for previewing, so we can get rid of that for now. And the token, this is the token that I just added. Well, I'm going to show you how to generate that token. Okay. So you guys can read that for yourself and use it. But in this case, the base URL. What is the base URL? Well, in our top folder lib, we're going to create a base URL.ts file. And this one is essentially just going to say, if we're on localhost, we should use next public base URL. Or even you can use, okay, so this one's not very good. If I was to do our EMB public base URL, we can set that, to be fair. We can go ahead and just say next public base URL for now is our localhost 3000. And you can obviously modify that if you're on different setups, right? But in this case, so that's fine. Next public, anything with next public is available on the client. Anything without it is not available on the client. It's only available on the server renders, okay? And then Vercel project production URLs when we deploy it live, okay? So with that done now, we didn't even need it. I don't know why I had that, to be honest. First, let's also restart the music. We go to the top of the file. There you go. Okay. So this admin client will have admin privileges. Now, how has it got admin privileges? This is the token we need to get. So inside of your Sanity dashboard, go to API, go down. Cause origin is important when we deploy. This is very important because it won't work anywhere else besides these origins. So obviously localhost and so forth, right? We go ahead and add a token now. I'm just going to say developer token. And then here you can do developer, contributor, everything essentially. In this case, developer should do the trick. If we hit save, I will now have a read and write token. So I'm going to hit save right now. It's just so I'm going to hide something for a sec. And as you can see, I have a token. So I'm going to copy this token. Okay. So I've copied the token and it's only going to be your one chance. Oh, there you go. We're going to have to validate that one. Okay. So we're going to add another token, developer. And then I'm going to go ahead and copy this token now. So I'm going to create it. I'm going to copy it. And now I'm going to go ahead and simply refresh that page so it doesn't show again. Let's go over here and let's do a env local. And you see where I had my API token? I'm going to paste it in there. And then I'm going to hit save. I'm going to close the file now. So now if I use the admin client, and I should only be using this really on on server actions and that kind of stuff, this can read and write to the database without any issue. Okay. So at this point now, we're going to go ahead and thank you, Jay. We're going to go ahead and we've got the token working nicely. Okay. We've got admin clients up. So we can use that now to basically do any, get fetch request as we need to. And the client one, so client is not going to have read write. The admin client will have every single read and write. Okay. So that's how essentially we have two versions of it. Okay. So what is next? Well, let's go back to the app sidebar, and we can actually start with our first, instance of connecting to the Sanity database and grabbing data and so forth. So remember where we had let's get back to our setup now. So, right, we have all of our subreddits. So where's my code at? Here. We have all of our communities. I need to go ahead and pull these, and then I need to show it inside of the sidebar, right? So how do we do that? Well, at the top of our sidebar, we had this const subreddits equals await get subreddits. And this is a server component by default, which means we can make it asynchronous at the top, right? And because of that, we can have an await, and we need to create a get subreddits function. Now, this get subreddits function, what I'm going to do is we're going to have loads of functions inside of our Sanity, right? Lib. So Sanity lib. And then inside of here, I'm going to have folders which correlate to the type of schema data that I'm manipulating or fetching or querying against. So queries and mutations sorted by the type, right? So in this case, we had subreddits. Okay. So a subreddit, right? Now in here, I'm going to have a get subreddits.ts. This get subreddits is going to be a subreddits file. And what we're going to do is we're going to pull two things. We're going to have define query and sanity fetch. Sanity fetch from the live file. This is so important. The reason why this is so important, because this pulls from the live content lake, which means that if we change data on the backend of Sanity, right? So if I was to change data from, for example, this backend, it will automatically push to my client. So it'll be really, really smooth. Oh, we got Aiden in the house. What's up? We got some proper OGs there, right? So next up, we're going to create our first query. Okay. So this query is going to be rather kind of, it's going to seem complicated at first, and I will simplify it. Okay. So what we're going to have is, this is the actual query, right? We have get subreddits, define query, and then we have this, right? Now, what is this essentially saying? Well, it's essentially just going ahead and querying for the following. Now, what you want to do is, if you get stuck at any moment, simply go into your studio, go to the vision tab, and paste that in. Okay. So you're going to paste that in. Now, if we were to go ahead and run this, you can see that's a valid query. Okay. Now let's run through what each is doing. So firstly, these are just pulling fields. You've got ID, title, slug. We're going ahead and mapping the slug current to the slug. If I didn't do that, it will go ahead and give me the following. It will give me a nested slug. So in this case, you see like current and type, which I don't really want, right? I'd rather it was like slug.current. So it's mapped to the actual, just straight up Next.js. There you go. Then we've got description image. And then for anything which has a reference, for example, the moderator is a reference to the user. If I want to expand that reference, if I didn't do that, right, what will happen is this. Look, so if I was to get rid of that, you see what will happen here is I just have this reference. It doesn't expand the reference. I don't get access to the data. Now, if I do this little kind of, arrow syntax, it means expand the reference. So give me everything that comes back. And if I only want select fields from it, like we did in GraphQL, that kind of thing, I can go and just say, just give me the email back. And now you see it just gives the email back. So this is essentially how we write Grok queries. Now, again, benefit of using MDC, the Sanity rules file that I showed you how to set up earlier, is these kind of Grok queries you can go ahead and write easier with cursor. So if you ever did get stuck, you can do Command I or Command K, and you can be like, help me out or explain this. So a little trick I like to do is if you hover over this Command K and you say explain the arrow syntax, and then if you do a option enter, it was a quick question. So that is a Sanity Grok query that performs a reference expansion. It follows a reference build and retrieves a complete reference document instead. And then that way you can go ahead and have like a permanent pair programmer as you code, which is really awesome. It's a nice way of working. Okay, so now we've got the subreddits query. And then this is just ordering by created app. Okay. So if you did want to go ahead and get all of the files, so you could even do is you could go ahead and get rid of these and just say ... So everything, but expand that, map that to the current and expand that. That will go ahead and give you all of the fields. So that's like the neatest way of doing it. Okay. Now, how do we go ahead and fetch it? Well, we can go ahead and do the following. We can say subreddits equals await sanity fetch, and we pass the query in. You can even pass dynamic options into it, which we will do loads of that later. And then we do return subreddits.data. Now, pay attention. If I hover over this, data has a type of any. Now that is not good. Okay. So how do we fix this? Well, firstly, we need to get rid of this error. So Grok, we need to install that into our app. So what we can do here is we can go ahead and say pm igrok install Grok. That'll get rid of that one issue. Now the second one is how do we get type definitions? So this one, well, that is where Sanity's TypeGen comes in. So what I want you to do is type in Sanity TypeGen. And what you can see is you can see Sanity TypeGen guides. Now, this is how we can use Sanity TypeGen tooling to generate TypeScript definitions from the studio schemas and the Grok queries that we write. The first requirement that is not clear a lot of the time is we have the get subreddits. So this query, if you just name them all query, the TypeGen will fail. You have to give every query that we write from now on a unique name, okay? Domingo goes, people get it wrong about vibe coding. Sonny, you are the original vibe coder. I appreciate you for that. Thank you. There's different levels of vibe, newbie vibes to pros. I 100% agree with you. This is essentially vibe coding, what I would refer to as a correct form of vibe coding. Your music on the background, you're in your flow, you're kind of coding along. You may be using AI to help little bits, but you're not using it just to generate an app that you have no idea how it works. Okay. All right. Quick little water break. Oh, okay. Wow, we have a lot to build. Okay, so let's go ahead and carry on. So what we're going to do now is we're going to go down here, and you can see what we're going to run is these two commands: Sanity schema attract and Sanity TypeGen generate. Now, that's kind of annoying to run that every time. So I'm going to show you a nicer way. Go to package.json, and then we're going to go ahead and do here. We're going to create a custom script, TypeGen. And I'm going to call this one, I'm going to say Sanity schema extract and Sanity, no, not this. So Sanity schema extract, yes. And means wait for the first to finish, then run the second. Sanity TypeGen generate. Sorry guys, I have a code or something. I have a sore throat and it's just pause and it's just like, yeah, it's annoying me. Sanity TypeGen generate, hit save. And now if I do pm run TypeGen, this will go ahead and run this command now. Okay. So I wonder if pm TypeGen will just work well. TypeGen. There you go. And you see it runs that command. Now what's happening is it extracts a schema and then it generates types into a sanity types.ts file, right? So in this case, now you can see I've got this massive file that's going to generate it. Now, don't think that it just works out of the box. There's a little bit of a bug that they haven't fixed. And you see a valid module name, Sanity client. So what I recommend you do is you copy this and you have to install that. So pm I Sanity client. Install that, otherwise your types inference will not work, I have found. So you want to install that, wait for that to go through. And then pow, okay? And then you want to hit save and it's gone, right? Now, let's see if I hover over subreddits. Hey, look at that. We have types And that will allow me now to go ahead and say if I was to reference through, look at that, guys. I've got all of the types that get pulled from it. And because we expanded the moderator, let's see, look, look at that. Got the type definitions. That is awesome. Okay. So now you can see we can access our set. And now bear in mind, every time you write a new query, modify a query or anything, you just want to quickly run pnpm TypeGen or npm run TypeGen. Okay. So a couple of little tricks to know about. Now we've done the get subreddits. So let's go back to our app sidebar. And here we can import our subreddits. Right. Now we've got our subreddits. So the first step is console log the subreddits. So what I want you to do now is open up your terminal. And because it's a server render, what we want to do is go to our app where it's running. This one. And hit a refresh. Now, let's see what goes on. When I hit a refresh on this right side, we should see, look at that. Oh, it pulled in the subreddits. So we have a subreddit pulling through, and that's the one that we just created. Right? The first community. Remember, we just created that a second ago. That is amazing. Now, given that that information exists, we can go ahead and dynamically render out our options. So what I want you to do, what happened there? What I want you to do is take this sidebar data, leave the type outside. Underneath now, we're going to go ahead and pull in the sidebar data like so. So we've got the subreddits, get subreddits, we've got the sidebar data. And instead of this now, what I'm going to do is inside of nav main, where we have the items, I'm going to map certain things inside of here, right? So instead of this now, get rid of that. I can say subreddits.map. Okay. I'm going to map through every subreddit, and you can see now I'm going to do not R, it's going to be community/subreddit. And for each item, I'm going to have a subreddits.map, subreddit.title, subreddit slug is active, or what I do. So I'm going to map through every single one, or I'm going to return a empty array. Now, why is this freaking out? We've got type of in. Okay. So in this case, it's saying that because of our get subreddits, because we didn't put title here. So if we were to do that, then it's going to enforce it. But anyway, that doesn't really make a difference, to be honest. You can just put an empty there. That's fine, right? Or you can just say unknown or whatever you want to do. But in this case, you can say unknown if you really want to. But we will never have that situation typically arise. So there you go. Okay. So now what I want you to do is do a just let that run again. Just I'm not sure if it ran it or not. Let's check. So we go in here, open that out, communities, Next.js. Hey, look at that, guys. Amazing. Now what I want you to do is where it shows that. So nav bar collapsible, the item comes out here. So we have anchor tag, right? Now leave it as an anchor, because if you change this to a dynamic, I'll show you what happens. If we do that now, we will get an error, I believe, for a dynamic value failing. So I believe that was, no, okay, because it's server side rendered. Oh, that's fine. So now if we click that, you see community/Next.js. There we go. Amazing, guys. We just smashed 200 likes. That's what I'm talking about. Keep destroying the like button. I want to get to 500. This video will get to 1,000 easily. I know it already. All right, let's go ahead and just keep on destroying that like button. But now you can see the communities work. Cool. So we're making pace here. Let's keep on going nice and strong. What's next, guys? I can get rid of the gallery vertical end. There you go. So quick cleanup now. And there we have it. Create community button is next as well. Okay. So let's start building out our flows now. So a couple of things. So first up, let's do a create community button. So we can create communities, and then that way the communities will pop up through here. So we're already getting flows implemented into our app. And then we're just going to keep on going with that. And then we're going to get more and more into it. Then we're going to do some AI moderation at the end of it. So right now we're 1 hour 53 in. Get ready, because we've had our warm-up phase, I like to call it. And this is where we truly step up a gear. So a quick little water break if you haven't already. And yeah, I'm not doing these like 60-second videos which just feed your dopamine here. I'm trying to do some deep content, which is allowing you to truly learn how to program. Damn good coder. So I'm not focused on hitting the masses with weak content. I'm focused on hitting true depth with the audience, which is why I don't care if I post less frequently, but it's just way bigger content, which is exactly what I'm doing today. Okay, so right now we're going to create a new component. So inside of our components, I'm going to have inside the header, I'm going to have a header folder. I'm going to throw the header component inside there, which means we also have to update the header imports for it. Yeah, refresh nicely, go to our header component. We have a few issues here, so we can go over and do upper level. Hit a refresh as well. In the layout, it should have updated, to be honest. I don't know why it's not working. Here, components, header / header now. There you go. So fix that firstly. So inside of our header folder, I'm going to have a create community button.tsx. Okay, RFCE, create community button. And now this button is going to be a client component. So this is going to be a client component. And this is going to have quite a bit going on. So the first step is, let's go ahead and have it's actually going to be a dialogue. So if we open up Shadcn, so we've done that now. So we can go to Shad, not that one, Shadcn, and go to components, go down to dialogue. Where is it? Dialogue. Yeah. So we've already, I think we've added it, but if not, we need to copy that command, add it into our app. Oh no, the voice is going. Add dialogue. And now you see this, we're going to go ahead and pop that in. So step one, we're going to copy that and pop it in. And then we need to do a bunch of imports for that. All right. So what I recommend we do is we just throw the imports straight in like so. And now what we can see is if we were to go ahead and let's put it at the top of the app sidebar. So where we had this, now we should have a button which says open. And if we do it, you see, are you absolutely sure? There we go. So now we can focus on styling it and getting everything up to scratch here. So the dialogue trigger, I've already done the styling here for this. So with certain things like this, I'm going to pause the video and you can just pause it and see for yourself what goes on here. If it's disabled, it has certain styling elements and so forth. The reason why is because one, I'm giving you the entire code base for free. So you can pretty much just go and grab it yourself. And two, it's literally, you can pause and read what's going on here. If we hover, it changes state and so forth. Now, couple of things. I'm going to disable it if we haven't got access to user. So what I do is I say const user equals use user from Sanity or Clerk. You always want to use Clerk Next.js here because we're using Clerk for the authentication. Now, if there is no user, we're going to disable it. So disabled if there is no user. So if we're not logged in, so if, for example, if I was to put that there, you see how it's disabled, right? But we obviously are logged in. So there you go. And you see it's got a nice little animation out of the box as well. Okay. So that's pretty good. Now I'm going to have a nicer bit of text there, which will say, if user is there, it's going to say create a community, otherwise sign in to import from the community. Sign in to create the community. We import the plus sign, and that's already much nicer. So we've got the create community pop up. And then we got the apps, are you absolutely sure, and the dialogue and so forth. So I want to actually control the flow of what's going on here. So, you know, the opening and closing and so forth. So how do we do that? Well, there's a couple of hooks that they give us access to, which will help us with that. The main one is going to be open, right? So we're going to create a piece of state, which is going to be this. I'm going to import that from React. And then for the dialogue, we're going to say open equals open, or on open change is set open. Now with that, you just check it's all working, and there you go. Now I've got access to the state of if it's open or not. And I can control that, right? Which is better. So with this now, we're gonna, yeah, that's fine. Yeah, we can do that. We could even modify this slightly so we can actually have it. So actually, no, that's not worth it again. Okay, so next up, I'm getting blocked up with the AC. 1 minute, guys. I need to quickly. I had to clear my voice. There you go. Okay. So Next up, we have the create a community. So in this case, we're going to put in create a community, and then this will go ahead and say create a community or subreddit to share ideas and get feedback. Right? So whatever you want to do there, boom, hit that. And as you can see, it already pops up very nicely. Now, next up, we have a form. So this form is going to be underneath the description. So we're going to have a form and get rid of the action. This will have a few things inside of it now. Step one, we're going to have an error message. The error message we haven't set yet, but this will go ahead and get set if we need it. So an error message is going to be mapped to a piece of state. So let's go ahead and pop that in right now. So if there's an error message, we show it. Okay. Otherwise, we continue on with the rest of the form. So next up, we have a div with a label and an input field. And this is going to be for the community name. Okay, so this is a div space of 2, a label with a community name, and you can use a Shadcn label if you want. We're going to import the component from our UI library. Name, ID, and then we've got the placeholder, a bit of random styling, and then we've got the name and the handle name change. So handle name change, we're going to create a function for, and name we're going to go ahead and define as a function over here. So we're going to keep a piece of state there. And for now, we're just going to go ahead and pop in a normal handle name function, which takes a change event and so forth, right? So it just sets the name. So now if I was to do this, and you should be able to type in there. If you can type in there, you did it right. Okay. So I'll show you how this will look eventually. It will look something like this. Okay. We'll style it eventually to look like that as well. Now, the next step is we're going to go ahead and do another one. So inside of here, we're going to have a div. This is going to be the community slug. This is going to be the slug. And this is going to be the slug where we have set slug as well. So for this, we're going to do another piece of state like so. And again, we have to create community. Boom. And you see this will be used in the URL, for example, / You see how it changes dynamically there as well. And what's cool about this is when we set the name, I'm also going to go ahead and set the slug. So set slug. I don't think I wanted to do that though, so it was actually, I'm going to use a special function here. So I'm going to have we've got the value here, and then I'm going to have, so constant, target or value. That's much nicer. And then we're going to have a generate slug function, which is just a simple regex. Now, if you're not sure what this is, well, again, you can use my trick, Command K, say explain this, and then you can put in a quick question, and then it will say replace all white space with hyphens. So it's basically formatting it for a, so if I put hello world, it'll just put this a hyphen in between. Okay. So now we can go ahead and do this. And we got the generate slug. So as I type in now, so if I type in hello world, look at that. Very cool. This is awesome. Right, and you've got a maximum 21 character limit. Okay, very cool. So the community name, community slug. And then after this, we have the next step, which is the description. Let's pop that in as well. Description is going to be the text area. The text area we haven't got. So right now, if we go down to text area, we have to add text area to our app. So Command J, pop that in, install it into our app, import it like so. And then we need to do description as well. All right, so mapping piece of state. And can you submit a form with elements? Yes, you can. The reason why I'm doing state is because as we type in, I want this kind of nice interactivity. And then you could do on the fly, check-in and that kind of stuff. There's loads of things you can really do here to make it pretty clean. Now, the next one is the image. So the image is a bit more of an interesting one. So this is going to be for the image, right? This section. And this one is going to be essentially, if we've given it in, if there is an image provided, then we will go ahead and show something. Otherwise, it will say upload. So here, first step, if there is an image preview, I will show the image preview. Otherwise, I will have a input which will allow us to basically upload an image. So step one, I will say, if there is an image preview, so if there is an image preview, and we'll handle all of the logic afterwards, but if there's an image preview, then do something else, show the input file. So let's do the else first. So the else would essentially be a div. Let me put in the image preview first as well, so you guys can see what I'm doing. So firstly, let's just import what we need to import. Image preview, don't worry about that. Image icon, we will import from Lucid. There we go. Okay. So let me show you what's going on now. If we have got an image preview, so we've uploaded an image and it should show us a preview, then we'll have in the image itself, as well as a button, which will be a little cross, which will say remove image. So just get rid of it. Okay. And these are all Tailwind class names. Yes. And then here you've got a label, which will say click to upload image, or inside of it a div. And then you've got a file input type selector, which will allow us to handle image change as well as a file input reference. So let's go ahead and just firstly prep ourselves for what we need. So image preview, file input ref as well. Let's go ahead and pull that in. So we've already covered a few of them. Remove image is a function we need to create, and handle image change. Remove image, let's go ahead and create that one right now. That's actually a very easy function we're going to create. So remove image, we'll simply go ahead and do the following. It'll set the image preview and it'll set the image file to none, right? Image file we don't currently have, so we need to create that as well. And then the image file gets mapped to here, but obviously we don't set the image file anywhere, so we need a handle image change function. Now the handle image change function, we're going to go ahead and create, so at the top of our file, we can do it here if we want. We can say handle image change. So when we upload an image in that file picker, we're going to have the actual file come through, and the file is going to look something like that, right? So now if we were to do it, so if we go here, create community, as I type in, you can say this is a test. If I click to upload image, boom, I get this. And if I was to click on, for example, Reddish logo 4, nothing happened, right? So I need to make, why did nothing happen? Well, let's fix that. Right. So firstly, I just want to check something. Yeah. So you see how it already works nicely. That's pretty cool. So when we select the file, we need to read the file. Now, how do you read a file locally? So what we do is we check firstly if there was a file selected. The second step is we set the image file, so we keep it captured in state. Okay. The second step is we have something called a file reader, and we wait for something called the reader on load event. Right. Once it's loaded, we basically go ahead and we set the image preview and we read the data into the file. So in this case, we do the following. We say set image file to this, and we say reader equals new file reader. And then once the reader is loaded, we basically will read the image preview. We'll set image preview as the result, and that will allow us to show on the screen where it is. So if we were to do it now, boom, you see how we have the image preview now? And then if I was to click this, you see how it removed it, because we've already done this before. So now we have our image file in state. So we can now go ahead and handle the most important part, which is the create community button. So at the bottom of our form, we should essentially have, so at the bottom of all of this, we should now have a button. This button is the most important button. It's going to basically have the creating state. So we're going to have a ternary operator. If it's pending, it's going to say creating. If there's a user, it will say create community. If it's not a user, it will say sign in to create the community. Now here, we don't have it as pending. So I'm going to introduce you to something called a use transition hook. So the use transition hook is going to basically be the following. Now this is a nice hook in React where we can basically have a function, start transition function wrapping all of async await function, and then basically is pending is true while that function is executing. Okay, so we head back down here now, and we got this, and then what we can do is we can go ahead and actually have the following for the styling of the button. So firstly, it should be a button type of submit. It should be the following styles, and it's disabled if it's pending or if there's no user. Okay, so we create a community now. So you see this? Very nice. Okay. So if I was typing, for example, hello community about ABC and create community. Right, so hit create, nothing happens at the moment. It just refreshes. That's because it's a normal submission of a form. So here we need to basically change that behavior by making the form have an on submit. And this is going to be a handle create community function. Okay. And then also the styling here is going to be space between the Y components of 4 as well as the margin top of 2. So let's go ahead and create this helper function now. So we can do it at the bottom to make it a bit more neater. So here. So what I want you to do now is we will go ahead and have our submission function, which is has an event, which is a form event. And we do e.prevent default is the most important first step, to be honest, yeah? Next up, we basically will check, we'll do our own little validation with error messages, where we'll say, if there's no trim, set error message community name is required. Now, did I skip a step? Yes, you could actually, and you should, if you want to build this in production, use the Shadcn form component with Zod, right? And then that way you have all of your validation handled out of the box. You can do some more complicated validation as well. I want to show you sometimes a bit of raw kind of way of doing it. But if you do want to use the Zod approach, feel free. It's a very good approach, right? So just in case you're wondering. Digital Alchemist, yo, we got Steven in the house. What's up? So once you've validated the input, we're basically going to go ahead and have a transition. So this is going to say the following. It's going to say start transition. Everything that happens in here, in this async await, will set is pending to be true until it's finished. So firstly, we're going to have a try catch block. And then here, we're going to go ahead and have the following. So if at any point there was an error, we're going to go and say, just console log it, and we're going to say failed to create the community. Okay, so we're going to say error. And then in the meantime, what we're going to do is we're going to firstly prepare some information. So let's go ahead and prepare some information. And then we're going to have if the image file is present in our state, we're going to go ahead and read the file. So in this case, let's go ahead and do it right now. So we've got the image base 64. There's a new promise. Why is this freaking out? Oh yeah, so we're not reading them, that's why. And then what we're going to do, so the reason why we've done this is because we may submit the form without having the image file present. So we don't have to use it, okay? Then we're going to create a server action, which we haven't yet created, which is going to be await create community. It's going to be a server action, which takes the following: the name, an image, file name, file type, slug, and a description. Okay, so it takes a couple of things inside. If the response comes back from this, then we'll basically show it. Otherwise, if the subreddit came back, which means we successfully did it, then what we're going to do is we're going to reset the form. So if there's an error that came back, we're going to say set the error message. So if it's server error from the back end. Otherwise, if the subreddit came back, then we're going to set open to false to close the window. And we need to reset the form, and we need to refresh the router, right? Now, we actually don't need to refresh the router, but as we don't need to do that, you know. Reset the form we can do. We need to create that. So reset form is a helper function that we're going to go ahead and create above. So let's just go ahead and say const reset form. And this is just going to go ahead and do basically a hard refresh of the entire form. Okay. So we can go ahead and get rid of that. Right. So now let's give it a try, guys. Well, it's actually going to fail because we don't have a create community function. So firstly, let's just see what happened here. So firstly, that looks really nice. So we typed in hello world, description 1, 2, 3, hello lane, community image, boom. So there we go. Right, it's a circle because that's going to be a community image, and we could create community, failed to create community because we don't have the action. But so far, very good. We can clear that as well, and we can also submit. And you can see they have a little flicker, which means it's trying to submit. So let's create this create community function, server action. So I'm going to teach you about server actions now. So top level, package JSON level, do a new action. And we're going to call this one the create community.ts file. So this is going to be our first server action. These are going to be game changer for you if you've never used server actions before. Server action executes on server only. So we basically denote this by using use server. Server actions are very important. They're very powerful, and they prevent us from essentially going ahead and having to create the API endpoint, a post endpoint, and all that kind of stuff. We can just use server actions to really simplify this entire process. Okay, let's keep on going. So we're gonna have some image data type. We're gonna create our function, which is gonna be create community. We're gonna pass in the following. This is going to be our function that's going to execute something. And then, right, so first things first, we're going to have a try catch block. Now, most of these are going to follow the same approach. We're going to have a try catch. If anything goes wrong, we're going to return an error message. Okay. So it will get easy once we've done the first one. Okay. Amazing stuff, Stephen. Good stuff. Love to hear that, right? So we're going to create a helper get user function inside of Sanity's user folder. Now, this is going to do one of two. This is going to do one of two things. Yeah. So the first thing it's going to do is going to check if a user exists. We're going to Sanity lib user folder, which we need to create, and we're going to create a get user.ts file. Now this is going to be a very handy function. So this is going to be a function that looks something like this. The user result is going to be something like this. Okay. Now, what is this going to do? Well, firstly, we need a few things here. We're going to create an addUser function, which we're going to have in a moment. But in the beginning, what this will do is it will firstly check if we can get the user from the database. So what we're essentially doing here is, let's say, for example, a user logged in for the first time. They aren't in the database. Their Clerk ID is already provided because they've already signed in, but we haven't got an input for them in the database. So what we're doing is the first time they do any kind of interaction where we require the user, we're going to call this get user to get their credentials. And when we do that, if they haven't already been added to the database at this moment in time, we will check, we will add them to the database, and then we will return the user object. But if they were already added to the database, we won't need to add them to the database again. We instead just return the user directly, saving a mutation. Okay. So in this case, we're going to have a try, catch, and then over here, I can go ahead and just say, okay, so let's firstly go ahead and get the user. And you can see I'm going to add a couple of console logs in so you guys can see for yourself when you're debugging. And then I did this to help you guys out, to be honest, right? So anytime we have a define query, the get existing user query, for example, these kind of things, these all require us to run the TypeGen command again, in case you're wondering, okay? In order to get type. So you see this will say any right now. So this will be any type. That one will essentially be, oh, well, not yet anyway. But once we put this down here, you see checking if user exists, we fetch it. And now obviously, remember I mentioned before, when we have dynamic values like the ID, we pass it in by passing the query, then params, we pass the ID that is supposed to go in a dynamic placement. You can't do, I know what you're thinking. You're probably wondering, can't I just do this? No, it doesn't work the same way. You have to do it inside of this approach with the sanity fetch. Okay, now this sanity fetch comes from the live as well. And this live is not going to work yet, by the way, because we haven't done one step around that. Actually, pause. We have to do one step here before to make it all live. So if we go into layout app, over here, we forgot to do one very important thing. Outside of sidebar provider, we have to add in sanity live parent component. So this one right here. This is very important, right? Don't forget that, because without that, this is essentially like, think of it like the listener. It's going to allow us to, it's going to be a listener that's constantly listening to update the UI if the sanity content link changes, the live content link. All right. So in this case, we've got the existing user there. So now what I want to do is I'm going to say, if the user exists, return the user data. So if the user exists, user found in the database already, we don't need to add them again. Otherwise, we're going to create a new user. Okay. So in this case, we're going to go ahead and do the following. So if the user does not exist, we're going to create a new user. So we need to create this helper function, which takes the ID, username, and email. We're going to have a pass username function, and then we're basically going to go ahead and create the user. This will then go allow us to create the user, and then we're going to return the user from the server action to the front end. Okay. Now for the error, if anything went wrong, we simply print it out with the error message. Now going back up to the top, we're going to have a pass username function locally over here, which is just going to go ahead and say, remove the white space and convert to camel casing. So imagine if I had Sonny Sangha or Sonny space, you know, all that kind of stuff. It'll shrink it down to be Sonny Sangha camel cased with a random 4-digit number at the end. Okay. So that's what essentially what's happening here. We passed username. So now we need to create an add user. So which will allow us to add the user if they don't exist in the database already. So addUser.ts. Let's go ahead and do that. So now this one is where we use our admin client. So firstly, we're going to go ahead and import the admin client. So let's go ahead and do that right now. We can do that easier way. I've got an idea. So first up, we need the signature of the function. So we got addUser, which takes ID, username, email, and image URL. And then what we're going to do is we're going to say const user equals await admin client, so admin client. And then we're going to say dot create if not exists, right? And then what we do is we pass in. Now, here's the clever part. Sanity automatically give an ID if you don't give an ID. What we're going to do is we're going to give the same ID, which is always going to be unique, the same ID from the Clerk user ID, which the user will always have access to because that's going to be in their JWT token when they're logged in. And then we can use that as their sort of key. So what we do is we say underscore ID equals the ID that we pass in. And then I just pass in the rest. And I also give in the join that, which is going to be the server timestamp, which would be consistent for everyone, regardless of what's going on. So in this case, we say return user. And now we go back. We now have the addUser, which is probably being imported wrong. So addUser, there we go. And now we go back here and we can import our getUser function. So now when we create a community, when we get the user, this does more than just get the user's object. So here you can see how it's a user result. So if we run our TypeGen, because we've changed a bunch of stuff, we should see like extract in schema, let it do its thing. Then you see it generated 2 grok queries. Now if we were to hover over this, you can see the user result comes through. Right, we didn't actually need to do that for that, but it will come through anyway. Right, now if we go here, we got the if error in user. We're gonna return an error message. Otherwise, we prepare the image data. So let's firstly prepare the image data accordingly. We don't use it at the moment, which is why we're not doing anything. That's why it's erroring out. And then what we do is we have another action, which is going to be called create subreddit, and then we return the result from it. Okay. So const result, we return the result in the end, but the create subreddit is the important part here. All right, so here, so we need to create this server action. Okay. Oh, and it's not actually a server action. This is going to be a Sanity mutation. So in this case, we go to our Sanity, our subreddit folder, and we do create subreddit.ts. Okay. Now to create subreddit, this is the signature, like so. We're going to have our image data being referenced again here. Oh, actually, so little pause moment here. Well, we have our image data here. This is the same. Yes, we should be exporting that and importing it over here. So the image data, when we need it, this one should be from here. That way we keep consistency. Then we have a try catch block. Okay, down here, obviously we have our error if anything goes wrong, and then let's start doing what we need to do. So in this case, firstly, we're going to have a, let's just say a little bit debugging bit, creating subreddit name with the moderator ID. And then we need to start creating it. So firstly, we need to check, does a subreddit with this name already exist, right? So in this case, we're checking via name. Okay, so in this case, the name, you could do slug, you could do whatever you want to do. In this case, I'm keeping it relatively simple. So we're just checking the name, passing in the dynamic card like so. If it already exists, we'll return the error saying, no, you cannot do that because a subreddit with that name already exists. And that's how Reddit would typically work, right? And now, if a slug already exists, if a custom slug is passed in, then we can go ahead and do that the same way as well. So I'm going to do a same check for a slug. So if a custom slug was passed in, we do the same check for a slug and we return an error if the slug was already existed. And then we can create a slug from the name, or we can use the custom slug that we've passed in. Next up, we can upload an image if it was provided. This is where the image uploading logic comes into play. Okay, so this image uploading logic, I'm gonna pop in and we can explain it. So here we have the image asset. If the image data was passed in, then what we try and do is we get base 64 data. So we basically remove the beginning part. This is the way we prepare it to be uploaded to Sanity. Next up, we create a buffer. Okay, this is what we essentially use to push it to Sanity. We use our admin client .assets.upload, and this is a special image type where we basically go ahead and upload the image as a buffer base 64, which represents the image that we just selected. If it all went well, there'll be an image asset here. Otherwise, we'll get an error saying something went wrong. Okay. Once we've done that, we've technically uploaded the image, right? But that doesn't mean that we've created the subreddit. So what we now do, we have to create the actual subreddit. So what we now do is we create the subreddit underneath it. And this is a partial from the subreddit. Now notice how Sanity types. This is because I did the TypeGen. What's up, Vinny? Good, welcome to the stream. So over here, what I can do is I can do Sanity types and the partial, because if I didn't have partial, I would have to have every single thing inside. Well, it works there, but partial allows us to essentially say, even if we don't have all of the different fields, this is gonna, as long as it matches a couple of them. So we only need a few of them to check against, right? Just partially matching. Then what we do is, once we created our, or prepared our object, if we added an image asset, the subreddit that we uploaded, let's go ahead and add that image asset ID that was uploaded as well. So now we've uploaded the image, and then we can go ahead and attach it to the post. And then what we do is we post it via the admin client. Okay. So we go ahead and post it, and then you can see subreddit created successfully. And then what we do is we return the subreddit. Okay. So just like that. So heading back over now, we can import our create subreddit, and we can go back to our app sidebar, create community button, and let's go ahead and see what goes on, guys. So if I was to go down here now, we've got our create community button. And then after all that, it will go ahead and actually, so after we create the community, we could route the user to the appropriate place. So we can say, even here, you can say community created, pass it over there. And then we can go ahead and put the router in there. So we can say const router equals use router. And make sure you do next navigation, not next router. And once that's down, what we can do, guys, is we can say router.push community result.subreddit.id. So you can do it that way, or it will be result.error. No, that's not correct. This is going to be subreddit is undefined. So that's not returning the subreddit. So let's firstly check if it does it. So I want to see if there's any error here. Okay, we can check this now because it will pop in here. So let's call it hello world community test. And let's do an image upload, reddish logo. What we can do to check is open up your console, create community. Now, if we have this on the side, oops. So, okay, I have it on the side anyway. It's still running. Command J, go all the way down. And firstly, there was loads of things happening in the console logs. You can see that image asset uploaded. Don't worry about the generating caching key. On the right-hand side, you'll see community created subreddit. And as you can see, look, the subreddit was created. Now, the reason why I can tell this is not a lie is because if I go here in our communities, we have it. And if I click it, hello world slug was added. That's amazing. And we even have an image with a reference attached to it. Okay. So what we can do now is, firstly, it's very strange why why I was getting an error prior to that with oh yeah, we can do it here. Sorry, I forgot. Yeah, we can do it here. So if there's a subreddit in results, we're just checking if it came back with subreddit. We can push to the subreddit ID. I don't think we're actually going to do that. I think we're going to do subreddit.slug. Like so. So let's give it a try now. So create community. So let's call this one Papa Fam. The ultimate community. And let's give it a little test image. Create. And look at that. Firstly, it's pending. You see how that one worked? And once it's done, we should get redirected to /community/Papa Fam if it worked correctly. So right now it's like, there we go. Look at that. Amazing. The whole thing works. And let's give it a little test on the back end. We go to structure, we go to subreddit, and we should have Papa Fam in here. Bam. There you go, guys. So it's working amazing at the moment. All right. So quick little water break, but we're doing absolutely amazing on the time frame side of things. Now we're going to have to build out even more of the app. So there's a lot to build still. but we're doing good on the progress front. Okay, so let's jump straight back in. So we've got the community down with a pop-up, image upload done, sidebar done. Now that we can do the posting, the comments, that kind of stuff, and then we have the AI moderation. So let's start with the homepage. So I think now we've got the warm-up side of things out of the way, because we actually, well, that was very good actually. Let's go to page. So this is our homepage. This represents the homepage. Let's get this down pretty nicely. So what I want to do here is, instead of this, I'm going to have simply a fragment. I'm going to have two sections. I'm going to have a banner section, and then I'm going to have a post section. Okay. Now the banner section is going to look like so. It's going to say the home, recent posts. Just going to be a simple section in front of it, like so. Right. Recent posts from all communities. Very easy. We have a max width, nice bit of styling here. So you can see that. Very cool. Vineet said, how can I learn Next.js faster? Projects, community, YouTube, 0 to full stack hero. So go to papareactor.com/course, become part of the community. You can join in the weekly coaching calls. You can join on the YouTube lives. But if you get stuck, the main thing is that you are part of a community. If you're getting stuck by yourself, it's very easy to quit, especially when things are evolving so quickly, getting difficult. Simply asking a question in something like a mentorship call or a community, that is going to take you to that next level. So I really recommend you join something like 0 to full stack hero. Link is in the description, or Jay just dropped it in the chat. Right now, after that, we're going to have the posts inside of the bottom part. So in this case, we'll have the post list component. The post list component, we've got a bit of styling here, and then the post list, let's go ahead and create that. So inside of our components, components, posts. Right, so we're going to get components. I'm actually simplifying it by neatening things up. So inside of anything post related, so we'll say post /post list .tsx rfce to create the post list. Now inside of here, we're going to go ahead and have, and this is the really nice thing about the way we code, right? Is firstly, everything's going to be reusable, and you're going to see it's going to be pretty powerful the way we do this. But firstly, I need the user. So I can access the user by hitting Next.js, hitting Clerk, sorry. Clerk's very, very easy to use. We have the current user that way, okay? Next up, I'm going to have the posts. So I'm going to say const posts equals await get posts. I'm going to create, oh God, get posts, right? And now this get post function, let's go ahead and create that. So inside of our Sanity lib, I'm going to have a new folder called post. Now inside of here, I'm going to have a get all posts function. So, or it's actually called get posts. So just get posts.ts, right? Now this one is going to look something like this. We're going to have our two simple imports. It's going to be a get post. Our query is this get all posts. It's going to be define query. And this is basically where we say get all the posts that are not deleted. Okay. So and is basically connecting the conditional requirements, and we're pulling in all of these fields, and I'm basically expanding the author, the subreddit, mapping the current slug to the slug itself, and we're ordering it based on the published at descending. On the homepage, I don't want to see deleted things. I just want to see the stuff that's there. And we have the post.data that I'm returning. Now again, hover over it, you have any, which means that I now need to save the file and do a TypeGen. Once I do a TypeGen, it will extract the schema, it will generate the type definitions. And if I was to go back down here, we can go ahead and see very simply, I have get all post query results. Now it's working pretty cool. All right. There you go. So Marine from Texas. We unfortunately we can't control the currency conversions, because we also will take the conversion hit on our side, so that all of the conversions we're not in control of. If you join and it's USD or GBP, that kind of stuff. So it's frustrating, I know, but it's worth it, honestly, for the small discrepancy that you will have. We take the hit on our side if there's anything else to explain that as well. So we don't really benefit by charging in GBP over anything else. So now let's go back to post lists. Let's pull in our get posts, and this will get all of the posts now. So if I was to hover over this, you can see we actually have all the posts coming through here. So if I was to go ahead and say posts dot, you see I've got all of the posts coming through. So now what I can do is I can map through and return all of the posts. So what I'm going to do now is have the post rendered out like so. I'm going to have a post object. Now what we'll do is we'll pass in the key, which is because we're mapping through, which is in React, you should pass in a unique identifiable key. We have the post itself as an object, and then we have the user ID, which is going to be the user ID or a no. Now the post itself is going to be, let's go ahead and create a post.tsx file, RFCE. This is going to be the post. Now this post, I'm going to go ahead and give it a couple of props. So this one's going to be the post and the user ID. And this is going to be the post props. So it's going to say post props. And let's go ahead and do some props at above. So interface post props. And now for this, I'm going to go and do the following. So the string or no is correct, but the post now, you might be wondering, we could just use that, right? Well, as much as I want to use that, it will always have complications and it will complain that certain variables are slightly off. For me, it's a slight slip up on the type generation side. However, what we can do is based on the information of where we pull this from, we can use those queries as examples. For example, so get all post query is going to be one of them, and get post for subreddit query results. We don't have that one yet. So when we have that, we can add that in. But for now, you can see that that is accepted because this returns get all posts query result. So get all post query result. So that is the type of the post. And this just means an individual result from that, which was an array type. Okay. So quick little water break. The dollar falling for Dubai is not ideal because the dirham is pegged to dollar, but I'm not going to get into it. Okay, so at this point, let's go through. We've got the post user ID. So now for the post, this is where the post is probably the most intricate part of the entire app because a post has a lot of functionality around it. You know, the commenting, the reporting, the comments, the nested comments, everything around that is kind of the intricate part. So I appreciate you, Marine from Texas. 100%. The value is there. You can see it already with the chat in the community. This is literally, you're part of a family of developers. So I'll give you an early welcome. Absolutely 100%. Look forward to seeing you inside. Diamond is what I recommend all the way through and through. You have more coaching calls, which means more touch points with myself, and then we can have chats like this on a coaching call. So let's go, Pop Pam. Appreciate it. Let me know when you're in as well. I'll give you a live shout out on air, which is, it's going to be fun. Okay, so let's go ahead and dissect the post aspect of it. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to just start preparing the data beforehand. So firstly, post list, let's import that. Let's do that first, step one. Secondly, why is that freaking out? Post list not defined. Yep, there we go. So why is that weird now? Okay, yes, we got the post list now. Post list comes through. Nothing is rendering out because we don't have any posts. And no, we do have posts. What the hell? Okay, so console log posts. Let's double check. Oh, we don't have a post come through. Interesting. So get post. Now what I would recommend you do, guys, you grab this query, and what do? We go into our vision, and we do our post, which means it should be coming through. So right now we get 0 items. Oh, okay. So is deleted as false. I have a feeling it's not. So, okay. Is deleted is equal to false. However, currently, I believe it could be no. Is deleted is false. Oh, that's interesting. Is not equal to false. Oh, no. is equal to false. That's weird. No, it's not weird. What am I talking about? Sorry, I completely lagged. You saw me in a deep thought process there. Is deleted is false. Yes, that's what we want to see on the homepage. Yeah, I went into a full deep thought there. Wow, even Jay messaged me. Okay, I completely had to think about that for a second. Wow. Okay. Here we have it. Yeah, there we go. Cool. So post comes in here, and then we need to do a PMP TypeGen because I changed it. There we go. That was crazy. Now we got the post. There we go. Done. All right. So I fully had like a little flash vision. Wow. All right. So at this point we've got this. So what I want to do now is I need 3 important bits of information. We need the votes, vote, and comments. All right. So these 3 things, we're going to create the appropriate actions for all of them off the cuff. Right. So first one, get post votes. Let's do that. So for the votes, we're going to go ahead and based on the post ID, I need to get the votes. And we have the user ID as well. So let's go ahead and do this. So inside of Sanity, let's put the music up. So I need to get a bit of energy back. Let's go. So over here, because this is kind of not repetitive stuff, but we're going to be doing the similar thing over and over again now. So Sanity post votes. So inside of get post votes. So inside of Sanity lib vote get post votes. .yes, yeah. I've changed mine up a little bit compared to, okay, I see. I might post this as the final code in the GitHub repo. I feel like the way I'm doing it now is cleaner than what I've done in the GitHub repo. Anyway, so what we're doing here is get post votes, define query, Sonny fetch. Now here, define query. Now what I'm doing is 3 custom fields. So if I separate it a bit more, upvotes, downvotes, and net score. So let me explain what's going on here. Upvotes is doing a count. It's basically querying for this. So it's querying for the votes where the post matches the ID that we provide it, and the vote is an upvote, and it just counts. Easy enough, right? So it counts the number of upvotes, counts the number of downvotes, and the net score. Now, what is the net score? It's basically getting the upvote minusing the downvotes. So if we had 2 upvotes and we had 2 downvotes, the net score is 0. So a post will have a net score of 0. Now, if it's this to tell you a lot about a post, because if a post is naturally 100 plus 100, basically, you know that's a very popular post, because despite any negative comments, it's massively outweighed by 100 positive comments, which is positive upvotes. If it's negative 500, it's a terrible post, because no matter, it could have had like, 100 upvotes, but it's got massively outweighed. So the net score is going to be a very important metric for us. So in this case, we got that down. So we can go ahead and import that. Cool. Then we got the getUser post, getUser post vote status. Now, what is this? This essentially is, did the user vote on the post or not? All right. So in this case, this one is going to be something along the lines of this. We're going to have a define query. We're going to have a Sonny live. Now, it takes a post ID and a user ID. Again, all of this, you want to run TypeGens every time you do it. Pass in the post ID, user ID. We can pass in the empty because it's okay. If we get to this point, we're disabling buttons on the front end anyway, right? And this one is essentially going to get it's going to query the votes. It's going to match the post ID, and it's going to match the user ID and get the first returned value, which will be, you can only vote once, right? So this will give us the vote. So this will either return upvote or downvote or something along the lines. Now in this case, you see query result. So if I was to do result.data let's do 0 equals, in this case, you can see it's literally going to be one of those. So you can see upvote, downvote, or no. in this case, if I was to go to Vercel.data, you got this. If you really want to check it, Command Shift F, go here, and you can see sanity types here. You can see that equals up, downvote, upvote, or no. So as you can see what it generates. So all of this is going to inference. Okay. So now we can pass that in. Now I've got the person's vote status, and then the get post comments is the final one, which is of course going to be written like so. So this one's going to be a sanity vote get post comments.ts, and then this one is going to be the following. Get post comments takes a post ID, user ID, and basically here's the query. Comments, it checks the comments, matches the post up, checks that if there's a not a parent comment defined, because we're trying to get the top level post comments. We have a sub component for getting the sub nested components, comments, sorry. We get all of the information, we expand the author, the replies. Here what we're doing is we're checking, we're basically generating an array. So this is basically an array of all of the comments where the parent comment reference is matching this ID. So that means the caret means like this, the parent. So this ID, right? So this essentially will return all of the nested comments. That's essentially what's happening here, the replies, right? So this is where we need to really kind of get intricately thinking about what the hell's going on, right? So the votes are very important here. The replies, sorry. Then we have the same logic, upvote, downvote, net score, and vote status is going to be the user's vote type. And the reason why I pass this through over here is because it saves us doing unnecessary re-renders, because when we refresh the top level, we can actually just use this. It will propagate through and you can use that value as we go down. So it prevents a re-render, so optimized. And then we basically organize it by net score. So the top highest ranking ones are going to be up there. Jay, share the link with Manessa, right? I look forward to seeing all you guys inside 0 to full stack hero. Honestly, this is going to be awesome seeing everyone join in. And then we also are going to do create it out after that. Then we go ahead and return the data. Now again, we've done that, so we need to do a TypeGen, and you can see we're racking up the grok queries, 7 over here, which means 8 will come through now. Bam, I called it. No. And then we've got that down. So in this case, we've got get post comments, but okay. Then you can see I've got all of my data types. So now I can work pretty quickly in terms of getting it built out. So first step, we're going to replace the div for an article. Okay, so we're going to replace the div for an article with a bit of styling. We're going to have a internal div. So inside of here, we're going to have an internal div. We're going to have another one for the buttons. This is going to be like the deletion buttons and so forth, reporting buttons. Now inside of here, we're going to have a few things. So firstly, we're going to have a flex column. Now we're going to have the voting buttons, which is going to be a component, a smart component. Okay. Then we're going to have, this will look something like this. Okay, the post vote buttons. So we're going to have those. Then we're going to have the post content. Okay, and then we're going to have inside of there, we're going to, post content. And then outside of this, we're going to have 2 buttons. We're going to have the report button and the deletion button if you own it. So that is basically what is the frame of what we're building right now. Yeah. So with that in mind, let's firstly do the post content, because we can do that right now. So post content, we can do a div. This div is going to have a flex 1 and it's going to have a padding of 3. Oh, sometimes you see this whole bloody vibe going annoys me sometimes, but flex 1, P3. Sometimes I don't want it to be so aggressive, right? And then we're going to have the following inside. Here, I'm going to have the first section is going to be the subreddit. So in this case, subreddit. So let's start seeing things pop in. So you see, like, see Next.js. It's going to be the community. And then we're going to have a little dot, and we're going to say posted by the author. And then we're going to say posted at time ago. Okay. Now this is going to freak out because time ago is not defined. So what is time ago? Time ago is a wicked React component. So it's going to be a React. It's not a React component. It's a community made React time ago component. So this one, we're going to install it by doing the following. We're going to grab that command. We're going to do pnpm install. And then because this is actually, I mean, they need to update that to basically work in. Loads of new viewers. I absolutely love this. This is crazy. Because this won't work out of the box. This is actually needs a client component to run. So what I need to do is I need to create a wrapper client component for time ago. So we're going to say time ago.tsx rfce, and the time ago component is going to be the following. So we're going to import time ago component from React time ago, and we're just going to pass in a date, and this is going to be a client component. So we're going to keep the parent post a server component. We're just going to use our local client. So only that tiny part is going to be a client component. You see how we optimize on that, right? And then after that, we have the post title. In this case, we have the post title. We have the post body with the text. So now we can go back here. So let's go ahead and hit refresh. And this is basically doing like an inner check on the post body children, which is basically, that's the layout of it. We have the pros for the styling. This is typography. You can type in Tailwind typography. And then the image. Now, if there is an image present, we're going to render it like so. This will fail for a reason in a second. So next image, this will now fail. Oh, so URL 4. This is automatically provided from Sanity. So this one right here is actually a helper function, because Sanity give us like an asset reference, and we need to expand the asset reference into a full URL that can be shown on the Next.js image tag. So that's how we use. That's why we use post.image URL 4 for our image referencing. Then we do .url, and now we get an error. Wait for it. I'm going to call it. This is going to say we need to whitelist. There we go. We have to whitelist this cdn.sanity.io. So here, copy this, and then go to the next config.ts, and then here we type in images. We do remote patterns, and then we pass in objects here of something like this. First we say host name, CDN sanity, and then you do protocol is HTTPS. Oops, protocol HTTPS, and then this will trigger a auto refresh. So restarting the server. There you go. And now hitting a refresh, bam, we have an image pop up on the screen in just a second. So streamer Rabbi goes, great content. Is there a demo available to see the finished build? We did a demo in the beginning, but yes, the entire code is available. The description to the code is going to be, the link to the GitHub repo is in the description down below. So a quick little wall break. Wow, we are in flow. It's crazy. All right, so now let's carry on. We got the post image going on. Next up, we have the button for the comments. And then we have two smarter components, which I'm yet to build, which we're going to go ahead and build. So we're going to have the comment input and the comment list. Okay, so these are the two things. Now, let's have a look. Well, firstly, we'll get in there, right? This is looking pretty good. All right, so you see this kind of stuff. Now, obviously, you can build the user pages, the community pages, and so forth. If we click on that, it takes us to a page at the moment, which is, I don't believe that's the correct page even. Yep. Right. So now I'll need to do the comment input. That's the next step. Okay. And then we can do post vote. So we're gonna need to tackle two bits, right? Let's do the comment input first. Okay. So comment input is going to be a comment component. So, oh God, no, inside of components, comment. Oh God, come on, comment input.tsx rfce. This is going to be a client component because we've got some interactivity. This deserves a second life for my gamer account. I appreciate you. Your old version is actually better than Sonny provided. No. It's actually better than Sonny provided. I don't know what you mean. So we're gonna need two things. We need the post ID. It's gonna be a smart component now. So post ID and the parent component ID. If it was part of a parent comment, we need to add a comment to that instead. Okay. There we go. And now we're gonna have a few things for preparation, which we're gonna need. We're gonna need our use state. We need this, we need that, and we're gonna need next navigation. There we go. Now for the form itself is going to be, this is going to be a form. It's going to have an input field. It's going to have a value, which is the content, a placeholder, and it's going to be disabled if it's pending or if there's no user. And then we're going to have a button. And this is going to have is pending, posting, or post. Now, this is actually going to be comment or commenting. This is going to be a type submit. It's going to be disabled if it's pending user or if the content length is. Oh, that's actually a good one. Actually, yeah, didn't think about that. URL for image util. Oh, I see. Oh, yeah. And then for this, we're going to say on submit equals handle submit. We'll also style it up a little bit. So we'll say class name flex gap 2 amount of 2, and then variant outline. So variant outline. Cool. Now we need a function to handle the submit. E.prevent default. And then you can obviously do the next step here. But what I want to do, just so we can see it, is put in. And then here, the post ID is wrong. So why is it wrong? Oh, that's wrong. Yeah, see, don't import like I did in a rush. Import from the correct component. There you go. And hey, look at that. Woo! Nice. Well, hit enter. There you go. Nothing happens. So at this point now, we need to have our handle submit function. So we're gonna have a try catch. Try catch. If anything goes wrong, we're just gonna console log to say fail to add. You can obviously add UI elements, Sonnet, kind of things and stuff like that. This entire thing I'm gonna wrap in a start transition. So we're gonna say start transition, and the whole block is going to be an async block. So I basically just move the entire try catch inside, and then the add comment. So this one is going to be not this, it'll be create comment, const result, and once it comes back, we're going to say if there was an error, it'll say error adding it. Otherwise, we'll clear the content. And we can refresh the page to show new content. We don't need to refresh the page to show new content because we're using Sanity's live content link. The things which come inside of this are not going to be, it's not an object. You can pass it in as object, be more type, I guess. But in this case, we've got the post ID, the content, and then the parent ID on the passing. So we need to create this, obviously, for the create comment. So in this case, we can get rid of that. We need to create the create comment action. Now, so action, create comment. .ts. Now this is going to be a server action, so use server. And this needs to be the following. So this is the signature of the function. We've got the post ID, content, parent ID, which is what we saw over here. Post ID, content, parent ID. Pass that in like so. It's freaking out because we don't return anything at the moment. Right now, we're going to use our handy function called getUser. Remember the one we done, which basically will either add them to the database or just get their existing Clerk ID, which is awesome. We have a try catch block, which will then call the add comment sanity mutation. Okay, so don't get confused. Create comment and add comment. Create comment is a server action. Add comment is a sanity mutation. right? So we need to create this add comment. So in Sanity, so let's go to Sanity. We need a comment folder. So comment, and this one is going to be called add comment.ts. And now this is going to be the following. So we're going to have, here is our, so we have our add comment params, content, post ID, parent ID, and user ID. And then what we do is we try and we just have a try catch. So we do try catch. If something goes wrong at any moment, we're going to return error saying failed to add comment. Otherwise, we're going to go ahead and firstly try to, we're going to create the comment document. Yeah. So we've got the comment, the content, the author is the reference with the user ID, the reference to the post, and then the parent comment ID. If it exists, we attach the parent comment ID, which means it's a nested comment, right? And then what we do is we create the comment in Sanity. And because we're not passing an ID or give it one already, we need to obviously use our admin client because we need read or write, but it's on the server, so it's safe to do so. Then what we do is we return the comment like so. And then back over here, we have the comment, we return the comment. So we pass back up a level to the create comment. So here. So now with that said and done, this should work. So let's give it a try. So go to comment. Now, if I was to type in this, this works, and enter, look, it's use transition is blocking that. This should create a comment. Bam. Look at that, guys. Amazing. And now, this works. The author, the post, author should say me. Oh, okay. Ah, this is good. This is very good. So it's trying to render the custom, remember the custom thumbnail. However, we're using a next image tag to be more optimal, and we need to white label this post name. So go over to next config, add in the next one. So host name, host name. Add in the protocol, HTTPS, wait for that to refresh. Hit the refresh on that, and let's see. The viewer count's amazing, by the way. Keep smashing the like button. Try and get this video as many as possible, guys. So that, this works. Now what we should see, look at that, guys. Awesome. So the author comes through. Hello world. Parent comment. Yeah, it's not a nested one, which is great. That's right. Created as reported is Leah. No. And then we have this. Banging. Look at that. It works. Right. And then you can see now it will say 2 comments because this is the first comment, which is attached to hello world. Yeah. So look at that. It shows the number of comments. So if I type in hi there, Sanity's live content link, because it's live, if we were to go ahead and comment that, now what we should see, this will refresh by itself and this will become 3. And all of the users across the app will see that. Look at that. Absolutely awesome. And we should see another one. Yeah, hi there. Amazing. All right. So now naturally, the next step is to go ahead and render out the list of components, comments, sorry. So heading back over, we have the comment input done, comment list. Comment list is going to be a very intricate one. We'll show it. Is the Sanity live content part also available on the free tier? Yes, I believe so. Yeah, but it's worth double checking. But yeah, I'm pretty sure it is. So in this case, the comment list would look something like this. Post ID, comments, and user ID. Let's go ahead and create this. So comment list.tsx. All right, now at this point, what we have is a couple of inputs like so, which we don't have any of these yet, so leave that. Let's just go ahead and pop in the following. So we have our comment list. Now, this is going to be used for several things. We're going to have a recursive pattern. Recursion means, so think of it. We have a comment list and then we have nested comments. So we're going to recursively call the comment list for inside comments. So we're going to reuse our comment list to basically handle that nested look. So what you see in the final app here, this nested look here, sorry. this is recursively calling that component, you see? And it's amazing because they're all smart, which means it all just works exactly the way we want it. So I'm going to show you some pretty cool stuff today. So firstly, let's pull these in. So, and also, oops. We haven't got get comment replies yet, so I'm going to leave that for now. We need to check firstly, is it the root comment? And the way we do that is we check, is any of the things inside the comment, is there any parent components? Because if there is parent comment, sorry, there is, then we know we're at the root. And that means we just don't simply show the number of comments. So you see here, notice how over here, the top comment has the comments number, but after that, it doesn't say comments 1, comments 2, and so forth, right? It just says only on the top root level. So that's essentially what we're doing here. So here, what we do is we say at the root level, we can just go ahead and return the following. We have a section. So step 1, section. Step 2, we're going to have a div, and this div is going to be responsible for if we have the root comment. Okay. And then we're going to have our comments being rendered out in the following. So the comments, this is going to be a simple list of comments. And you see, I'll just say no comment yet for a new one. I don't know if we have any here, which was, it shows that. But yeah, here, no comments yet, be the first to comment. And then we're going to create the comment that will get rendered out. Okay. So let's go ahead and create the comment. So comment.tsx, RFCE. And comment list is not getting exported, so we need to do export default comment list. And then we need to import our new comment. There we go. And then we need to sort out our input to that. So let's do that now. So the comment itself takes 3 things. It's going to take the post ID, the comment, the user ID. So let's do it now. The post comment ID, the user ID, which will go ahead and have the following. Now get post comment query result. Yes, we don't have the comment replies query result yet because we haven't done that yet, but we will have that now in a second. This will become article for SEO. We have a div inside of it. 3-hour mark. Ooh, we're doing well on the time actually. All right. So a couple of things. Each of the comments. So let's break it down. The first step, I'm going to need the user vote status. Now, remember I told you we fetched it at the higher level, so we don't have to refetch it here. That makes life easier. We know if the user has done an upvote, downvote, or they haven't voted yet. The second thing is we're going to have the comment replies. So this is going to be an important one. So this, again, we're still a server component here, so we can have an async await. We need to do a get comment replies. This one is going to be inside of Sanity comment. So here, get comment replies.ts. And then we have a get comment replies, which is this right here. So we have get comment replies takes a comment ID and a user ID. We have our query, which is querying for all the comments where the parent comment is matching the comment ID. So think about it. Now we're nested in the comment, right? So we're checking for all of the comment replies. Right. Then we do the same thing that we did before: upvote, downvote, net score, vote itself, and the vote status. And then we have the replies to that nested comment. Right. And then we have our query and so forth. Right. So now, if I was to go ahead and do firstly TypeGen, oops, nope, TypeGen. Yep, there we go. And you want to continuously just check that that's all good, right? So result.data. Now we've got to get comment replies. So now what we should do is go back here and be adding in the other ones that we were supposed to have. So I want that. And also in the comment list, remember I had it here as well. There you go. So get comment replies comes in, we get our replies, we got the user vote status, we're just not using it, that's why it's freaking out. And then let's do it. So inside of here, we're gonna have the vote buttons. So firstly, post vote buttons. Let's give it a bit of styling, flex gap 4. The article is going to have the following styles. We're going to have the post vote buttons, which will be the comment votes. Remember, you can vote on a post and you can vote on a comment. Now the div is going to be a big div here with a bunch of stuff inside. This one will have the div information. So this is going to be a lot of the information about the replies. So what do I mean by this? Well, firstly, the comment, if the user has an image, otherwise it will show an image circle. So let's do that now. Let's go ahead and actually get this rendered out. So if we show a post, comment list, pull that in, so we can see what we're actually doing. We should have a comment already. So let that re-render. Okay, quick little walk break. You can see we got 2 comments or 3 comments at the moment, yeah? And you see one person doesn't have an image. That was when I was testing it in the beginning with the dummy DAO. Then we're gonna have an H3 and a time ago. Okay, so H3 and time ago. Time ago is gonna be from our local time ago. And as you can see, Sonny Sangha 8 minutes ago. Nice. This is what we're essentially building now. See that bit there? But the post vote buttons will be next to it here. And now under that div, we have the comment content as well as a comment reply. So the comment content, you see like, hi there, yo, this works. And then we're going to have comment reply, right? And this will take the post ID and the comment itself. Okay. And then here's the genius part. This is where we do the internal nesting. We have the comment list render out again for the post replies user ID. So it's going to sub render posts underneath it now. So if I was to change, for example, let's see if I can show you in real time. So let's go ahead and make this guy, so my other person here, so this is the first comment. I'm going to make that a parent comment to yo, this works. So now this should go under that. I don't know if it will render in the correct way. Oh, there, well, we done it in the grid way, I think. Yeah, margin TS3. Yeah, you see? Ah, look at that. Look, yo, this works. This is the first comment. So eventually I'll have it looking perfect, but for now, it's kind of there. Okay. The comment reply is going to be the one that we want to. Yeah, see, yeah, look, that's actually it. The reason why you can't tell is because the voting is the bit that pushes it across. But that is actually a reply. So this is a reply to that comment. But with the side things, it will look very much clear that that is the case. So we've got our nesting working. Next up, we've got obviously the votes as well as the comment reply. So comment reply, fairly easy. Let's do it. Let's do comment reply.tsx. So this takes a couple of things. Let's get our signature. Takes the post ID, the comment, and 2 types, which are fairly straightforward. We have the users is signed in state, so they can reply or not, because obviously you can't reply if you're not signed in. We have local state for is replying, and then we can do the following. So you know what I'm going to do here is I'm going to have a return. And then the div here. So, okay. So we actually have one and is replying at the bottom, which is a comment input, which we already have this component done. The second top part is actually the comment contents itself. So I'll pop this in, and there's going to be two buttons that we haven't done. So message circle is fine. It's these 2. So right now, this is a to do. So we don't have the report button and delete button. That needs to be done. The comment reply, we need to export default comment reply. So obviously reporting and deletion we need to do, and then back over. If we were to put this back in now, hit save. Now you should be able to reply to a comment. And all that it is basically we've given the comment input form a parent comment ID now. So that's how it works, basically. What's freaking out? Parent comment reply. Oh, yep. Sorry, I forgot to make it a use client. There you go. Anytime we have, you know, any kind of thing like state or something, we have to do that. So now if I click on reply, we have the is replying. So you see when we tap on is replying, it says is replying to true or false, which changes the text, and then we can reply. So at any level, you can do a reply. So I'm going to reply to this one saying level 1 nested, and let's do over here and say level 2 nested, level 2 nested. And now this should do all of the re-rendering, everything itself, because our logic has been sound so far. It's just the parent comment ID is the thing that is changing now. But you see how the reusable components are just getting leveled up. So now that level 1 nested and then level 2 nested, amazing. So you see now this one is slightly more in. So you see how this is level 1 nested, this is level 2 nested. So 1, 2, there you go. So that level 1, 2, there you go. And this will be very clear once we have in the voting, right? So this is sick, right? It's coming together very nicely, faster than I thought. Okay, so we have the report delete to do still. So Jay, remind me of that. Let's do the voting. I think post votes, because voting is actually a very powerful part of this app. So post vote buttons, and it's got the optimistic update element to it. So it's going to be interesting. So at this point, so post vote buttons, I'm going to create one component to handle both comments and posts. So yeah, let's do that. So comment, well, it's going to take a couple of things. So firstly, post vote button will take, so if I say we put in here, this will take the content ID, which will be a post or a comment. Content type is either a post or comment, the vote status of the user, and the votes themselves, right? So let's do that now. So let's do post vote. So, and I think I have it inside of post. Post vote buttons.tsx, RFCE. Now, so here we're going to build out the post vote button. So this is going to take 3 things. By default, we're going to say it is content type post. And then I'm going to give the following types. We have this already. Oops, no. We have this type already as well. Now, a couple of things. So I'm going to prepare us beforehand with a few bits of state. So use transition hook, use state, the use state for optimistic, and the use user. So these are all relatively self-explanatory in the sense of this is just a use transition, this is a use user, and these are 2 pieces of state. Okay, and this one's getting initialized with the net score that we passed in from the above prop. Okay, now let's import everything. So this has to be a client component because we're gonna have some interactivity. Now let's create the buttons. So number 1, the post vote buttons. So I'm gonna style it out accordingly. So these are gonna be regular buttons because I'm gonna override a lot of styles. So let this load. So where is it? Post vote buttons. And also I'm gonna put this on the post right now. So where we have the post here, let's just stick it in so we can see it being re-rendered in 2 places as we build it out. Okay, so vote, it'll be next to the vote as well. It'll be next to the post as well. It'll be next to the comment. So let's hit a refresh, and this will be the fun part. So now we'll start to see dynamically getting popped in. Come on, big re-render. Okay, quick water break. My apartment is like the Arctic Circle right now. I haven't got And comment. Let's see, comment. Sometimes you will get stuck. Just do a pm dev, hit a refresh, a hard refresh. You can get caught with the caching sometimes. Right, now, there you go, post photo buttons. So you see what I mean about this nested thing? It looks clear, but it looks horrible right now. So we do not want that. So what we're gonna do is post buttons. So here, what I want you to do is we're gonna have two buttons. So the first button is gonna have an arrow up. So let's do that right now. And we're gonna do a bit of conditional styling. So it's gonna have optimistic vote based on if it's optimistic vote or not. We're gonna style accordingly, and we're gonna have the arrow up icon. From Lucid, handle upvote, we will do a function for it. Const handle upvote. So this will be the first function. We have an upvote. There you go. Nice. Look at that. Look, hovering over it. There you go. And then we have a button. Then we have the optimistic score in between. The optimistic score is got a reason why I'm calling it that, because it's not going to be straight away how it works. So we have the button afterwards with the arrow down, with the handle downvote. Okay. Now, in this case, firstly, already look at that. I mean, that looks so much better. Starting to feel like a real nice kind of thing. And we even got one vote already on something. So there you go. All right. Now thank you, Stephen. All right. So now here for the handle up vote and down vote. So what we're trying to do now is something called optimistic score, or the optimistic update. Now, what an optimistic update essentially means is, when we update, it's basically so if I was just to have it so it did the sanity approach right now, what would happen is you would click it and then there would be just like a freeze. You wouldn't see an update, and then it'll kind of wait. When it comes full round trip, then it'll turn 1 if we upvoted, for example. I want it to be click, so immediately turns 1, and then it kind of holds, and then it will unlock once it's ready. And that's called optimistic because it's showing the kind of end result first, and if it fails, we're being optimistic about it, and then if it fails, it changes accordingly. So handle upvote, let's do that one first. If you're not signed in, return. Then what we're going to do is we're going to calculate the score based on if it's an upvote or a downvote, right? Otherwise, user as adding a new upvote. So basically what we do is we say, if it's an optimistic vote, we do score -1. So we set the score at 0 first, right? Score change equals 0. The score change, right? If it's a downvote, then the user is changing from downvote to upvote because we remove downvote and add upvote. Else user is adding a new upvote, right? So that's what we do in the beginning, and then we update the score immediately, right? So this will basically change immediately. So if I was to go ahead and hit save now, if I was to do, for example, the upvote, you see how it changed immediately? You see, like that is an optimistic update. Even here, that +2. But it's not actually doing anything on the database side. So we're going to have a transition, which makes the actual call on the back end. So this will be a transition. And obviously that means it's pending. It's going to become, true while it's still hold the button. While it's doing the upvote, if anything went wrong, it would just revert the optimistic change, which is awesome. That's a very good way of doing it, right? So we're going to do the same thing for the downvote. Okay, so the same thing with the downvote. And then I've commented out to show you all the logic flow. So -2 because we removed downvote and change and so forth, right? And then what we can do is we update the score immediately, and then we do the same start transition to handle the change. Okay, but now we need to create the upvote and downvote server actions. Okay, so at this point now, you can see that downvote immediately working, but again, it froze and it didn't have it didn't hit a server action, which is why it freaked out. So we need to create the upvote and downvotes. Okay, so that's actually simpler than I thought. I didn't think it would be. I thought explaining that would be way harder, but it wasn't actually that bad. I kind of bigged it up in my head. Let's create some actions. So we're going to create an upvote, .ts, and a downvote. And obviously you could argue, you could just have one function here instead of two, and then just have a kind of you pass in upvote, downvote. You could do that. I'm being lazy here. But this is essentially the upvote. So let's see it. So it's an upvote. We have the getUser, takes a content ID, content type. getUser gives us our typical user flow. If they're not already in the database, yeah, add them to the database. Then we say if it's a comment, we do an upvote comment. If it's a down, we do an if it's a post, we do upvote post. That's why I didn't do it. Yeah. Now we need to create upvote post and upvote comment mutations. So I'm gonna do that afterwards, but let's do the downvote first as well, and then we can batch them all together. So let's do the downvote. It's very similar, except it's gonna be the downvote comment and the downvote post. So now let's go ahead and create all of the voting manipulation functions, basically, right? So we're gonna have the downvote, we're gonna have the downvote comment, and then we're gonna have the upvote and the upvote comment. Upvote without the comment is gonna be the post, obviously. So vote. Here we're gonna have the vote dot. This is gonna be upvote.ts. Now, in the upvote post, so let me just check something. Sorry. Upvote comment. Sorry. So it should be upvote comment and upvote post. So upvote post.ts. Okay, so upvote post is going to be the following, and I'm going to explain it to you, and then we're going to draw our conclusions from it. So a couple of imports we need. Firstly, yep. So what are we doing here? Well, firstly, check if the user has already voted on the post. We do a vote where we match the post ID and the user ID. Okay. If there is already an existing vote, right, then if there's already, remove it. So we basically toggle it off. So we basically delete that vote from the database, right? If there's a downvote, change it to an upvote. So we just patch it, right? So if there's already an upvote and we hit the upvote button again, we'll basically just delete it. And then if none of those, so if it didn't already exist, then we just create a new upvote. So basically very straightforward. Okay. So this will handle the upvote post. And then we do the exact same logic for the upvote comment, right? So we do upvote comment.ts. Upvote comment. So this one is the exact same. Can you go negative with the system? Yes, you can. You can definitely go negative with the system. Exact same approach here, guys. But we're just doing the comparison against the comment now instead. Okay, so that's the upvote comment. And now with this upvote comment, there you go. Okay, upvote post, upvote comment. Let's do the same for the downvote. So downvote comment, downvote post. So downvote post.ts. This reminds me of Silicon Valley. If anyone's watched the show, I love that show. Very cool programmer show. But this kind of song's got that kind of like vibe behind it. So this is the exact same thing, guys. Doing a couple of imports. And then, yeah, this is it. So exact same, except we're just doing for votes now on post. But downvote, sorry. And so if there's already a downvote, remove it and so forth, right? So we do that again. And then we have the downvote. This one. So downvote post and then downvote comment. Downvote comment.ts. So for downvoting the comment, guys, we're going to do delete heat the dev game show. I haven't seen that. I'll have to check it out. Let's go ahead and pull these in now as well. So same thing again. All the code is in the GitHub repo. Feel free to grab it for free. And now we can go ahead and do a little import just to make sure it's all good. OCD like that. There we go. And now, guys, with that in check, we can import our action downvote. We can import our action upvote. And I promise you, upvote should be done. So that is literally it. So I say that's it, but it's still like it's a bit to consume. So if we go to the votes now, let's see. So hi there, upvote, and level 1 nested downvote. So now what we should see, you see how it's locked? That's while it's manipulating the database. But we should see like untitled, level 1 nested. There we go. The untitled is coming because of it's trying to pull, I guess, the comment. Oh, it's not attaching the post. Interesting. Is that for both? I wonder. So it should actually be putting the oh no, sorry, it's comment. Oh, that's fine. Yeah, so I've just got this on post right now. So if you were to vote on a post, that would have a title on it. So now this one will say hello world most likely in a second. So yeah, there you go. So you could just say that because that's a comment, we could just say untitled or comment, which is fine. But yeah, you can change the preview as you see fit. But look at that, guys, it works. This is awesome. So if I go ahead and do comment, upvote, and now you'll see that's going ahead and doing that. That's all happening on the server now as well. So you guys can see. And if I was to go ahead and just remove, for example, an upvote, we should see a deletion here. So something should get deleted in a second from here. There you go. Boom, deleted. Voting works. Nice. And because of the Sanity live content lake, everything comes through as we expected it. So now we just did nested comments and voting. Amazing, right? So 2 more things we need to do: the search, then we need to do the report, delete, and then we need to do AI moderation. So we're moving pretty good. I reckon we're going to hit a 5-hour mark. And I feel pretty damn fresh as well. So this is good. Right. Let's do search. Let's do Next.js. So I want to keep the pace. So right now, this is community search / query Next.js. So how do we do that? We go to page app, and then we have / search, and then we have a page.tsx. Now, where is that? That is actually here. So the way that we get access to the search page is we're going to keep this as a server rendered page. We're going to put search page, and then what happens is the search params come through like so. It's no longer like this. Instead, now what we do is it will be something along the lines of this. So exactly that. So we do search params from this query, and then if I was correct, yeah, we pass it through. So now you can see search page gets hit instead of a 404. Hello, Sonny, la musica. I appreciate you. Simply just type to cuss. I want Reddit clone. Yeah, good luck with that, dude. Good luck with that. If only. Right now, if we do query, you should see as well the search page for Next.js. If I was typing ABC, you see that instant. Okay, now what we're going to do is we're going to have a await search subreddits function. So right on that. So search subreddits. Okay, so this is going to be a subreddit function. So in this one, search subreddits. So sanity lib subreddit search subreddits.ts. And then there's a very simple check here. What we're doing is we pass the search term in, we skip the empty search terms, we return empty array if we did. Otherwise, we simply do a subreddit where we match the search term that we pass in dynamically. We do to lowercase, which is super important because you could type in hello world in capital letters, or it could be the slug in capital letters. So you have to make sure it's all normalized, and then we match it against it. If anything returns, we return the data. Nice. Any, which means we need to do a TypeGen. You save your file, do a TypeGen, and this will go from any in a moment to a typed definition. So wait for it. Type definition. There you go. Yeah. Now go back here, import it like so. We now have the subreddits for that page. So how can we render it out? Well, firstly, we're gonna make this a fragment. For the search page, this is fairly easy to be honest. We have a banner at the top firstly. So the banner is gonna be, It's going to be communities matching quote with the query quote. And then we can have search results. We can even say subreddits.length. We can say search results 1. See that? So if we say ABC, it will be like 0. We're doing next. Doesn't have to be the whole thing, even if it's pup, like Papa Farm, pup. Here's your search results 1. Yeah. So I improved it on the fly there. Very simple change. And then we're going to have the results section. Now the results section, again, super simple. This one's going to be a section. I'm going to pop this entire section in because I don't think there's much benefit to really breaking it down. I'll show you why. I'll show you the entire code in a second. We're going to have a link avatar, which is going to be from Shadcn. So let's go ahead and pop that in right now. So Shadcn. Keep going to some random guys Shadcn website. Avatar. This one. And then what we're going to do is we're going to pull in everything from avatar as well as the URL for Sanity library, that one. This will get installed in a moment. It's installing it. There you go. How? Look at that. I mean, that's getting super squished right now. So the image is being rendered. You could just, yeah, there you go. Object contain. There you go. So I'll give you a little breakdown as to what the hell we just did. So it's a results to section, bit of styling, unordered list with list elements being rendered from the map, from the subreddits that get returned. We have a link where every single one is a link to the subreddit slug. And then if we went down here, you can see the avatar. Avatars have a fallback if there is no image for that subreddit. For example, if you created a subreddit, which is totally feasible, you can do that. Without a image, it will simply fall back to the title with the first letter of the subreddit. We have the title, or the description, and if there are no subreddits, it will just say no communities are found. So if we were to type in like ZZZ or something, let's go ahead and do that now. So it's not ZZZ like this. You see search results, no communities found, right? Whereas if we look at our communities and we typed in, for example, hello, you see we should see hello, and then we can hit hello, boom, community. So we need to create the community page. So Next.js. So let's do that now. So search is done. So I just kind of ran over that, right? So search is done. Now let's do the community page. And then we do the report, delete, and then we do AI moderation. Oh, we haven't done create post page. What? We haven't done create post page. Oh God, there is a lot to do. Okay, I better. Oh wow. Okay, I just realized. Wow, I thought I was near the end. All right, slug. Okay, we got a lot to do. That's fine. Here's what it is. Page.tsx. Page. I anticipated a 6-hour. Well, I'm gonna try my best not to be at that point. Let's say community page. We're moving pretty good now, to be fair. So the community page. This one's kind of easy, to be fair. So rather than this, we have the same params set up that we had previously. We await the params, and now we basically search. So we have the slug that comes through, and then we basically check. So get subreddit by slug, which is what we need to do now. So get subreddit by slug is going to be the following. So it's going to our Sanity subreddit, get subreddit by slug. Now this function is the following. It's a simple import the following. Now we pass in the slug. Again, we just do a subreddit comparison, grok query, pass in the slug. We need to do a TypeGen. Go back here, import it like so. And then what we do is we have a community banner, and then we render out all the posts. And this is the amazing part about reusable components. So first we have this get post for subreddit. Well, we didn't do that one yet as well. So this one we need to create as well. Get post by subreddit. So let's go back over here. Get post for subreddit.ts. Now here, this one is gonna return. So, right, you see what we're doing now? Expanding author, subreddit category, upvote, downvote, net score, comment count. Okay. And then it will show the following. So we need to do that again. So here, npm TypeGen. Go back. Now here we can pull in. So we have the user, the posts, and then we can render out two things. So firstly, we're gonna have a fragment. The first step is a community banner. So the community banner will show the page that you're currently in. So firstly, pull that from image, pull that from Next.js. Hit save, and now hit a refresh. That's the community banner for Next.js. That image sucks. Let's do a object contain. There you go. That's much better. You'll be able to go to PuppFam now, for example. It will load the PuppFam community with the description. And then we have the posts coming through here. So at this point now, what we do is the posts underneath the community banner. And this is what I love. Like, you just pull in your components, and then the post is failing because of string or no. And that's because our post, we didn't have the second post type at the time, which was actually going to be, subreddit results. So it was this one. There we go. And now, just like that, guys, we've done it. So if I was to go to Next.js, for example, we should have a post in one of these. Yeah, look at that, Next.js. We see the posts. And because it's all smart, you can interact with the entire post and everything in there already. All right, so now we have the entire feeds per page. So we have full search functionality. So PuppFam, if I was to search for PuppFam, click into it, I can see this. Now we need to create post. So we're going to do a create post page now, or a header, a special create header, a special create post header. All right. So inside the header now, I'm going to have a create post button. So right side of the header. So in here, I want to have a create post button. Now here, let's do a class name. This one's gonna be flex. Item center gap of 2. And we need to create this component. So post create post.tsx. Now this is gonna have a couple of imports. The function signature will be like this. And this is gonna be dependent on the path of the button. So depending on where the button is placed is going to be how the logic is determined. So let's have a quick little const handle create post for now, and I'll show you how this works. So if we go ahead and pull this in, we're not exporting this, no. So create post. So now you can see that sign in to create a post. So that's the first thing. We disable it if there's no user, and then we basically say sign in to create a post. Now, if you click this, this is where the clever part comes ahead, right? So what we're going to do is, if you're in a community page, so for example, I'm in the PuppFam community page and I click create post, it will create a post in this page. If I'm on the home page, so there's no community, PuppFam, it will send me to the create post page, right? I'll show you exactly what I mean by that. So I've even commented it for you guys. So we can say, does the path name include community? So we split the community, and if it is already pre-filled, then we push them to create post with a query param subreddit, and we basically give the community name. Otherwise, we just take them to the create post page. And based on that, we will render out 2 versions of the create post page. So now let's try it out. If we click this, it should be a 404 because we don't have the create post page, but it did pass me to subreddit, this one here. So if I was to do this, create post subreddit PuppFam. Okay, so that's good. So now what we do is we can create a new route in our app. So in this case, in app, we can do create dash post And then in here, we can do page.tsx, rfce, create post page. Okay. And then now we have the create post page. So we need to create the create post page. So two things. This is going to be a server component page. So I need access to the search params, which is the subreddit that we just passed in. Okay. So in order to get that, we do it like so. Now, the second step is we need to get all of the subreddits. All right. The reason being is because what you'll find is on the production version, if I was to click create post, if we don't reach the page where a subreddit is already collected, we need to show all of them and we need to be able to search through all of them. Okay. So yes, we are going to deploy on Vercel afterwards. Yeah. So create post page. Sorry. And then we have the subreddit. So we already have the get subreddits function, which helps us out a lot. If there is a subreddit already present, when we're going to render out our first view, which is this, we're going to return a banner, then create post in the community that we're in. So in the Next.js community, for example. And then we have the post creation form. Okay. So the local hosting at the top, this is the Arc browser. And it's you get that if you open up the inspect, you go into developer mode, in case you're wondering. Yeah. Create post form is going to be this form that we have here. Oh, okay. Oh, I don't know why that was a huge yawn. Okay. That was out of the blue. All right. So in this case, section create, I need to wake up. Okay. So we've got the create post form. Otherwise, we're going to have a subreddit combo box, right? With a create community button inside there as well. So that's the first for YouTube. So the create post box is going to be there. Otherwise, it will have the banner down below. So we'll have this. That's usually where I wait for Jay to drop me some inspirational message on the side. He's like, keep going. So if I was to comment this bit out for now. Otherwise, we have the content, which is this one. Yep, there it was. So then we have the subreddit combo box or the create community button. So create community button we already have. So if I just comment out the community to post in, so now we can see the flow, right? So yeah. So if I'm in the home page and I click create post, I'm going to see that flow. So are these buttons? Oh, that's not a the app sidebar. No, that is a. Is that a clickable button? Home link ref, page ref. Oh, okay, mine's just freezing up. Okay, so yeah, my app's just freezing up. So sometimes I would recommend cutting your dev server and rerunning it again. But if we were to click create post now, you can see, yeah, select community post and there'll be a drop down box, or you can create a community. To create a community, we reuse our component, which is the modal pop-up. The subreddit pop-up will be this one. So here, this one. So we're going to create that right now, which is very easy to create, by the way. So the subreddit combo box. So we'll do it right now. We could do it inside, we can do it outside Rift, or even here we could use subreddit components. So subreddit, and then this will be essentially what it is. The type subreddit will look something like this, and then we have then we need a popover and a command, right? So in Shadcn, we have popovers and commands. So really the combo box is the one we're after, this one. And this is a composition of popover and command. So you need to go to popover. Yeah. And we can just go ahead and just type in popover and command. So basically we pop it here. And then what I want you to do is type in popover and then afterwards command. And you can install 2 in 1. Okay. And with that down, we're going to pull in everything we need. So let that do its thing. So you can kind of pull those in at the top. So a couple of things. We're going to have our router and some state. We don't like having this. I'll keep that in there. All right. You see that will, yep. So these should go away. Oh, it's because we're not using it. Yeah. Okay. And then we're going to have a handle select, which is essentially going to be when you select it, it will just redirect you to the same page, but with the subreddit filled out. Right. So that's going to be basically what we're going to have. And then we're going to have the popover with the children inside of it. All I've done here is essentially copied the combo box and I just refactored it as we needed it. So I'll say return. And I basically pop it in like so. So a couple of things. We're going to import this, and I'll run you through it. So we have a popover. When we click it, it will just open the popover. We have a button, which will show select community. And these will just be a list of the subreddits. Okay. With the popover content, and this will have the different items inside of it. Right. So if I show you now, if we go back here, subreddit combo box. Subreddits is not supported. Oh yeah, I changed it to that. Well, TypeGen. So this is wilding out because of get subreddit. We can pass it to that type. So that's a stronger way of enforcing it, to be honest. That's why. Okay, now let's check. We have use state in here, which means that this needs to be a client component because it's interactive. Makes total sense. Oh, don't do that. Ouch. Next, navigation. Okay, now we do Papa Farm. They should say, yep, there you go. Create a post in the Papa Farm community. Nice. So now we need the form to go ahead and fill this out. So create community button. Here we have it. Create post form. Create post form. So we need a component for the post. Create post form.tsx. Change the name of the create post button to create post. No, because we want to create post form. Oh, create post. Yeah. You're right. This should be create post button. Yeah, you should. Right now we'll just keep on track, but yes, good spot. Create post form. Every time I see these, I'm like, whoa, these are huge. All right, so use client. Let's go. We have the client form. It's basically just a bunch of imports. So that's the truth. So it's just loads of imports. That's why it looks bigger than it is. And then we have lots of state because this is just a form that we're going to submit essentially. These are just, if you've noticed, this is very similar to when we did the image uploading because we're going to have a form to upload a post, right? So very simple approach here. So if you haven't selected a community, firstly, that's what it will do. If they haven't selected subreddit, I mean, sorry. And now we basically build out the form. So in this case, let's do our form first. So the form, this is essentially the same actually, yeah. The same as when we did the create the community form. So very much repeating logic here of that. So here we have a form and we have the handle create post. So pop this in. Handle create post is going to be up here. So we could put it underneath, it doesn't really matter because you're not gonna, that's the most optimal really by a minute amount. We have the form itself, and then what we're doing is we have first, yeah, exact same logic as before. So we have the error message. Remember before we had the same error message, and then we just have these blocks, which essentially are each part of the input. So first part will be the title. Second part is the body, which is the text area. Yeah, exact same. Yeah. The next part is going to be the image, which is optional. So this is going to be that big chunk. Remember with the dummy, there'll be a div, and inside the div we have the image preview. So image is optional. We have an image preview. If the image is there, we'll show the image preview with a remove image little X button. Otherwise, handle image change. That's absolutely fine. And then outside of the parent div, we have the button to submit. Okay, and then we need to create our functions, our helper function. So we're gonna have const handle image change, and then we're gonna have const remove image, which is gonna do a couple of things. So the remove image is easy. This is gonna be for essentially this. Sets the file pointer reference as well. The handle image is what we do previously. We're gonna load the image, and once the reader is loaded, if there's no title, we stop. And now this is how you would do it with state. So I done start transition. You can either wrap it with the start transition and then have everything inside of it, or you can do it this way. Either way, it's pretty much simple. Yeah. So you do try catch. And then if anything goes wrong, we're basically going to have the catch block like so. Now for the try, again, we're going to have the image file prep. Remember before, same thing, image file prep. If the image was there, then what we're going to do is we're going to create the post, which we already created, which is awesome, right? So this is going to be the create post form, all right? Which means it should just work. We have the reset form. And then we check if the object had a error inside of it. Otherwise, it will push to the community. Now, the reset form will be just basically a reset of all the state fields. So set title, body, and error message. So we do that now. Go back up to the top, and we have this out of the way. So we do not have the create post action yet. So create post.ts. I thought we did that already. Oh, we didn't do it. Create post action. Okay, so this is quite simple to be fair. With the post image data, we have, oh no, okay. Yes, the reason why I was thinking, what the hell? This is big. It's not actually a big file. It's just because this is where AI moderation will happen. So we need to do that afterwards. So for now, I'm going to do it without the moderation so we can just kind of get it started. here I've just put a bit of thing. So if there's no title or no subreddit, we do that. We create the, I'm just going to put a bunch of console logs in so you can understand what goes on down the line as well. So get the user. If there is no user, then we say the user needs to be authenticated. Otherwise, we get the subreddit by the slug ID, which we've already done. If there's an error there, we're going to go ahead and put it there. And trust me, this makes a lot of sense because there will be lots of debugging when you get to this point, okay? And the same thing happens here for the image uploading. So prepare the image beforehand. So basically what we're doing here is admin client is if an image was provided, we're going to go ahead and process the image data, basically upload it, convert it to a buffer, upload it to Sanity, upload it to Sanity. And once it's uploaded to Sanity, the image asset will contain the reference that we're going to go ahead and attach to the post. Then what we do is we create the post. So we're actually going to just prepare the post data here. So we're going to import this from Sonny, and we've got the post doc. So it's a type post, title, body. If the body was provided, we pass the body, otherwise it's undefined. And then the author, subreddit, published at. And then what we do is if an image was uploaded, we add it to this object before we upload it to the admin client. Okay. Now here is where I would basically we would call the content moderation APIs, which we're going to do afterwards. And then we can say end mod step. Okay, so let's imagine we implement that entire thing. So that is what a to do that we need to go ahead and build out. And then after all of that, we will return the post. So we return the post. Okay. And then the entire thing should be in a try catch. So up until all the way down here. There you go. Okay. So now this is the entire uploading flow. So going over here now, create post, we pass that down, the action. Let's give it a try, guys. So we can pull this through. And now hit a refresh and let's give it a go. Server only cannot be imported from a client component module. So I've messed up somewhere. So the server action, did I do? Yep. Server action is a use server. It's a server action, right? So we have to tell it it's a server action. Otherwise it will not know how to handle that. Okay, so now while that's happening, let's go ahead and get ourselves ready for a little test. And like I said before, when you get into these little edge cases, one thing I recommend is you cut your development server and just run it again, because you have a lot of like cache from the hot reloading and it gets a bit messy. Just do a refresh and then you can see up nicely. Select community, Papa Fam. There we go. Title, hello Papa Fam. This is awesome. Click to upload. Let's just upload an image. Just do Reddit clone this one. And then you see, if I click X, there you go. Reddit clone again. Boom. And let's do post. It's creating it. Let's see. Is it going to post it? Come on. You can do it. Oh, subreddit pop found cannot be found. Oh, okay. Ouch. Now we got to debug. Okay, so here we go. Starting post creation, getting current user found, looking up subreddit not found. So you see, this is why I told you it's very handy to have these. So subreddit not found. So subreddit not found. Not found. If subreddit ID. So get subreddit by slug. Is this checking the slug? Yeah, it is. So what do we do naturally? We say looking up subreddit with slug papa fam. And then this is checking for slug current papa fam. So we just need to make a check quickly to see if our subreddit papa fam, let's see, it will be lowercase. That's why. Yep, that is exactly why. I knew it. So create post. You see, I told you these things are dangerous. So you can do dot to lowercase. Now, if we were to try again, so this, let's do a refresh just to make sure it's absolute. So first post 1 2 3 debug. You know you're a developer when you do stuff like that. Right, and then we go here back to post. Where is it? Come on. Yeah, there you go. And I kind of want to show you. Yeah, so you guys can see, like, it popped in. Nice. Yeah, it did it. And then it took me to community papa fam. And then let's see. So post 1 2 3 debug. Awesome. Okay, so that's great. This is not great. Why is this not loading? So my community page is broken now. So page community slug. What's going on here? Get subreddit by slug. Ah, lowercase. Yeah. So to be honest, what we should do there is not in. We should do it here. Yeah. We should say const lowercase slug, and then just pass the lowercase slug in. And then that way, really doesn't matter where you call it from. We're kind of more safe, so we don't have to do this nonsense. Yep, there you go. Aha, look at that, guys. Way, and look at the full interactivity. If I want to create a new post now, let's try again. Hello world. Now in this day and age of AI, it's so refreshing to see a live debugging. You're awesome, Sonny. I appreciate you, Ado. You're awesome, dude. Let's say yo. And let's try it without an image this time. So creating. And I want to show you, look. In the, look, you see, no image provided. This is why, you know, like console logs like this are so, you know, it really does help out a lot. This did not, oh, okay, I'm in a weird edge case. Yeah, there you go. This didn't refresh. But you guys can see, look, boom, right? Hi there. Oops, I did that. Hi there. Enter, upvote. This is cool. And then look. I'll let it all do its re-rendering from Sanity content live lake, and then pow, comments will start coming in like I just typed in, and then it'll do a refresh and all that goodness. And obviously you can optimize this, so you know how we did like a optimistic update here, you could do the optimistic update for the comments as well. So feel free, challenges there for you guys to go ahead and do. Look at that, amazing, right? So next step, we've done the creating post stuff, works great. The navigation, all that good stuff works great. Let's now do the reporting, the deleting, and the content moderation. That is exactly it. So wow, we're almost there, guys. So reporting, so we need 2 buttons. Reporting looks something like this. We also need the loading state. So let's do a quick loader actually, because it's going to help us out in understanding when we're loading or not. Loading is very easy. I'll show you what we do. All we're essentially doing is going to app, inside the app folder, and I literally pop in a loading.tsx with a loader. That is literally all I'm doing. Because we're using server components, that will now add in the loading. So now if I go here, boom, you see we have a loader. Because a server component, when it is being blocked from an async await call, will naturally fall back to its loading state. This is because of the React suspense boundaries are implicitly added. Okay, and now you're not left wondering if your app froze. Okay. I like that comment. And yes, trust me, 100%, you guys can see for yourself, the average user will not be able to debug these things with AI. So I hope this wakes up a lot of people in the grand space of things, because just because we have AI now doesn't mean that you can naturally just forget about the fundamentals and understand the architecture and how the hell things work. because it really does not just mean that you can just plug in AI and it just works. So these things make a big difference. Okay, so create post works. Let's do the reporting and the deletion functionality. Now, the way it works is simple. So we have a reporting function, which basically marks a post as it reported, and then it will feed through to the Sanity backend. We're going to do that first. Then we're going to do the deleted. Now, deleted in Reddit world doesn't mean deleted. It means it will change the title and the description to essentially deleted. Yes, in the real Reddit, it deletes the author as well. In our case, I'm not doing that. I'm just going to go ahead and delete the, you can if you want to, it's actually not that difficult. But I'm just going to do it as the title and description say deleted. Literally in Reddit, you'll notice it will just say deleted. It never actually removes it, right? You make it look easy, no need of it. I appreciate you. But honestly, trust me, the build time, the prep time, ask Jay in the chat. I am grinding to get these builds done. So these are, don't get me wrong, don't get fooled. There's a lot of work behind the scenes that still has to happen to get builds like this out. I just don't want to deceive you guys. Like, it's still a lot of work. And that's what it takes, right? So in this case, let's go ahead and do two buttons. Let's do a report button and let's do a deletion button. So report button looks something like this. So let's go into our components, post, or is it going to be in post? Report button can be at the top, to be honest. Yeah. So let's do a report. Oh, no, it should be a file. Report button.tsx rfce. Now, this is going to be a client button. All right, now this is going to take the content ID of the thing that we're trying to report, whether it's a comment or whether it's a post. I love this track. All right, so now, so we've got the content ID. We're going to have two pieces of state and the user's logged in state. We're going to have a handle report function. So we're going to have the button with a flag, and it's going to have a reported state inside of it. So handle report, and this is going to be disabled if it's reported, is loading, or is signed in, right? And the thing is, you don't want to know if something's already been reported. You just want to show it. You just want to show that you've reported it. Otherwise, there's huge bias. If you saw that it's already been reported, you would just be like, oh, I don't need to report it. Like, it's good to report, like, as in not know that a post has been reported. Otherwise, it'll create, everyone would be reporting the damn thing and have bias immediately towards it. So when you report, it's going to have a simple flow, very simple flow, to be honest. We're just going to set loading, optimistically update the UI. And then what we do is we simply go ahead and do a try catch block with a finally call. And what happens here is we basically await a report content server action, which I'm going to do. If there's an error, we just we revert the optimistic update, and then that's it. We basically just always set is loading false at the end, or if something went wrong. So very, very simple. Report content is more of the crux here. So firstly, I'm going to put it in the right places where it needs to go. So there's two places where we're going to put this. One is in a post. So in a post, I'm going to put this inside of report. Where is it? Yep. So here. So in a post, we're going to have this is going to be an absolutely positioned button with a top and a right of 2. And what we should see is a parent relative. Yep, parents relative. Yep, there you go. Report. So then we have a div in a div. And this one's going to have a flex item center gap 2. And that way it should push out from the corner a bit. let it do its thing. We could do two. Yeah, I guess that's kind of nice. Oh, it was top 2. I was wondering. Yeah, something fell off. And you see, we've even made the report button responsive, so it doesn't show the flag on smaller screens, or it doesn't show the text. Sorry. If I click it now, you see it says failed because it tries to call a only done today by the girl. A. Okay, so report content. Steven, I am doing that today. Assistant handles bot reports for community mods and signups. Dude, I'm doing that today. I've already done it. So I'll show you. We're doing an automatic content moderation bot, an AI agent. It's happening today on top of all of this, which is nuts. So in this case, report content.ts. So here's our server action. So use server. Oh God, yep, use server. And then we're gonna have the following. So very simple, to be honest. It's gonna be a straight up getUser and then a patch. So you can report the content if yeah, it says content ID. No, the thing is, I can see everyone can report, so there's no limitation there. We just patch the content ID, and it's very easy because it's just based on ID, so it doesn't really matter what we're facing because the ID could be any file type. They're all loosely kind of put in the bundle. So the set is reported to true, and then that's that. So now we just simply do this, and we have done reporting. So that now reported means that this post, hello world, should now be reported. So if I do hello world, is it this one? Yeah, this is my first post, this one. See, look, is reported as true. Nice. And then when I go ahead and publish this, you'll see in real time. So if I refresh, because obviously it's like an atomic one-way press operation. Oh, okay. If I report, we should see on the back end that will change. It is report. There you go. Nice. So it changes, right? So you can now report, and this will be simple enough to implement for the comments now as well. So comment reply in here as well. Remember, we had the same thing here. So the report button is super easy, to be honest. So now you can immediately report every comment. Look at this. Look. If I report a comment, report that comment, and so forth. So now you can report comments as well, and those will trigger those reports. Now, how do I access them in the reported section? So you're probably wondering, how the hell do we do that? So I'll show you how we can create a reported custom schema. It's way easier than you think. This is a custom bit of Sanity. I've not seen a single tutorial, to be honest, online do this. So inside of Sanity, inside of structure.ts, you can do it here, and I will show you how. Right, so structure.sanity. So here. So first up, we have the content, then we have the items. So we list out the Sanity, these items. So what I want you to do is create an array and list these out. So spread operator. And then we're going to customize it. We're going to add one more, right? Add a reported section. So first up, boom, reported section. Okay. So now if we hit refresh, that should go ahead and show the following. And then I want to do an icon to it as well. So let's pop an icon there. We need to make this .tsx. And as you can see now, reported. We can import stuff now because it's got JSX in it, or TSX in it. And now we start doing the children. So the children components here are going to be .child. And we're basically going to have, this is why you need to pay attention, because it's going to be a child component slist items. So in this case, we're going to have reported content to be reviewed. So when you click into it now, it will say reported content to be reviewed. So if you do this, reported content to be reviewed. And now we need to build the page, what that looks like. So inside there, we have items. And then that will have an array. And inside that array, we have posts, comments, users. Okay. So what I'm going to do here, I'm going to recommend that you highly at this point, grab this part from the GitHub code, because basically I'll explain it all, but I pasted in 3 items. This item, and this item. Okay, and each one has like its own nested children inside of it. First one, post. If I click on post, right, it says try out. So if I click on posts, the child of that will be the document list type post. So list out all the posts type documents, but it'll filter out only the posts where the reported is true. Now let's do comments, right? So comments would be only if is reported comment is true. So you see I reported them a second ago, and now you can see those, right? And then the more interesting one is users. Now users, we don't have a reported user yet because we haven't done AI moderation. However, it would find a user who is reported, and then based on those, it will basically inside of it, we can have the user details, which will show me the user's document. So document ID of the user, or the reported post by this user, whereby we just list out all of the posts where the author matches the user ID and is reported as true. And then we pass in the user ID from the parent. So that's how we're essentially doing it. So now you've got a custom flow here. So we've got fully custom reported with our own custom, icon and everything as well. All right. So now what we're going to do is we are going to do the delete. Almost there, right? So the delete function. So delete button, right? So inside of the components in report button here, I'm going to have a delete button.tsx rfce delete button. This is going to be use client. And now here, I'm going to have 3 props: content ID, content type, and content owner ID, because that's going to be important to dictate if you are allowed to delete a button or not, right? So we're going to have a couple of pieces of state. And let's just get like pretty good with this. So Clerk, use state, import React. There we go. Now let's go ahead and check this out. So we have used client. Yep. We have this turned down. Now what we're going to do is we're going to have a handle delete function. Okay. We're going to have a is owner. So is owner is very simple. It's going to check the content owner ID against the user who is logged in. Then we're going to have a, if you're not the owner of the post or the comment, you're not allowed to delete. And then we're going to have a button which gets rendered up. So here we have it. There's a trash icon. Another handle delete. So obviously we've got some states based on this, is if it's deleting or is signed in. Error state if something went wrong. But let's handle out the handle deletion. So here, the handle delete. A couple of things. Firstly, we're going to have a prompt window which will exit if it says, are you sure you want to delete, and you click no, then it will cancel out. Otherwise, you could do start transition, or you can do it this way. I'm going to show you both. So in this case, boom, it's going to be, I'm going to show you this way, sorry. Then we have a try catch block with a finally. The try catch block with the finally is exactly the same as the previous patterns that we've been doing. Now, what we're doing is we're creating one delete button for both types. So as you can see, delete post and delete comment, 2 different actions, which gets triggered off based on on the content type. So the delete button will be placed in different locations with just simply a different prop saying different content type. And then that will trigger off which action we actually go ahead and call. So we need 2 actions. We need delete post and we need delete comment. Delete post is going to be for this one right here. So delete post is going to be delete post.ts. And this is a direct manipulation happening here. So it's not going to go into a different file and so forth. So use server. We have the post ID. And now we're going to basically do a couple of things. So the first step is we're going to check if the user is authorized on the back end to do what they're trying to do. So we do get post by ID. We need to create this helper function. Let's go to our Sanity, get post by ID. So post get post by id.ts. Let's create that quick helper function. So this one, simple function, pass in the ID. We do the following, pass in the post ID. I basically just return back the first element. So we're getting a post by its ID. Is pretty self-explanatory. And then we do a TypeGen because we just created many new queries, to be honest. Okay, so let that do its thing so we can work with it safely. Okay. Go back out, get post by ID is now done. We now have the post, right? Now, after that, we need to go ahead and say, if you're not the owner of the post at the authentication level. So even if you tried tricking it on the client and you did some magic, it won't work, right? Now, the next step is what we do is we have to basically go ahead and we are creating something called a patch. And a patch is like a transaction. It means it's either all through or it reverts and it doesn't delete, okay? Thank you so much. Moses is so cool, man. We're almost at the 300 likes. Guys, smash that like button. There's so many people watching and it's 4 hours in. Destroy the like button. That's all I ask, okay? So there's a couple of steps here. We're going to delete the image from the post. Then we're going to set the post to be deleted. Set the post is deleted true. Then we're going to set the body of the post to deleted contents. Then we're going to set a few things like the title to deleted and so forth. So essentially we're soft deleting, okay? Now, if the result comes back, we're going to go ahead and do the following. We're going to go ahead and wait 1 second. Then we're going to remove the image from the Sanity's storage buckets, basically, right? Where the image is actually stored. Now, I've set a timeout of 1 second here because there's just not a true, the await here doesn't correlate to when it actually got removed. There's like a little bit of a chance of where you can remove the document, but the actual image, the actual document hasn't been erased before you try and delete the actual image asset from Sanity's buckets. And that means that it will fail because it will say it's referencing a document. Kind of annoying, but I don't know. It's just something that they need to fix on their end, I guess. So the delete post is done. We need to do delete comment. So let's do delete comment.ts. And this is the exact same, basically. All right, so we're going to do a delete comment. This is a use server function. And then we're going to have the same thing. So this is, I'm just going to pop the whole lot in because it's the same exact flow, except we have two things, which we have the admin client, we have the current user, very simple, and get comment by ID, which is what we haven't got. So we need to create a helper there. So go to sanity comment, get comment by ID.ts. And that one is, again, Grok query. Self-explanatory, fairly straightforward. That one is just passing in the comment ID and we're returning a bunch of information. Here we can pull that in. We now have our type definitions and we can basically go ahead and say, again, we check you are the owner. We'll delete the contents. So it just says deleted, set is deleted to true, we commit, and then we're good to go, right? Now we can pull in that delete comment action, go back, and now we have to put the delete button somewhere. So where do we put the delete button? So delete button, where did I put it? So we have it in two places. One is in the post, here. And the delete button in the post goes something like this. Well, we're still going to be cautious and only render a delete button if you're the owner of the post. All right, so we're going to double check in a few places, basically. The paranoid approach, basically, right? So if I own a post, so let's go to home, for example. Oh, where we are, bro. So this was not posted by me. So if I create a post saying Papa Farm, hi there, ABC, post. So let that do its thing. And while that's happening, we're going to add the comment reply. So where's the comment reply? Here. So this is the other place where we also have the delete button. And okay. Now we can see a delete button. Awesome. Now I've posted all of these, as you can see. So if we go to home now. let home re-render. Sometimes it caches, which is annoying. Okay. Yeah, so it's cached right now, which is annoying. It shouldn't be that way. Because this is server-side rendered when we run it locally. So I'm going to disable cache in network tab. They do a full re-render. Oh no, okay. My bad. I've forgotten something. So get all posts. So page get all posts. So post list. Remember get posts. I believe this was correct. Where it's not is deleted is not equal to false. So that's if it's not deleted. Okay, because when we create, okay, that's correct. No, it's not equal to false. We should do is not equal to true, and then we should have all of our posts come through. Now, if we hit a refresh, we should have all of them. Let's see if I'm right with my logic. Yeah, that's correct. There you go. Because sometimes it was in a no state, or you know that we've got past it. Okay, now I don't own this post, so I can't delete it. Amazing. I own this post, so I can delete it. So let's delete that, and let's see what goes on. This is deleting, and now that should change, and then we should see deleted, and a couple of things go on now. Yeah, working overtime. These guys are legends. I appreciate it. The prime agent. Look at that. So now it's removed, but that was inside of the Next.js community. So let's see. Because inside the communities, I can see I'm not filtering out the is deleted. So let's go ahead and see. Sonny and Jay keep raising the bar every time. Love that. Or was it in the pop? I think it was in the pop farm community. Let's check it. So let's check the Papa Farm community. Hey, look at that, guys. Deleted post. But you see, that's correct. So comments now as well. So if I was to delete that comment, let's see if that comment gets deleted. I think we're gold. Now that will trigger the re-render. That will now be deleted in a moment. Yep, boom, gone. And you could obviously make that deleted and then say if a user ID isn't there or whatever, show a undefined deleted status. Right, but that's how Reddit typically works. That's why I built it in that way. Now, that is the deletion done, which means we have come to the point that I've been waiting for, the AI agent. All right, so we now have that down. So let's do the AI agent aspect, and then we're deploying it, and then we're done. Okay, so this is it, right? So at this point, first step, you need an OpenAI key. So open your environment variable, environment.local, and then here, so your OpenAI key. So go to your OpenAI API console, find a key. I already have a key, so I'm going to save us a bit of time there for me anyway. But you guys will go ahead. You're going to have to find your own key, basically, right? So I'm going to paste in a key here. I have a key now in there. This key is basically an OpenAI key. If I go ahead and close this now, I have a key set up. So that's step one. So to get your key is fairly straightforward. You just go over, I might as well show you. So you go over to console open. I always forget, is it OpenAI console? It's platform.openai.com. And then you go to, oh, this is the wrong account. Platform.openai.com. And then you go to the top API settings, API keys, and then here, create new key, you'll get an API key. That's what you gotta do. And yes, that is bit paid, okay? Now, the AI part is the easiest part of the build. Yeah, I wouldn't say it's the easiest part. It's just that I know I've practiced a lot with it. So that's why it's helped out a lot. So next up, we're gonna go and do the Vercel AI SDK. So let's go ahead and install this now. So let's do it. So cookbook, no. Next.js app browser, getting started. Okay, cool. We already set up the app. We've done this. Now here, PM, add AI. We need to add all this in. So grab all of that. Now we're gonna go ahead and pop that in. I'm gonna put this over here now. So we've installed dependencies, configure the OpenAI key, which we just did. And then this is what they recommend, their route handler and everything, okay? I'm not gonna do this. I'm not gonna have the way that they do it. I'm gonna do it when we post, when we create a post. I want the validation to happen then. So let's go to our create post action. Yes, create post action. Yeah. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a folder outside. Oh, you know what I'll do? I don't know. I'll create a folder outside. I'm going to create separate. Can you guys hear me? I think it's good. Yeah. What we're going to do is create a folder called one moment. I'm going to create a folder called tools, and then here this is going to be the AI tools. Okay, so inside of here, so let's just call it tools, and let's just call it tools.ts. Okay, now the first tool I'm going to create is report user. This tool is going to be the following. So it's going to import the admin client. It's going to have Zod, and it's going to have a tool. So the tool comes from AI. So this one here, we don't need those, right? So this is a tool, right? Export const user report user tool, right? It reports a user for violating community guidelines. It takes a parameter, which is the user ID. It's mandatory. It's not optional. Sorry. In this case, you can have sometimes optional if you wanted, but no, this is going to be very important. The ID of the user to report. Okay. We are going to use two things. We're going to use Vercel AI SDK, and we're also going to use Clerk's agent toolkit. So if you look at Clerk agent toolkit, this is very good. Right. This is actually an awesome thing that they've got going on. Agent toolkit. I highly recommend you give it a read, and then you check out the packages documentation. They've got really good examples. It was super easy to actually get going with it. You'll see for yourself. And what this does is it gives our AI agent a bunch of access to the toolkit. So like you see the tools, the users, the organization, it injects the session claims. So basically your AI agent has access to the session, the user's logged in state, their user ID, all that good stuff, right? So what we're going to do is it takes the user ID, and this is console logging here is actually very important for the debugging part. And then what we do is this is where the AI agent is going to go ahead and manipulate our Sanity database and set that it's reported to true for that user. Okay, and it'll say user is reported successfully. So that's the report user tool. We're going to give another tool for censoring a post. Okay, now the censoring a post is a bit of a bigger one. So on top of it now, I'm going to pop this in. And this is where we have it. So censor post, I'm going to export. And this one is censor inappropriate content in post title and body. So we've got parameters, and we've got a couple. We've got the post ID, which is mandatory, the title, body, and is to be reported. I've given these optional, but here's the deal. When you go ahead and what's it called? My volume is fine, I think. Yeah, okay. When you go ahead and work with any AI agent or any kind of AI work, you will find that there's an element of fuzzy logic, and I like using that word as the way to explain this, because it's essentially, it's not like when we regularly code and it's like, if we write this code, this exactly happens. It's kind of like it's prompt engineering. It's making sure that it's making sure that, yeah, we engineer the prompt in the best way possible to give the LLM the best chance of understanding what we're trying to do. So here we're saying what each one is: the title censored version of the title, body censored version of the body, and then if the post contains prohibited content, return true, otherwise return false. Then you have the 4 things that get returned. If it's to be reported, we basically report. If it's not to be reported, we return. Otherwise, it starts censoring. So it goes to the title, and we do patch. And a patch is basically, like I said before, it will go ahead and do a transaction. So if anything fails at any point, it'll roll back. Right. So here we have if title. So censor the title, it'll censor the body. And basically, the cool part about this is we just define the parameters. The AI's job is to go ahead and determine what the censored version of the title is, what the censored version of the body is, and so forth, right? And then it will go ahead and do the following, and then we commit. So the tools allow our AI agent to go out and actually interact with the real world, right? So that's the tools. Now, the next step is the more interesting part, which is essentially the content moderation. So here is where we do it. So inside of create post. So here, let's go to our, here we had it, mod step to do implement content moderation API call. So what we're doing here is I'm going to have a console log, and I'm going to say starting moderation call. And then what I'm going to have is a set of beginning messages. Okay. And this is going to be a call message. So we're going to call it call message like so. Right. Now it has a row and a bit of content. So I posted this post is what I'm essentially giving to the AI agent. So when I post, it's going to go ahead and do this. It gives the post ID, the title, and the body. Okay. And then I'll give the entire body. And then what we're going to do is it's going to say prepared messages for moderation. So this is all part of debugging. So if you want to go ahead and look at what's going on, you can do so. And then we're going to have a try catch block, which basically, if something went wrong, it will just continue without the moderation step. So we don't want the moderation step to break the entire flow, but we want it to be an enhancement. So it's going to try. And if it doesn't work, don't fail the whole post creation if moderation fails, essentially, right? Because that's why we built manual reporting as well. So what we do is we get the user's authenticated state. So this is part of the toolkit. You see here, look, you get this is Clerk's agent toolkit. You get the auth context by doing this. You pass in the auth context to Clerk toolkit, and then the toolkit now has an injected, it's now injected with our user information, like our user session information. And then we inject that into our system prompt. And we need to write our system prompt in a second. Okay. So what do? We basically go ahead and do the following. So if I was to show you with the console logs, it looks kind of confusing, right? Let's go ahead and import things that we need. Firstly, I need to import it as well. I haven't even done that. Install it. So let's do that. pm. Right, install agent toolkit. So let's go ahead and grab it. This will come from here. Then we have this. But if I was to remove the console logs, it's a bit clearer, to be honest, on this part. It's a bit confusing with all that. All right. So once we have that, the next step is we want to generate text. Okay, so basically I'm going to have a call to the AI agent. So this is where we use Vercel's AI SDK. So in this case, let's go here, generate text from AI. Okay, so now what we do is we say OpenAI. That's going to be, we need to install that as well. So that comes from OpenAI SDK. So we need to install that pm AI SDK OpenAI. So let that do its thing, install, and then that will look something like that. And now down here, we can select our model. Now we don't need to use an expensive model. We can use GPT-4 or Mini. We pass the messages in from above. Then we have the system prompt, which we need to do. We can import the sensor post and report user functions, right? So these two, we're going to go ahead and import from our tools. So our tools are here, right? Now, the tools, we should be able to pull these in. Why can't we not pull these in? Interesting. Okay, so import. Yeah, there you go. Import them. And also notice how, more importantly, we spread the toolkit users. So you see this? And if you were to look inside of the toolkit, you'll see more stuff. So if we were to look inside the toolkit, so toolkit dot, you see all tools, injections, invitations, organizations, users. Clerk, the agent toolkit gives us lots to work with. Okay. Now 4.1 mini and nano for even more savings. Oh, nice. I did not know that. I did not mess around with that. So let's have that 4.1 mini. Okay, sick. Let's do it. 4.1 mini. I haven't tested it with that though, so I don't know. We'll see together. Right. The system prompt. This is the interesting part now again. So I've included a system prompt for you guys to make life easier. But let me show you. So the prompt is here. So I'm going to put a prompt at the top level. Okay. You put it wherever you want. In this case, you can even put in the tools, for example. Yeah, it makes sense to put in the tools. Let's put it there. Right. Prompt. So in this case, your content moderation assistant, your role is to detect and respond to content. Basically, I've just given it a bunch of instructions. What is prohibited content? Identifiable information, any kind of, typical prohibited content. And then what's the process like? What should you do? Use the censor post to moderate inappropriate content, mark posts as, inappropriate and so forth. And then I gave it steps, clear steps, right? Using the tools, some examples of using the tools and so forth. And then I also gave it, for example, a asterisk. So I said censored, what was it? Yeah. So I wrote here, never ever allow any of the prohibited content to be posted. Change the content to be compliant with the community standards. Marking as 1 asterisk per character of the prohibited content or censored to replace the prohibited content. So now with that in mind, we can import our system prompt. We have the result here. And then what we can do, guys, we're almost there, is we can, believe it or not, it will all just work, hopefully. I'm saying that with a lot of optimism, but then we can go ahead and say AI moderation completed successfully. You can see the result yourself there. And then, yeah, that will be it. So at this point, and then at the end of all of that, you can say post creation completed successfully. So let's post and we can see ourselves if it works straight away, because we'll have 2 clear indications of if it worked or not. So localhost 3000. Okay, my app crashed. Let's go down here. PM run dev. Let's refresh. Guys, moment of truth. Moment of truth. All right, let's see. Okay. So I want to show you. So here we have reported users. So I should be a reported user if I do a bad post now. So give me something bad to write here. So let's do hub farm. I don't know what's PG enough to put on here. That could be like I don't want to swear on screen. Let's just do something like Steven's like, right. I think everyone's decided to go crazy. I can't think of the middle ground. Yeah, I can't think of the middle ground either. Say crap. Okay, yeah. So this is, so you are a stupid piece of crap. Right? That's it. There you go. Stupid piece of crap. Right? Holy cow. Right? So maybe that doesn't, I don't know. We'll see. I mean, this is again, right? Make crap a naughty word. So you can actually do that. Yeah. So in this case, let's go ahead and do a post. Right? Let's see. Yeah, stupid piece of crap. So now let's see. So this behind the scenes, if we did it all correctly, is running the AI agent. The AI agent, it should now have access to the tools. Will report the user. Yo! Yes! Let's go! Check it out, guys. It worked. it worked 21 seconds ago. And if we check this, the specs over here, look, you can see that a full flow happens. So look, you can actually see the entire request body, GPT-4.1 mini. So, oh, by the way, thank you, Stephen. It worked. In this case, cow is only, but in the context we used it. Now you can see, like, if we go down here, two tool calls, amazing. Look, sensor post and report user, and then it had results. So prompt tokens, completion tokens, total tokens. We can see GPT-4 mini. You can actually go ahead and see the entire call and what happened, the response, everything as well, the body, choices, the usage. This is so cool. It's so cool. And the best part, look how it interacted with the real world. I did not give it, by the way, guys, this is the most like mind-blowing part. I didn't give it the user's ID, right? It found that from the agent toolkit. So it used the agent toolkit tools, it used the sensor post tool, and it used the report post tool, and it was quick. It was very fast, right? So in this case, if I see reported post by the users, you can see censored. Now, what I recommend you do as a challenge, it's actually very easy to do, but I actually wanted to kind of leave it to you guys to do, is basically you can put, imagine as an admin, you put original content and original body. And then what happens is it basically will shift the actual content to original content, actual body to original body, and then it will replace the title and body with censored. And then that way, when you're reviewing it as an admin, you can come in and be like, whoa, this person needs banning ASAP, right? It's very cool. It's very cool. And what's really cool about all of this is you can even manipulate the metadata, like I showed you before in the header, the metadata of the Clerk user, and then use that to essentially ban the user and then conditionally render the button functionality based on that. So this is really cool. Just destroy that like button if you thought that was cool, because I thought that was pretty cool when I did that. All right, let's try it one more time. Let's go ahead and say Jay lives 123 developer lane. Go find Jay and throw a pineapple at him. Right? There you go. And you should see the amount of these messages that I have done in the past few days. It's actually hilarious. And then poor Jay. All right, reported post. Look, yeah, look, it did it. Censored. It censored his address. And then it censored it. Amazing. This is so cool. Sonny got it out for Jay. Jay's on the side. Just, I know, right? Guys, we did it. That is so sick. Amazing stuff. We have all of the functionality down. Let's go ahead and the main thing, let's deploy this thing. We literally, I knew it would be a 5-hour mark. So let's go ahead and deploy now. Trust me, I'm not out of the woods yet. We're almost there, but we're not out of the woods. So Vercel, let's do that. But by the way, who thought that was pretty cool? Because this is where AI agents are, they're just incredible. It's simple to implement with tooling. And trust me, that in itself was an agent. That was actually an agent because it could interact with the world. It had its own concept of memory, and it was using an LLM, the 3 core concepts of an agent. Yeah, crazy, so powerful. I love that, right? So that was super cool. So let's go ahead and deploy. So what I'm going to do now is I've already installed the Vercel CLI. So you can go ahead and just install the CLI and then you run Vercel. Set up and deploy. You can do yes. And then it will ask me if I'm already logged in. So it will go ahead and do that right now. And then what I do is I go ahead and pop in my project. I say link to existing project. No. What's your project name? Yep. I can keep it as a basic one. Modify settings. No. This will fail, by the way, because I haven't added the environment variables, which is totally expected. We can go ahead and click on inspect. And now this will open up the following. This is great. We go into the Reddit YouTube clone settings, environment variables. Now here is what I want you to pay attention to. Go ahead and open up your environment variable. So in this case, I'm going to just hide my screen, go into env.local, grab everything, copy, and then go over, oh God's sake, right? And then And the amount of times I've done that, honestly, and then go over to here, and I want you to paste it. So you paste it all in, and then you click on save, and then that's it, right? So now that's saved, which means my previous deployment, we cancel it. Cancel deployment, because that won't be using the correct things. Oh, look what song came on, of all the songs as well. Then we do Vercel, and now you'll see deploying with, it's deploying to preview, so I can actually, I want to cancel it. I know you shouldn't do a direct push to prod, but I want to do a direct push to prod today. I ain't got time. So I want to do Vercel -- prod. So I'll do a direct push. I guarantee I've misplaced something, or a type will break. For example, this will break. Yep, here. Yep. That's going to fail. So what we can do is we can literally do a Vercel build locally, Vercel build, and let that do its thing. So run Vercel pull, yes. This is freaking out because of implicit any, which means that we need to run a TypeGen first. So before you deploy, run a TypeGen. It will extract the schema, and now you will see it will disappear, that error, because it's no longer in any type. There you go. We have types. Now if we do a Vercel build, we can test locally if it's there. Do we need a specific consideration when, special consideration when picking a platform to deploy to, mainly concerned about costing? I personally wouldn't. I mean, I am big on the Vercel push. Many devs out there are pushing against it. They want to push to whatever you want. Vercel don't vendor lock you in. You can do self-hosting in many ways. You can do Cloudflare. You can deploy with Cloudflare workers now as well. Lots of avenues to deployment. I like Vercel for many reasons. I focus more on product instead of, my personal take on this is I focus more on the product. I think if you focus more on the product, the cost aspect can easily be fixed if you have a good product. So that's my personal approach, but it's a hot take. Many people may disagree with that. I don't care. I do. In our software agency, I always deploy our client apps to Vercel, and it's been great, right? So in this case, we can see, there we go, amazing stuff. Now we can do Vercel -- prod. Let's read what's going on. We can see Aldo says, great. Thank you, Aldo. I appreciate you. Smash from the third account. Oh, we just hit 300 likes. So more positivity, guys. Amazing stuff. Aldo goes, amazing science. Let's go. Thank you, dude. And one more like from second hackathon win app. Oh, nice, dude. Both Sonny Sangha hackathons. Someone come dethrone me on this free. I don't know who's content pilot. I'm confused. Is that Steven? I'm confused. I don't know who that is. Is that Steven's second account or something? Thanks for your insight. You're absolutely welcome, Be West. Now what we can do is, so this will actually, once this is done, if we go to, so let's go to deployments. Go to deployments. What am I doing? You can cancel that one. Do the prod one now. So here. So once it deploys to production, we need to actually add the relevant URL. So production will be, so you see this Reddit clone, that domain. What you want to do is go over to Sanity. So what you can do is you can go here, click on manage project. And then and then you want to go to cause. So in API, cause origin, add cause origin, https // and then paste in that. Okay. Allow credentials as we have self-hosted self-hosted studio. So you have to enable credentials, and then that has now allowed the app to pass through. So that will now work. You can also, like I said before, when you got your data sets, you've got one of two included in the plan. So in the free plan, or this plan. So I'd recommend you have a development data set and a production data set for obvious reasons. So that way, when you don't mess around with your production data when it's live. Okay, the deployment for some reason hanged quite a long time. I think it took like 4 minutes last time when it was building it out. I'm not sure why it was taking so long. but it could have been the self-hosting. I don't know why it took so long, but the main thing is let's give it a breakdown, and then that way we can go ahead and wrap up this video nicely. That was awesome. That was actually really awesome. I think me and Jay are both very surprised at how that one turned out. But that was awesome in terms of how much we got cranked out. While that's going on, I just want to do one thing. I want to go ahead and pull out the trusty old Yofla, and remember as well. Oh, by the way, yes, you know, while we've got everyone still hot as well, I want to show you guys, remember, everything that we spoke about today is covered inside of papareact.com/course inside 0 to full stack hero. This is where, before, think about it, everything that we just built right now, it's worth you coming and visiting the community 0 to full stack hero and go and check out the entire course. The reason being is because everything that we talked about, everything that we cover, imagine the amount of questions that you might have, imagine the amount of depth that we can go to with AI agents. All of this, we can go into infinite amounts of depth in coaching calls. It could be 30 minutes, it could be on a single question, it could be 3 hours on a coaching call. It really doesn't matter. This is why I have coaching calls inside of it, because as you guys can see clearly, imagine a course that was released a year ago. It's massively outdated because of the amount of new stuff that's come in the market. So this is why you need a dynamic course, a course that constantly evolves. This is what 0 to full stack hero 2.0 is all about. This is why we are the greatest course and community on the planet, period. And we know how to get results because our students don't just work on the same stale content. They're constantly learning from each other, the community, overcoming their problems by questions inside the coaching calls and the other community members. This is the place you want to be if you want to succeed as a developer. AI engineering, all of it covered inside of 0 to full stack hero, including SaaS development, everything around that space is what we literally pour our heart and soul into it. And the students make content too. So literally we know how to get our students across those barriers, those soft skill barriers about, you know, how they might come in shy, they might come in and basically not be able to present. We know exactly how to go ahead and get them out of their shells, talking. You might probably wondering about how if you're not in person. We have coaching rules. We have so many things. Steven in the chat right now is doing a call on N8N next week. That's what I'm talking about, guys. Absolutely awesome. I've seen the growth firsthand from every single one of our students. It's absolutely a pleasure and a privilege to be able to go ahead and have the ability to teach everyone inside the course. Now look at this, guys. We have the Reddit YouTube clone Vercel app. Let's give it a try, and hopefully, fingers crossed, everything is working. So okay, that's a good starting sign. So let's go ahead, and if we go to the app /studio, we should have on the left hand side, let's sign into our app. On the right hand side, we should be, let's look into a different app. So team at Papareact. So we should have, yep, look at that. We have the back end live and up. Let's have post. Okay, amazing, nice. Let's do create post. Select the post to pop in, Next.js. Hello world, this is a test. Let's just post. And what we should see now is, I mean, I might have the timeout on the function, which, oh no, oh wow, it did it way quicker than I thought. All right, this is a test. Amazing stuff. Look at that. Oh my goodness. Hi, it's upvote and downvote. Let's see for ourselves. Oh my God, this is awesome. This is absolutely awesome. Look at that. Working, perfect. Level 1 nested, level 2. Oops, what am I saying? Nested, level 2. Look at this, working exactly as we expected. Report it. Let's go to our reported posts. We should see hello world. Yep, there you go. Amazing stuff. And if we were to change it on the back end, so you say hello world 1 2 3, post this, the front end should be reflected. I'm not refreshing anything. The front end will get a direct push. Look at, amazing. This is what I'm talking about. And if we were to delete the post, we can go ahead and initiate a delete. Look at that. Look how quick on production it is. Like, it's way faster on production, right? Absolutely incredible. Jimmy Newman goes, I joined the course last week, was getting stuck in, but then I got distracted building another Sonny clone. But Mac, dude, that's what I'm talking about. Well, it's all about overloading you with just a crazy amount of content so you can keep on learning through and through. Absolutely amazing stuff, guys. Look at this. It's working through and through. I absolutely love this. This is so sick. Let's go ahead and do one more. Let's do something like J lives 123 developer lane. And then let's go ahead and say hi there. So that bit shouldn't get censored, but this one should get censored. Let's see. I'm testing the boundaries now, so hopefully we don't break anything. So let's see. Jay lives at, oh guys, bam. So sick. Works. I think this is the absolute Jay goes, my address is leaked. Oh no. 123 developer lane. Absolutely crazy stuff, guys. I'm gonna go ahead and wrap up. The only way we know how, I'm gonna keep on bringing builds now. So your boy had 2 weeks off. Now I'm basically dialed back in. I think I had 2 weeks to a month off. I took off, but now I'm back on fire. We literally got so many videos coming. It's crazy. I've got so many cool companies that I'm working with, so many cool apps that we're building and bringing to the table, and I'm pushing the boundaries inside of the course over at 0 to Full Stack 0. So like I mentioned before, papareact.com/course, the best coursing community on the planet. You guys witnessed it today. We built something absolutely incredible today, a full Reddit clone with AI agents, with all of that goodness inside of it. We done everything from, you know, the search functionality to dynamic rendering to literally the mobile responsive design to creating new posts. The whole thing is so jam-packed with features, including crazy bits of tech like nested recursion, all this kind of good stuff. I hope you've enjoyed it, and make sure if you watch this back, just do me one favor and destroy that like button. As always, guys, it's your boy Papa React, and I will see you in the next video. Peace.